Hello and welcome to Superpower Broadcasting. I'm Kevin Castley. Thanks for being here this evening. Tonight, I just wanted to kind of go over this idea that, 2020 was like the worst year. Now it's over because we're about to hit an arbitrary date and then things will be good. Yeah, obviously it's not going to go that way. Now, is the title a bit hyperbolic? Maybe, but it could actually be worse than 2021. And now you're probably thinking, well, the virus, right? Probably the virus. Yes, though I would argue probably it's going to be drawn on because we've got, at least in Canada here, an absolutely incompetent government under Justin Trudeau that's basically guaranteed to bungle the process of getting these vaccines out. In the United States, we've also got a lot of incompetence under the Trump administration. And you'll say, oh, okay, well, Biden's coming in and Biden's going to take everything a bit more seriously. And we'll see how that goes. He gets his chance to, lead well. We do have Net7 joining us. And now Net7 and I were actually on a stream earlier over on Yeager's channel. We were going over Jimmy Dore. Neckbeard Jimmy, he had a panel and we were watching his town hall. His stream, his Zoom stream, had not just Jimmy and Jimmy, one of Jimmy's co-hosts. That's cringe enough. Katie Halper was there. So that's already ridiculous. We had Brianna Joy Gray. Yikes. And there's also Cornel West. So that was a joke. So we had some fun dunking on them. We got Net7 here. How's it going, Net7? Welcome to the show. Is Net7? Okay.
I'm doing good, Kevin. How about yourself?
I'm all right. I'm a bit tired, but apart from that, I'm good. So I was basically just kind of going over in the intro this idea that, look, there's going to be a lot of bad stuff that's going to be drawing on and continuing into 2020 or 2021, I should say. One thing that I want to point out that gets kind of lost is that if we actually think about the meme of 2020 as the awful year, even if you were to go back to, say, February 23rd of 2020, it would have seemed like a normal year. There were 2 to 3 months of basically 2.5 months of 2020 that was basically normal. There might not be 2 or 2.5 months of 2021 that are going to be basically normal. So that's why I say this could actually get worse. But there is another point that has nothing to do with the virus, which is that Iran's almost certainly going to get nukes and possibly test them, if not use them, in 2021 because we let them get away with it. What do you make of that, though, Net7? Are you optimistic, pessimistic, or neutral with respect to the upcoming year? Oh, we might have an audio issue. Actually, Net7's mic, your mic is muted. If you're still there, okay.
Well, I'm not. Can you hear me now?
Okay, I can hear you now. Yeah, there was weird audio cut there, but yes, I can hear you now.
So I'm not particularly optimistic about this whole thing, just because, again, you can never trust the bad actors to act good, just say that, especially when it comes to nukes. Because, look, when the bad guys have nukes, it's always for nefarious purposes, one way or the other. And it never ends up good for the good guys. It always ends up bad.
Yeah. Well, that's basically it. I mean, because the world would just simply be a better place if only the United States or even the United States and Great Britain had nukes. The fact that we've allowed nuclear proliferation to go unabated for decades. I mean, the best effort at countering that was a mutual drawdown in nuclear forces by the US and Russia. So it didn't even do anything to solve the problem. It just lessened the total magnitude of nukes, but it also weakened America's nuclear arsenal. So it wasn't even really an advantage in that sense with START and SALT. So I did send Kanzik. Kanzik's here as well. I did send Kanzik an invite if you're able to come on this evening. But I think that Iran, I don't know. I mean, 2020 is going to be remembered as the year of the virus, and 2021 might ultimately be worse in terms of the virus and take up the whole year instead in terms of the lockdowns and whatnot that we're seeing. But I think nuclear terrorism from Iran, I don't know. I have a feeling that might totally overshadow everything else in the next year. Like, because think about it, even if one nuke goes off in the Middle East that they produced, whether they fire it or they hand it to the Houthis or Hezbollah and their proxies use it, that's going to dominate the news cycle for next year. I mean, upwards of over 1 million people could be killed in a dense area, even with a relatively low yield device, right? If they're accurate about it. So we got Net 7, and we also have Kanzik here. So how's it going, Kanzik?
I'm doing swell.
That's good. That's good. Are you optimistic, pessimistic, or neutral about the upcoming year?
I'm neutral. I can't say the future. So
okay, fair enough. Yeah, but what do you make of the speculation that Iran might actually have nukes in 2021? Because I'm pretty certain they will.
I don't know when they're gonna get nukes. Like I gotta be real here. Like, people have been saying that they're gonna get nukes in a short time. They've been saying this for years, and I agree. It was mostly due to counter-proliferation efforts, such as Stuxnet and other various things. I just don't know when it's going to happen. I don't know. Like, they're incompetent. Like, we've taken efforts against them. I don't know when it's going to happen. I have no idea.
Yeah, well, it's a good thing they're incompetent there, and it's a good thing that Stuxnet worked. As you've pointed out before, they were the only country that was dumb enough to use Microsoft to manage their centrifuges, which is pretty funny when you think about it. Because even the North Koreans weren't that dumb.
Yeah, death to America, but we're using Microsoft Windows.
Yeah, of course.
The great Satan's operating system.
We got Henry here. We got Henry here as well. Henry's joining us tonight. How's it going, Henry?
Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah, it's good. I was just telling the audience a little bit earlier, we were over on Jaeger's stream, and I did send Jaeger an invite as well. Tonight, we're just talking about, our speculation around the upcoming year. My view of it is, at least there were a couple normal months in 2020. I'm not sure we're going to have any normal months in 2021. I think there's pretty substantial chance that Iran's going to have nukes in 2021. I mean, even the IAEA back in September said, yeah, probably January is like when they'll have amassed enough material to have a workable device based on the quantities that they knew. But what do you make, though, of this, Henry? Are you optimistic, pessimistic, or neutral about the upcoming year?
I mean, more optimistic, I suppose, just because well, at least domestically, I don't see how it could get worse. We have a vaccine. We have multiple. I think we have a third one coming out now. So the pandemic is ending. So that'll solve a lot of our issues, obviously with the disease, but also hopefully with our economy. Yeah, I don't know about Iran getting a nuke or anything like that, how close they are. It'd be terrible if they got a nuke, but I mean, like, I don't know. Like, I think it'll get better. Maybe not for the internet. It's really hard to say, man. There's so many things that are up in the air with like how the new administration's going to go. I don't even know what to think. Talking about foreign policy wise, how that's going to go. It's like kind of have to wait and see. Is Joe Biden who he was in the past? Is he running the administration or not? Like that's kind of a question there. We'll have to wait and see, I guess. And then, there's things that could be outside of our control, like Iran getting a nuke. That was going to happen no matter what. That will happen eventually. Whether we have a deal or don't have a deal, it's a matter of time, barring some more direct action. I mean, like, say we got back into the Iran nuclear deal, maybe that expedites the process. Maybe it slows it down. I've heard arguments from both ways where they're saying, well, for certain reasons. If we had the deal, they would do it slower, whereas if we got out, they do it faster. But if we're giving them money, I don't know. I just view it as I think they're going to get a nuke eventually. And this is me. I'm not saying they should have one. Pragmatically speaking, I think they're going to get one. It's kind of where I've come down on it. It doesn't look like America is going to. Trump was pretty hard on Iran, maybe the hardest we've had, and definitely harder than Obama, but he barely did anything. Like, he wasn't going to stop them from getting a nuke. It didn't look like. I think they're going to get one. So we'll have to deal with that when it happens, I guess.
Yeah. My worry, I guess, would be that they go the terrorist route as opposed to just outright launching it, and they give it to the Houthis or Hezbollah, and then they use it, and then Iran says, hey, look, it wasn't us. They could have got that nuke from anywhere, man.
Yeah, I've said that before, too. That's the big danger with them. And I think that will be the next use of a nuclear weapon in war is going to be nuclear terrorism. And I think it's almost inevitable. I watched a documentary where they put it at, and this was years ago. This might have been 10 years ago. They said within the next 50 years, there's a better than likely chance, so better than 50% toss of a coin, essentially, there's going to be an act of nuclear terrorism. And that could be anything from them taking a bomb and setting it off to some type of dirty bomb they attach to a conventional device to spread radiation, to a terrorist cell taking over a nuclear power plant and rigging it with conventional weapons to cause a kind of an intentional Chernobyl event within the United States or some other country. And they've tried that before. I think they tried that in South Africa one time, actually.
They did. Well, in South Africa, what they were doing was they broke into a very lightly guarded facility that had a lot of nuclear material because they had nuclear energy. They actually had 6 nukes at one point under the apartheid regime. They went in there, they broke in, and it just so happened that there was like a security guard or something that basically spooked them, and they took off in the night. To my knowledge, they were never caught or anything, but they didn't get away with very much. But the facility was so lightly guarded that most of the time they probably would have succeeded in stealing material. It's a mess. It's a mess. And there are a lot of countries like that where they don't have as good a security system as you would hope. And I was watching a lecture with basically an expert on this kind of stuff, and he was saying how the threat with nuclear terrorism is so bad that in at least in facilities in the United States where it could be a potential issue, they have enough security now so that if terrorists break into the building, they have the security to take them out before they reach the room with the materials. Because now he said, and he didn't go into detail, he said he couldn't go into detail because that would obviously be classified, but he said it's possible for the terrorists to just simply being in the room with it, make a crude bomb and have it go off, basically. So they
I didn't even think about that.
Because you would think they'd steal the material and then they'd bring it back to a warehouse like in 24 with Jack Bauer coming down and they're like machining it together or something, and then he saves the day. Yeah, but no, he's like straight up
device into anywhere where you have nuclear material. Yeah. Potentially. Yeah,
just for the audience, Net7 did say in the private chat that he'd be right back, so he'll be back shortly. But the issue is, I don't think it's so much the case. I don't want to I don't really want to speculate on anything here. But like whatever it is, terrorists would already know. My guess is he's not talking about them picking up 2 pieces of plutonium or uranium and smashing them together with their hands. He's probably saying like they might bring in some sort of tool that's designed to act like an artillery barrel that's handheld that they can stick it into and smash them together. That's probably the threat.
Yeah.
And the problem is he's talking about the United States where there's enough security there that they take it that seriously. How do we know that the Russians have that enough of a security? We know that they had incidents of stolen material. That's never been recovered, some of it. So
that's always been the biggest concern as far as nuclear terrorism. And up until maybe Iran gets nukes, it's always been the former Soviet Union and their a lack of accountability for their nuclear material and where it has gone, how much they have, where it is. Like, I mean, it's a mess.
Yeah, it's a total mess. I mean, it's kind of amazing that we've gotten so lucky as we have, because I did watch this one show where they caught up with a guy who was arrested, I believe it was in Georgia, and the Georgian authorities had arrested him trying to smuggle. He was trying to smuggle something like 200 grams of plutonium over to a deal that he had with like the Taliban or something, and they managed to catch him. But it's like,
how many did you not catch?
Like, yeah, that's the thing, is like a lot of those states, they don't have the resources to do it properly. Like I'm pretty confident that the United States would be able to prevent like terrorists or criminals from entering in any like secure compound and taking materials. That probably would never happen. But the real threat with nuclear terrorism is that they don't need to have it made in America. They can get that material from like Kazakhstan that was left behind. They can get it from obviously Russia. Russia's a little bit better now in terms of their security system, but even then they're not as careful with it. And then you have to deal with Pakistan. Pakistan's a mess. You've got Iran. There's North Korea. I mean, like every year that goes by, like it's, to me, I feel like, you know, it's kind of amazing it hasn't happened already, given how many terrorists there are out there and how many rogue states there are that have nuclear materials that are either not very well guarded or they would be totally fine to sell stuff to terrorists.
Yeah, they're sympathetic to the cause. Like, I mean, it is kind of amazing that hasn't happened. So you think 2021, it's going to be a bad year for us? Is that primarily because of the nuclear problem, or I mean, I assume you think COVID's going to get better. Like, it has to.
Well, I think a lot of the distribution of the vaccines is going to be bungled, that it's going to draw out the whole COVID thing into the summer at least. So things won't go back to normal for at least another 6 months. But
sure.
I mean, we got Justin Trudeau. Now in America, you're going to have Joe Biden. Trudeau's corrupt, bungled a ton of the process so far. You've got Trump, who's bungled a lot of it so far in the United States. We do have Billy in the chat, though. We'll go to Kanzik just because Kanzik had a comment in the private chat, so you can feel free to elaborate on that. I'm going to send Billy an invite, though, over on Discord, because I know Billy uses Discord. I'm like a boomer. I rarely ever use Discord, but I will use
it's hard to get Billy. Like, I've tried to send Billy links on Twitter. For some reason, he can't do it.
Well, he doesn't.
I have to like email him a link or something.
Yeah, Billy, to my knowledge, Billy doesn't really like tweet very often. So
yeah, his Twitter might be taken down. I'm not sure.
Well, yeah, he's at Bong Redux. So Bong Redux. And yeah, he's one of the few people I actually follow. So last tweet was from January. So a lot of people are like, oh, well, you know, you should follow more people or whatever. It's like I'm never following more than 99 people. You got to have like really good content for me to follow. So even though Billy doesn't really tweet anymore, Billy's content is so based, he still gets a follow. So like, I mean, he's eviscerated the cockroach. So it's good. Yeah, but we'll go to Nets no, we were going to go to Kanzik, then we'll go to Nets. Oh, actually, hold on. Billy is
shit,
Billy's in the house. Billy's in the house. We got a Spike stream. Billy's in the house. Man.
Swagging it up, bro.
Swagging it up. Okay, no, May 2021 will be a better year. We got
Dustin the portraits.
Dustin the portraits. Oh man, speaking of dusting the portraits, yeah, Henry and Net7 and I were on Jaeger's stream earlier. We were watching Jimmy Dore dust the portraits. That was super cringy. So
Jimmy Dore's cringe.
Yeah, and cringe. So we'll go to Billy Bog. How are you doing? And are you pessimistic, optimistic, or neutral about 2021?
In terms of what?
just overall, do you think the year is going to be seen as better or worse than 2020? Like, I know 2020 was bad, but
It's weird. Why are we collectively saying 2020 is so bad? Is it all because of the pandemic, or is everything that happens to us now like feel worse because of the pandemic? So it's like where it's on top of the pandemic. Like normally, like if you're during the year, a couple of things happen, you're like, wow, that was real fucked up shit that happened. But now you got the pandemic going under it the whole way through. So it's like, oh, the pandemic plus this plus that happened. It's crazy. I don't know if it's just our, I don't know if anyone gets what I'm trying to say here.
yeah, no, I get it. You're saying like bad shit happens every year.
Yeah, maybe it's just heightened because of this one thing that never really happens. So maybe it's really not as bad as we think. It's just this one thing has been bad.
Yeah. Well, I think the thing about the year though is like, if we're being kind of objective about it, if not cold in terms of characterizing it, the issue for most people why this year was going to be regarded as bad isn't because of the number of people who died from the virus. It's that everything was shut down.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Well, there's all kinds of. I mean, there was the pandemic, obviously, and then the economic struggle for a lot of people. And then there was the social unrest of having like our cities, riots going on and people.
I know, but haven't we been making videos about that shit for years? Like now, like 3 years at least. We've been making videos about all these protests and riots.
Oh yeah, but it's peaked now. I mean, if you look at the crime rates are up like more than 100% across multiple American cities, and
we predicted all that.
Well, yeah. Well, we knew that. Like
we said all this.
Smart guys knew this was coming. I mean,
we've all been saying it for 3 years.
Doesn't make it better,
at least on YouTube, like through many channels and repeating ourselves over and over. It's just gonna get worse because you're peddling bullshit and But like. Honestly, I'm not trying to play devil's advocate even. I'm just like saying, I don't know. I guess I am playing devil's advocate because I've said these things myself too. 2020 has been the worst fucking year ever. Like personally too, it has some fucked up shit going on for a lot of people. Like, so it's just like very weird and but that would leave me to I don't know. It just makes me. I don't like that kind of talk sometimes because then it's like. This seems like some hocus pocus shit, like like we're gonna like it's some spiritual shit, and we're all connected. And, that's where you lose me. So it's like I don't know. I feel like I don't want to encourage that kind of rhetoric because of that.
Yeah,
but Henry, by the way, my first account on Twitter was suspended. And I used to use that on my PC and my phone. And I had to make a new account and use a different phone number to verify my shit. So I'm afraid that if I go on my computer, it will recognize my IP and wipe me out with the new Twitter, which is so the only way I would be able to go on a stream is if I did it on my phone, and I never fucking do it on my phone. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
that's why I
remember I had you on a stream one time, and I had to like email you or something. It was weird.
Well, yeah, either email me or if you're on Discord.
You can verify your accounts on Twitter or anything else. You can literally go. There's like a text website. You can make up a phone number and like go to it to verify.
Oh, I know. I've done that with like Google. Google has numbers. You just make up numbers and or whatever. Use that. But still, like then I go on my computer or my PC. It's like it's all on the IP. Then it doesn't even matter about the phone number, So if I signed on my PC, it'd probably fucking kick me off and destroy my account. But I don't really go on Twitter really anyway lately since like January.
Yeah, I don't much either. Like I'll post like my streams on there.
No, it's cool. I just fucking got too much going on.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I do want to say we got Dr. Zayas here tonight, and he says, nice, we got Billy. I did want to say, I'm not sure if I said yet, but Zayas sent me a donation the other day over on PayPal. I did see that, so thanks for the support, Dr. Zayas. We also have Gunshark. He says, Henry doesn't know that Minneapolis is rioting right now. I didn't know either. So they're writing.
I could have been doing a stream. Oh,
You
damn.
could have been
Yeah,
streaming.
because of some police shooting.
I did a stream earlier on the YouTube 2020 musical.
Chances the person was resisting arrest. What are the
80%.
odds? What does Vegas have? Like,
80%.
how much you gonna put
Is
up
it
to win
justified
some
or
fucking
not?
money on this?
No, like 80% resisting arrest, 79% totally justified. Well, I guess in any case,
Probably
it's
a lot more than that, honestly. Like if you're looking at the things that they've rioted about or got ass mad about over the past like
They haven't
5
picked
years, the
anything
most
smart.
justified
They
was
just-
George Floyd, and that's like once in like a forever thing,
yeah.
and like that doesn't happen. Usually, it's kind of muddled. Sometimes they protest and riot when it's very, very clearly justified that the cop took violent action.
Well, yeah, they get like third degree whatever on that guy that we talked
Oh, yeah,
about,
on,
Kevin. What was his name? The guy
Whoa,
in
wait,
Derek
was-
Chauvin.
the
was this-
Burger King or whatever.
Oh, this was the Wendy's.
The
That was
Wendy's,
Rolf.
yeah.
That was Rolf.
The
Rolf.
guy who got his gun taken from him.
Yeah. There
He
was-
should be careful with his gun because
Yeah.
he only got a taser. Good for
No,
him.
two officers that night. They approached the car that was parked in the Wendy's drive-through. Wendy's was still open, and what's his name? Rayshard Brooks was behind the wheel, and he was passed out drunk behind the wheel, and he had been driving, obviously. And the
Oh,
cops
yeah.
come there.
Well, just imagine this: that it wasn't a cop and a guy and some black dude. It was two black dudes arguing in the parking lot. What would those guys in the drive-through have done? The line of people waiting. Would they have done anything like they did that night? Like, let's just say where they were fucking talking to each other, and then out of nowhere, this one guy just pops the other guy after he's like, the other guy makes some weird fucking movement towards him or whatever. But like,
He
it's
shot a taser at him, right?
Well, no,
yeah.
stole-
He stole his taser, punched him in the face, wrestled with the two cops, ran away with his taser,
literally-
shot it at him.
the guy, Rayshard
Not
Brooks.
enough, not enough to
Like,
take him.
there's so much to this story that's just it's one level of ridiculous after another, because when the cops come to arrest or not arrest but just even speak to him, they're like, knock on the door, knock on the window. They have to do it like 5 or 6 times very loudly because he's like, passed out drunk. He wakes up and he totally resists arrest. They have to open the car, they drag him out. Then he starts fighting with the cops. They get into a fight. He tackles one of them, and it's a 2v1, and he wins. And he steals the other officer's taser, and then runs away and turns around and fires the taser at Rolf's coworker. And then Rolf was the one who wound up shooting him and had to put him down. And Rolf had to basically go into the witness protection program, facing charges, was fired from the force and all this. And we have the video. And you know how Young Turks and all those guys say, well, police brutality, it used to happen all the time. But now that we have video, we get to see it when it happens. It's like now that we have video, we get to see that the cops are basically justified almost all the time. Cops
Yeah.
are dead justified.
I remember I
but the
watched that
narrative
one.
is not that. Is what makes it all insane.
Say
I
his
watched that
name.
one on my
Say his
channel.
name.
I remember watching that one now. I was watching them burn down the Wendy's, and then we went back and we watched the body cam footage because it got released like as I was watching it.
They burned. By the way, I just want to be clear about a few things here because this story is so insane. Dr. Zayas mentions Ragshard. Ragshard was the name that persona non grata of Nutso Liz and Dylan Burns, the one who must not be named, Devin Tracy, came up with that name. Now those guys think, oh, Devin Tracy's a Nazi, and both of the debates, they're like, yeah, well, you watch Devin Tracy. How dare you talk about democracy? You're a fascist. Both of them did. Both of them did that. Dylan
Raymond
Burns,
Osame also brought that up.
yeah, well, no. Well, Raymond Osame brought that up in private in some stupid group chat. Dylan Burns brought that up before 10,000 people on his stream over on Twitch when we were debating and said, look, because he knew that the debate was clearly going against him. He even admitted that his policy has failed for 30 years. So then he's like, oh, yeah, you claim to care about democracy or whatever. You watch Devin Tracy.
Well, you know what's stupid about that is that clearly clearly they do as well. Otherwise, they would have no idea who the guy was
Yeah.
to accuse you of watching him. So obviously, they watch him too. I mean,
No. That's the thing. That's the thing. It's funny. It's like I haven't seen that many videos by him. I watched some of his stuff during the riots, and I watched some of his stuff before 2016. I was never like a big fan or anything. I think he does really good work and stuff, and I generally like his takes. But he's another YouTuber out there, and to call him a Nazi, he's like left wing, by the way. But anyway, so he's the one who came up with Rageshar.
What am I then? I've like hung out on a hotel rooftop with Devin, drinking beers, overlooking the Empire State Building. I'm like, who am I? If people are fascists, like I've hung out with the dude.
The thing that's funny is like when Liz did it, it was obvious flailing, and she even admitted she lost afterwards. When Dylan Burns did it, he and his thousands of fans and stuff thought that he won the debate. It's like, yet all that he had was ad hominems and mentioning some stupid John Bolton quote that was taken out of context like 5 times over. I'm like, wait, that's his research? People told me, they're like, dude, Dylan's doing a lot of research, man. You better have your talking points and stuff ready. It's like,
do you know how many videos he's done on cop shootings? Like I've done some videos on cop shootings. Devin's done probably like 200 on all
That's
different
like
cop shootings and fuck.
No, and he's also done videos on
Like he did one of another guy in a drive-thru who fell asleep. They were surrounded his car for like an hour before he woke up, and then when he woke up, he had a gun on his lap, and they're like, "Yo, don't go for the gun, don't blah blah blah," and he fucking went for the gun, and they shot him up.
Well, that's what happens.
And people freaked out about it.
Trevor Noah afterwards. Trevor Noah, after this incident at the Wendy's happened,
Trevor Noah is a fucking bitch. He should be back in fucking South Africa, bro. Like, there's a list of people you should kick out of the country. Trevor Noah is one of them because he's not a good comedian. First of all, he's not funny. He's just like Jimmy Dore. He's not funny. And fucking Dave Rubin, they're fucking humorless, bro.
Yeah,
people are not funny, and they talk about politics like they fucking know anything.
Yes, well, with Trevor Noah, he said they
should.
Dude,
South Africa, they call you colored, nigga. What the fuck are you talking about?
He said they should have just let Rageshar go because, quote, he was drunk. It's like, yeah, that's the problem. You're not allowed to drink and drive. Like. And they were saying, they're like, but he had kids. How dare they shoot him?
Like, imagine just some man drinking and he was a little drunk and they shot him.
The funny thing about that is that's the argument they used to use, like in America, like back in the day. It was like, oh, poor Joe or whatever. Oh, he was drunk, crashed his car. He was just drunk though. But then we decided, drinking and driving is a serious problem. We got to crack down on it because it hurts people, and we got serious about it. So, like the excuses they are using are the same ones people used in the past that were like, "Oh, poor Joe, he was just drunk. He didn't know what he was doing. He hit his wife and crashed his car into the side of a building, but he was drunk. Let's let him go."
We have somebody
why
in
would
the
you
chat. We have somebody in the chat right now, Bloody Plebs, who says on the police shooting, I think it's referring to Rayshard Brooks here, says it wasn't justified. From the police chief, quote, "This is what accountability looks like. The evidence provided solid rationale for termination," unquote. Yeah, no, the only reason why Rolf got fired was because of the woke mob.
Of course.
Like, what do you mean? Any cop in that situation, you don't like. Do people understand what a taser even is?
Just let them run away and go home.
And they're wondering why the crime rates are up by 100% or more in a lot of major American cities. They'll say it's it's COVID, people are out of work, or is it that, or is it that people want to get rid of police? They hate the police. Police can't recruit because they can't defend their own lives, let alone the lives of other people. Without taking shit.
Dude,
well, I just want to go with something that Zaya says here. Rageshar Tokyo drifted into a crowd of bystanders, but he was drunk, y'all. Gotta give him a break. See, here's the thing. What did Trevor Noah say? He said he didn't. Oh, we got Net 7 on cam right now. He said he didn't. They said he didn't kill anybody yet. That's what Trevor Noah said. Trevor Noah's a total idiot. But we'll go to Net 7. Net 7's here on camp. So,
Well, let me
Hey.
comment really quickly on the situation with the guy who was shot in the drive-thru at Wendy's. Look, in my personal opinion, the fact of the matter is that that situation could have been avoided by himself, but also by the police. Look, so if I was the police officers in that situation, right? If I found a guy who was drunk in the drive-thru, I probably would have obviously done what they did: knock on the window, knock on the door, get him out, and say, "Look, buddy, you're drunk. You can't be drunk and driving at the same time." But here's where I would have differed from them. What I would have said is, "Look, I'm running you a ticket for being drunk and driving. So you're gonna have to show up in court. But I'm gonna call someone, your friend or your family member or a taxi, and have them take you home.
Is he
And
on
I'm not gonna
probation?
arrest you because, in my personal opinion, this is coming from my libertarian background. Crimes that are victimless, like in this case, for example, the guy didn't hit anybody or injure anyone or kill anyone. I think that what you should do is just give the person a citation, send them home to sober up, and let them be on their way. The problem was, though, also with this individual as well, is that he bears some responsibility. One, he was on probation. He shouldn't have been drinking and driving. That was completely naive of him. And the worst decision came when he decided to then grab the taser and fight with police. At that point, the police were justified in using deadly force to stop him. So it's an unfortunate situation, but that could have been avoided by the police in terms of how they handle it, but it also could have been avoided by him for not grabbing a taser and shooting it at the police.
Would you have felt he should be let go even though he was violated probation, and they know that? Like, they obviously know that. Like, they run your name, and that's how they find out. Before they, that's why they just were talking to him while the other guy's in the car looking up his info. Like, I don't know.
I do think that as long as he was engaging in something that was victimless, meaning no one was getting hurt by what he was doing, then yes.
Well,
Really?
I guess the thing to ask is, so you're saying it's victimless, but it had the potential to have caused harm to other people. Don't you think that there's like a reason?
Then you
to
can't have
enforce
attempted
the law-
murder.
To enforce the law on him for drinking and driving and things like that in order to deter that behavior, which could potentially cost people their lives and hurt people? That, like, it was
Of course, you
victimless.
deter people. You deter people by writing them tickets or arresting them in certain cases. For example, let's say the gentleman had been on the road and he was swerving erratically and he had the potential to hurt or kill someone. Obviously, then that person needs to be arrested, because if you just simply take them off the side, they're going to get back in their car or something like that. In this situation, it was different.
But
However, the
probation was
individual.
supposed to deter them from anything. That's the
Yeah.
point of probation. Like, yo, you're out of jail, but you can come right back here if you do something else, anything else.
Exactly, yes. But the problem is that, again, in this case, again, you have to take things on a case-by-case basis, okay? You can't always say, okay, for every situation, we're just going to lock you up. In this situation, when the individual was doing something, yes, illegal, but no victim was created, he should have just been said, look, I'm writing you a ticket, you're going to court, summons, you probably want to talk to your probation lawyer, but you go home and sober up, rather than arrest him, because that created the situation in which then he fought back. But
No,
he
no,
bears
The
the ultimate
problem-
responsibility. He bears the
He
responsibility,
created
though.
the situation by falling asleep in a Wendy's.
I mean,
drive-thru.
hold on. The problem with that
sorry.
is you're
No
saying
way.
that there wasn't a victim created, but there was the potential for it by doing something illegal, drinking and driving. So, like, I mean, if someone, like, you take another scenario where that you don't actually hurt anyone, but there was the potential there. Say you sold crack to a child, but the child didn't get hurt. Like, he was fine. You sold him the crack. Does that make it okay because no one got hurt?
It's
But
not the same
you
situation.
sold crack to a kid.
It's not the same
It's
situation.
kind
If
of
a child
the same. Like, he could have hurt someone. He could have killed somebody,
Yeah.
but he didn't. So that makes it okay.
Henry,
Well, I
let's
don't even-
let
like,
Seven respond though. So
Okay.
It's clearly not the same situation. You're talking about apples and oranges. If a person sells illegal drugs to a child, we all know that there is a strong potential for that child in dying. The person is directly doing something that could bring harm to the child. It's completely different in the case of where a guy
Exactly the
is
same.
passed out drunk in his car. And he's not driving and he's not on the road. He's in a
was driving.
drive-through
But
and
he
his
was
car is
driving.
static.
He
So that's
could
a
have
totally different
killed
situation.
people. He was drunk enough to fall asleep in a drive-thru.
Yeah.
Definitely could have done it. It's exactly the same as selling crack to a kid, and the kid doesn't die. No one was hurt. No injured parties there. Victimless crime. Sold crack to a kid. Everything's fine. Same thing with I was drunk enough to fall asleep in the drive-thru. I didn't kill anybody this time. Definitely could have, but thank God I fell asleep in the drive-thru.
Well,
I mean,
they have stats on it. I mean, at least where I in the jurisdiction that I live in, according to the police, it's about a 1 in 500 chance that when you drive under the influence of alcohol, that trip is going to result in either the death of you or somebody else. That is way astronomically above the average rate of a car accident. Like 1 in 500, 0.2% chance. You're either going to be dead or going to jail for a long time.
I think I just disagree with the notion that the cops are the one that really created the situation, because to me that's crazy. He drank and drove. He created the situation, no one else. He knew that he was on probation. He knew that
I said was the cops could have possibly avoided the situation.
But why the cops got to avoid a situation that he created and they were brought to?
Well,
because
I think
if you can use more diplomatic means to address a situation like this, you should try to do so. Okay.
Well, what if you're that cop and the next day he drinks and drives again and kills 10 fucking kids?
I think
then what? Then now you're responsible for that situation because
I think the probation point, if it's somebody who's got no record or anything, then I think what Net Seven's talking about, I would disagree.
Yeah, if he has no record, maybe fine. But he said even if he's on probation.
But if you're on probation, then they treat things differently, right? For good reason, but.
I don't even care what he did. It all starts when he fucking yanked away when they tried to arrest him for illegally being able to arrest him.
Well, at that point, yes, when you're not allowed to resist arrest. Okay, even if you feel that you've been arrested unjustly, you need to essentially submit to the arrest and bring it up with your lawyer in court. That they need to then handle that at that point. So yes, at that point, when he decided to fight back and then fired a taser at the police, he had overstepped the line. That's what we do agree upon, is that once he did that, he has essentially then escalated the situation and created to the point where deadly force was used. But I want to also mention something we talked about earlier with Iran, for example, in how they might use nuclear weapons indirectly through their proxies.
No, go for it. Yeah.
I don't know if you guys have ever read this book that was written in the late 90s. It was The Next War. It was written by Caspar Weinberger and Peter Schweizer. So in this book right here, it was interesting how in one of the potential future situations in which a war might occur between the United States and Iran, they predicted in their book that it would potentially that war might escalate with the U.S. by the Iranian government sending in lone wolf individuals into the United States to essentially, detonate a dirty bomb inside of a United States city. That would be another potential danger as well, because again, a single lone wolf individual might be working completely by themselves, could potentially get access to a Western city or a European city or an American city, detonate a dirty bomb, and leave incredible amounts of devastation.
Before we go to any other responses, I have news for you all. Everybody's been asking in the chat, where's Reese? Where's Reese? I have an answer. There's Reese. welcome to the show. How's it going, Spooky Nukies?
That's a good answer. Didn't want to keep people disappointed for too long, I suppose.
Yeah, no, Reese, I've asked everybody on tonight. What are your views? Are you neutral, pessimistic, or optimistic about 2021 relative to 2020?
Well, other than the pandemic, I didn't really think the year was that bad, honestly. I think that a lot of people are very sensational about it. And, of course, I think it's going to be better because Trump's not president anymore. So that's already a huge, administrative improvement. It really couldn't get much worse in that regard. So that in my mind was a major positive. And there's a few things I guess to be worried about. With China, they're going to face much retaliation. With Biden's administration maybe being a little softer on Iran than I would like, but I'm okay to take those things as they come. And no, I'm not overly. In regards to this movement, I think that a more hawkish foreign policy inevitably will gain popularity after what's happened with China. It would be insane if it didn't. And granted, people do disappoint, but that would be a major and surprising disappointment to me.
Well, I've already been disappointed because you'd think that the people that would get most hawk-pilled by what's happened with China would be the more Trump supporters that were pissed at China on trade, and now China does the pandemic and ruins the economy and everything. You would think that those people would be the number one kind of people being like, look, we're not necessarily saying bomb them, but we need to end the relationship with them. But instead, what are they doing? They're saying it's fake, it's planned, don't wear the mask. The masks are government tyranny, man. It's all hoax. They're like, no.
They're dumb. They fucked themselves over with the election. If they had really taken that initiative of being serious about the virus, being serious about holding the CCP accountable, they probably would have won. Honestly.
Oh, yeah. No. Imagine Trump harped on that point. Just imagine Trump harped on that point, and instead of saying it, downplaying it and whatnot, and saying, oh, it's going to be over by the summer. It's not that big of a deal. The masks, their government tyranny and stuff. Imagine he went in the other direction and said, look, the masks suck. It sucks that we have to wear this shit. It sucks that we have to shut down. We have to do this because of basically what the communists did, letting this thing fester and lying to the world about it until it got out of hand. We're going to get through this, and we're going to punish the hell out of them. And Donald Trump is the kind of guy that can sell that. And, I mean, he's done that with Iran, and his supporters support tough action against Iran for the most part. Yeah, it's the sort of thing that they would have won. They would have won. Absolutely. They would have won, assuming that Biden didn't change his strategy in response and got similarly tough in his rhetoric. No, Trump almost certainly would have won. So
then we could have had all the people come out and say, oh my God, they're the same. They're sound the same. They're both against the virus.
They're both against communism, dude.
Oh God, the neoliberals and the neocons just always getting along that way.
That's what Tulsi said. She said it, and she even did an ad when she was running for president. She's like, the neolibs and neocons, as if they're the same block. Like as if Ian Stevens and as if like a lot of the people that are out there and more like Globe Twitter, as if like we're all just buddies, like we all just get along. So,
Yeah, no. I mean, that was their big mistake, was they're unable to understand kind of the nuance of these groups. And I mean, some people, and I'm not even thinking of like Tulsi types when I say this, but like some of the anti-SJW skeptics I saw in the wake of the, leading up to the election proper, they were surprised to see Biden getting criticism from like, Jacobin or some of these like leftist rags. And they're like, what? There's people on the left who don't like Biden? It's like, yeah, we've This has been going on for years. Like, you have no political expertise whatsoever. You spend 24/7 complaining about blue-haired feminists, and then you try to weigh in on things that actually fucking matter, and you look like a fool. The left doesn't like Biden. Where have you been? We've been like fighting a civil war for months.
Well, if I was a partisan hack for Trump, like if I wanted to be like a Republican operative for Trump, what I would do is I would say, like, basically, yeah, Biden and Bernie, like, they're the same. These are the communists and stuff. I wouldn't personally be surprised that there are people on the left that don't like Biden, because obviously, but if they're genuinely shocked by that, then they're not a hack in that sense. They're just dumb, because I understand why a hack operative would want to conflate the two so that they can make their party look better.
Oh yeah, no, there were no ops here. It was just pure dumbassery. But you know, I kind of had this thought. I'll just say it now. I was gonna make a tweet about it, but this is another reason why I'm kind of positive going into the new year. This is going to be a hot take. I am actually starting to love AOC a little bit because she. No, hear me out. Hear me out.
Oh,
Hear me
no,
out.
no.
What?
No.
Wait.
It's not what you think. It's not what you think. It canceled.
Wait.
She is a perfect bulwark because obviously she's kind of been making these statements against China, which is I agree with for the most part. And everybody who's an American should be making those statements.
No, I even tweeted out based AOC ? In response to that.
No,
I mean,
if we were giving positive, encouragement to Trump to come over,
Trump.
I see no reason not to do it for AOC. Like,
she can join the hot gang. No, she can join the hot gang straight up. I'll say this right now. She could come on the show and be welcomed. All that she has to do is like get like nuke pilled on North Korea or on bomb Iran. Like, imagine she played like that song, a bomb, Iran. Like,
keep dreaming,
yeah,
man.
I don't think that's gonna fly.
Yeah, let's have Kevin play Among Us with AOC.
Here's the other part of it, though, because I look at it and I'm like, okay, she is pragmatic enough to basically she's pissing off a lot of people like Bree, and the Sean Kings. They see her as kind of this unmitigated failure in terms of advancing their causes, and they treat her like, well, we elevated her as the heiress to the Sanders legacy, and she's letting us down. I mean, Sanders would have let these people down, for fuck's sake. So there's really no keeping people happy in that regard. So I like that at the same time she's now pissing them off. I have no fear of her ever accomplishing anything politically. There's a lot of like conservative fear mongering over like, what if socialism passed? It's not going to pass. Like, I don't know. No,
I'll say it is kind of hilarious to watch the progressives turn on AOC all of a sudden when she was like the queen.
Yes,
and then you're watching like Jimmy Dore and these other people.
Yes,
come after her. It's like, oh my god!
I have a video.
About eating
that's
your own.
Why they're destined to fail. They're destined to fail because there's way too much cannibalism.
You Hawks, I have a video.
Someone becomes an actual political figure that has power, that is part of the establishment. They're like, oh fuck them! They're part of the system. Can't trust them. Oh, they're doing actual politics. Oh, I hate them.
You guys, you Hawks. I've got a video for you, and the reason why I even have this prepared is because I did a video very recently where I took a short clip of this. The video itself is pretty short too, but I only took a few second clip of it for my video in which I said Jimmy Dore implies or basically says that AOC got her start on his crackpot show because he's calling her out right now for being like far right and a sellout and everything. I have a series here of a compilation of insane clips of him basically calling out AOC as the enemy. We'll take a look. It's pretty short.
And this is to keep you from healthcare. That's what this is. This is to keep you from healthcare because she's a gutless wonder who will not do what she promised. And you don't get her to do what you want her to do by being fucking nice to her. You get her to do what she's supposed to do by ripping her to shreds, which is what I'm doing right fucking now, because she has it coming. And it's not just her. They all do. She's the only one engaging on Twitter, which is why she's getting it. What it takes is courage from gutless wonders like you, AOC, you fucking phony. And you're revealing yourself. And I am just writing it down. We are you're doing it. And we're marking it. This is her outing herself as a gaslighting motherfucker because you're broken, because you're corrupted and co-opted. And now we got to lay on you as hard as we can. Everybody sees through you. Everybody sees through you. You don't think people see you? You don't think people see what you're doing? You don't think everyone knows that you got your start on my show? You don't think everyone knows what you are now? Some people are having a hard time actually admitting it to themselves, but they know. They know. These are just regular people outing AOC left and fucking right. She's got 10 million sycophants, and she's still getting owned on fucking Twitter. 10 million followers she has. 10 million. And she can't force a Medicare for All vote? She is not fighting for you, and she's doing it again. She's fucking gaslighting you into thinking you can't have a vote on Medicare for All, and she is doing it at the top of her lungs. And go on Twitter and fucking give it to her. We're going to fucking haunt you. And we are not letting you off the hook. And we'll primary your ass if you don't fucking do this. What's the point? We could have Joe Crowley not do Medicare for All, or we could have you not do Medicare for All. We could have Joe Crowley vote with Nancy Pelosi, or we could have you vote with Nancy Pelosi. She's saying we're going to make it harder for them. Oh, we're going to make it harder for you, AOC. We're going to make it harder for you.
People are fucking deranged, man. They're fucking toxic garbage. This is like, that's a perfect example. Like, you can't get along with people like that. They're fucking horrible individuals. Like, oh, yeah, I'm fucking totally fine with you 1 minute. You're supporting my shit. The next minute, oh, you're the scum of the earth. I'm canceling you. Oh, you're a congresswoman. Oh, fuck you. And like, I hate AOC as much as the next person. But my God, I wasn't just agreeing with her like 5 fucking minutes ago, like Jimmy. Like, fuck. Yeah. There's no.
He said lay on top. This guy, the gun shark. What is it with the double entendres in this? Give it to her. Make it harder. He also said lay on top of her. He said,
Oh, no. You know, Henry, you're going to like this, but I also heard Jimmy say recently that Andrew Yang got his start on his show. This is something he says about a lot of people.
Andrew Yang got his start on Sam Harris's podcast.
Hey, Reese. I know I've given you credit for helping to hype up my channel in the early days and everything, but don't I really owe Jimmy Dore some credit because like you got your start on his show, so like
that's true.
Everybody got their start on his show.
First channel. Jimmy had the first channel. YouTube was actually his idea, in case people didn't.
He uploaded Me at the Zoo. You guys know
Like
that video? Me at the Zoo, the first YouTube video ever uploaded. It's some dude. That was Jimmy. That was Jimmy before he had gray hair and became a boomer. So
honestly, this is my challenge. I want people to find historical photos and put Jimmy in them, like he was the puppet master the whole time.
Well, and here we have Fat Greg going out there demanding royalties from people like you for quote unquote being skeptic clones because you also had a suit in your avatar, whereas Jimmy holds the original patent from 1641 for the suit. He invented it like 400 years ago, bro. Like he invented it, like because Fat Greg. He wouldn't even have a suit if it wasn't for Jimmy Dore inventing it in 1641. So,
Fat Greg better get in line. I owe a lot more royalties to Jimmy. I don't. I'm also an opinionated asshole on the internet, and I got that from him. He was my inspiration.
No, these Jimmy guys, like, there's a reason why. If you look at my channel, I can take clips, the good clips from any streams I've ever done, and there are different topics, and we can break them up and make it easier for people to find. There's a reason why I've been focused on the Jimmy ones lately, because I did a stream about Jimmy, and his bickerment with Jank over on Twitter, in which Jimmy accused Jank of basically promoting, quote, pro-war NATO dupe Anna Kasparian, unquote. That's the exact quote, by the way. I know. And W.R. Winter characterized it best, because I said, like, that's going to take 15 minutes just to go over, and W.R. Winter's like, just that one line takes 2 hours of a stream to debunk. But Jimmy, the thing about Jimmy is Jimmy got into it with Jank, and I did a video on it. I did a stream and called it Progressive War. And instead of a typical stream that gets like 100, 120 views after, a day or whatever, it got 500 views. And it was all a bunch of Jimmy Dore simps disliking at me, like, haha, you got Ray Shield, or hashtag force the vote, or like, is this satire, or you're never going to get big, and all this sort of stuff, where it's like, oh, you're just a Jimmy hater and everything. And I was like, oh, you know what? Screw these people. So I was like, yeah, if I'm going to cut out clips from any stream, it's going to be that one. I cut out a 7-minute segment from that stream, and that one got 500 views. And I've got like 3 more of these going out, because these are the guys who they type into YouTube Jimmy Dore results, sort by last hour. Like they're those types of people. That's how they find the stream, because I can make videos about anybody. There's a reason why when it's like Nick Fuentes or Jimmy Dore, they get so many views and so many dislikes, because their followers are obsessed. That's all they do is type in Jimmy Dore.
I'm telling you, man, go after Abby Martin. You'll get pretty good views on her.
What's it called?
Not a good ratio.
Jimmy Dore recently, because he has a mansion and he was.
Yeah, $1.9 million. $1.9 million. He bought that.
They go after her, and then they come after him soon.
Yeah, no, he gets to have the mansion, though. He gets to have the mansion because he's a true progressive, sticking it to the neocons and the pro-war NATO dupes, like AOC and Annex.
It's the only way to do it, bro. No, in a mansion. How else could you do it?
No. This is the other thing. It's like Arthur
do it
said,
in style, son.
You're never gonna get big. 500-pound dude with 4 subs. Yeah, like that's the meme. We had one of these guys, Neocon Asuka, the other day, who actually asked for nudes. Essentially, like Reese can attest to this. He's like post physique.
That guy is such a dipshit.
That guy came into my chat, and for 2 hours kept on saying, and Kanzik was here with me on the actual stream. He came into the chat under some stupid sock account or whatever. I guess it's his actual YouTube account, and was making fun of me and calling this channel a waste of time and all this kind of stuff and a waste of investment. And I'm like, that's how you know he's not actually a neocon, because even if he was, we could dislike each other but still want the message to grow. No, he's just full of shit. He's a hater of mine. He doesn't really care about the ideology. He just wants to spite me. But he came in and was like, oh yeah, you're not going anywhere, this channel sucks, all that kind of stuff and everything, and you're up at like what, it was past midnight or whatever, and you're streaming and you're talking about me, what a big cope and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, and I said to Kenzie, I'm like, are you having a good time? And he's like, yeah, I'm having a good time. We're having a good time here. And he was pissed, right? And I'm like, you know what? And I didn't even look at his channel. I didn't know that he had a channel. I just figured he's a random account. But I said, what is it with all these accounts, all these people who they'll tell you how to manage or how to do your YouTube thing or just to quit. Yet if you look at their YouTube, they have 2 subscribers and 2 videos, and the last one was uploaded 6 months ago. I go to his channel, he has 2 subscribers and 2 videos, and the last one was uploaded 3 months ago, and they both have like under 300 views. So he's telling me how to do YouTube. In other words, you just started 1 million, and if you don't, you're not cut out for it. If you don't have 1 million subscribers on the first day, like really, you're gonna make YouTube videos? You didn't get 1 million subs in 24 hours.
How many Twitter followers does he have?
Oh, that's the other thing. He kept on bragging about how he had more Twitter followers than me and how he was jealous. And I'm like, dude, Twitter is just a launching point for other platforms. Like, I don't, like, what?
He has less than 100 more than you.
No.
Yep.
But he's following more people than he has followers, I believe. If I actually I'm barely following anybody. That's my policy. I'm not a like for like, follow for follow brain.
Dude.
He's following 1,529
Dude, he
people.
beats you.
and
He
has-
beats you by 44 followers.
No. I'm following 95 and I have 745 followers. He's following 1,529 and he has 791 followers. And he's making fun of me and saying how I'm jealous that he has 40 more followers than he has when he has a 16 times worse follower to following ratio. That's pathetic. He's basically like a Charlie Kirk type figure. It's embarrassing. And then he asked for physique. He asked for physique. He wanted me to post nudes on Twitter. He's unbelievable.
He ever posted a picture of himself? I don't know
Well,
what he
I
looks
said,
like.
I'm like, bro, I stream every day. You want to see my physique? I'm right here, bro. And he's like, and I said, he's like, post physique. And it's a reach time. And he's like, dude, are you what the hell? Are you asking for nudes? And he never got back.
It was very odd, you know, because it's like, yeah, post your physique. This isn't the army. This is fucking Twitter. Like,
But
you don't
I'm
need to have.
literally right here. What does that even mean? He was on the chat. He was in the chat. He says he's watched my channel. He watches my videos before because he likes watching how little views my unhinged rants get. That's his words.
I believe that's what we call a cope. Oh man, this is such a waste of time. This is a terrible investment. Look how little views while I'm giving you views and I'm spending hours of my life talking about you, hanging out in the chat, tweeting about you, tweeting at you. But you know, I've made it because I'm Twitter famous because I have 1,000 followers.
All this started, by the way, because with quote unquote neocon Asuka, I basically said, look, here's the thing with Jared Rabble, because Jared Rabble was begging to debate neocons on Twitter for like over a month. And he looked like a tough guy. He's got 6,000 followers. Here's what his 6,000 followers can't see is that there's a reason why no neocons really took him up on his offer, because all the ones that he's worried to debate are all blocked by him. And I was blocked by him. But I got screenshots from some of my friends. I think Kanzik, if I recall, you might have sent me one where he's like, oh, he's looking for neocons to debate. And so I said, hey, look, Jared can look like a tough guy, but I just want you guys to know he's blocked all the neocons. He's blocked me. But if he wants to debate, we can debate. And you know what? He unblocked me temporarily, replied to it and said, I'm not going to debate you because you're a, quote, bad actor, and then proceeded to block me again. In other words, he's shit scared.
I'll give him to debate you one day. I'll try. But anyway, I'm going to take off, guys. Have a happy new year.
Yeah, absolutely. Have a happy new year, Henry. Stay based.
Have a happy new year, man.
Good night, guys. Happy New Year.
Stay based. Oh, man. Are you rolling out too, Billy?
Yeah, I gotta go to bed. I got things to do. Good night.
Oh,
We
yeah.
always forget you're in New York.
Yeah.
Nice talking with you,
I'm on
Billy.
the East Coast. The East Coast. Good night, guys. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Have a good night.
Represent,
Thanks for coming on.
What's that?
East
What,
Coast
Rick?
represent, my dude.
Rap some shit.
Okay, Billy
Oh,
Bong, everybody. Billy
Kevin,
Bong.
do you remember that? He blocked me while we were streaming. Jared
That's
Rabble.
right. That's right. Jared Rabble. The only reason that I can think of, there are only two reasons why Kanzik got blocked randomly, which is that either Jared was going through all tweets and stuff and saw that you had liked one of them and decided that he would just block you along with other people, or he doesn't have the time to debate me, but he was there lurking and jerking in the chat and he saw that you were in the stream with me. So he blocked you. That's all I'm thinking. It's Jared Rabble. So
He's such a loser. That's like, I don't want to like be a conspiracy theorist and like, you know, make him look like he's more pathetic than he is, but he's such a fucking retard.
no, I mean,
He's such a pathetic like little bitch.
No, well, he is because he does this thing to look tough for his 6,000 followers. Here's what the 6,000 followers don't get to see: the people he's blocked. You don't get to look like the tough guy and be like, well, any neocons be brave enough to debate me? Like any actual neocons out there, I want to debate neocons, except everybody that's actually serious and would debate you, you've blocked. So I tweeted this out to get back to the crux of the story. I tweeted out, I said, look, I added Jared Rabble and I said, look, Jared Rabble does this. Meanwhile, he's got all the serious ones blocked that would debate him, so we can't even see his challenge. Pathetic. Yet his fans don't get to see that, so he takes them for a fool that way. But he does leave open the option that memes will be able to debate him, like Richard Smith. And we know him at this channel as Dog Boy and Milk Boy. And you can go and watch the video Dying of Laughter, in which I believe Reese was there. And we went over his dog tweets about Nikki Haley's dog. Yeah. So
did you guys see the 4chan posts? Like I know I showed them to Kevin, but did Reese and Net7 see them?
Have you guys seen that?
Okay,
yeah.
So there's
a Death Haley fan on 4chan who's simping Nikki Haley.
Yeah,
and
let me explain it.
Yeah.
So there was this guy on Poll with the Netherlands flag, and he was spamming this thread of like Nikki Haley doing some weird shit in the bathroom.
Yeah.
And there were like 7 threads like within a couple hours. So I was thinking, yo, is this Richard? I have the screenshots.
You have the screenshot. DM me right now, and we'll bring them up on the show. We will. You just, I can't go that far back. Send them right now, and we will bring them up. I do want to say Wilson's here right now. He did get suspended from Twitter because he called Richard Smith a tard, and Richard reported him. So,
yeah. Oh, boo! What was this guy's name again? Jared? Whatever.
Jared Rabble, and you might be blocked by him, but he's on Twitter at Rad Rabble, and it's RABL. The thing about Jared is, I said, look, he only wants to debate memes that can't even debate and he'd win against, like memes like Richard Smith and psychopaths like at Neokonosuke, and I added him. And then he's like, you mean to call yourself a serious person? You're the nuke pill guy. Everybody just only watches you or subscribes to you the same way that they would bully you. Meanwhile, here we got this lanky dude who jerks off to cartoons in mom's basement, saying that there's me, and everybody who's subscribed to this channel, basically, they're just here to make fun of me. Like all you guys, like Zaus and Wilson and Kamal Cheat and all you guys here tonight, and Arthur, all you guys are here. You guys are just here in the same way that like a bully would hang out with somebody that they don't like to like make them think they had like friends and stuff. That's Neokonosuke. Yeah, no. I know that people
I'd expect more dislikes, and I would expect not to be able to like name all your haters. Like we could like I could name most of them on 2 hands. Like, yep, those are the ones that matter, and that's really all we hear from. We don't get like hundreds of people like fuck you. At least not what I've seen. It's
no. Like, literally at the analytics for the last month, we're at an 80.23% like ratio and about 20% dislikes. By the way, for a Neocon channel, tagging Jimmy Dore on YouTube, not a bad ratio. Like you'd expect more dislikes given the culture. But what I will say about all this is that he also said, because I also brought up the Patreon, and I'm like, dude, we have the Patreon gang, we have the PayPal gang. I like, even if nobody was watching this, I'm literally basically getting paid to do the stream tonight. And he's like, oh yeah, for your $2 a month on Patreon. And I'm like, actually it's 106. And I showed him the link, and I'm like, not to flex, but here you go. And he's like, I am not clicking that. And I'm like, okay, I don't care, because whether you click it or not doesn't change reality. So he's pathetic, dude. He's fucking pathetic. And I know that there have been people in our community that don't like the division, and I get that. But I just want to make it very clear. The problem here isn't with me, it's with him. So that's
when I said something like that kind of recently, I was mostly talking about Ian Stevens. I disagree with a lot of his behavior, but ultimately I do have some areas of agreement that I just in the moment thought were more important. I will not extend that same graciousness to people like Neokonosuke, who is, wants to basically be a mass murderer. Now that guy is a definitive piece of shit, and I feel no solidarity with him whatsoever. I did want to say one other thing. This Jared Rabble guy, how is he any better than like a Dave Rubin? Remember when Dave Rubin was like, man, no leftists will come on my show. No one will debate me. And then you had all these people like, "Hey, I'll come on your show," and he's like, "Oh, not you. You're gonna be mean to me. You're gonna call me names. You're gonna be critical of me." Well, of course, if someone disagrees with you, they're not gonna have a nice conversation with you the same way that like a Milo would. You fucking moron. They're gonna be confrontational with you. They're going to be in your face, disagreeing with you probably the whole time. That's kind of the point of, I wouldn't even call it a show. I'd call it a shit show at that point. That's something like Henry would host, and it would be kind of funny. So yeah, this is such a typical tactic of, and this is why I don't do Debate Me Bro, and I don't even really entertain it anymore. And it's because no one's really serious about it. They're like, man, no one will debate me. My ideas are just so rock solid. Everyone's so afraid to confront my ideas, man. And then you get these people who are like, hey, I'll debate you. Oh, not you. You're gonna move the goalposts. And it's like, well, then let that happen and expose it in real time. Like, what the fuck is the problem?
Yeah, like if I'm a bad actor, as he calls me, and he accused me of basically being a grifter in that tweet. He basically what he said, I'll bring up the tweet right here. This is what he said. No, that's not the one. Do I even have that one? I'm not sure if I have that one anymore. It might have been this one right here. I'm just uploading the Nikki Haley stuff right now that Kenzik sent me. This is it right here. This is it. So I tweeted out and I said, Mr. Tough Guy Jared isn't scared to debate any neocons, except all the neocons he blocked because he was too scared of our simple existence on Twitter. Hashtag Mr. Tough Guy, hashtag Juvenile Jared. And then he responds by quote tweeting me. And mind you, I had also included a picture of me being blocked by him. And then he briefly unblocked me before blocking me again and said, I block people who are bad actors. In other words, everybody who's actually scared to debate and doesn't want to see his challenge. But you actually blocked me first a while back. And that's true. I blocked him like 6 months ago. We were in like some group and there was arguments and stuff like that. I unblocked him when I unblocked like Liz and a bunch of other people and stuff and like a couple hundred accounts. I don't really block people anymore unless they're like either complete psychos who are like sending me threats or whatever, or they're just spamming like advertisements or whatever at me. He says, a while back, and if you weren't such a gigantic fraud, you'd admit it. Well, I never claimed anything other to the contrary. Anyway, he says, the rhyming hashtags come out. By the way, and I pointed this out in another video, Juvenile Jared, I don't know if Jared or little Jared over here has learned. I don't know if he's gotten up to that grade yet in school. Alliteration is not a rhyme. Like, I'm the king of alliteration. I never claimed to be.
Everyone knows that words that rhyme start with the same letter, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, he thinks Juvenile Jared. Look, he's rhyming. Wait, how is that a rhyme? How would that even be a rhyme?
Next Dr. Seuss.
There we go. Yeah. So next William Shakespeare right here. He says, I've seen this play before. All you know how to do is be creepy, citation needed, give awful takes, citation needed, and rhyme badly. Again, citation needed because where's the rhyme? He thinks alliteration is a rhyme. So we got the big brain boy right there. And then you know what he did right after that? Like within 20 minutes, guess who got blocked again? I got blocked again by Mr. Tough Guy. So I changed my policy on debates. I don't know, Reese, if you know this or not. I'm taking debate challenges. All debates in the future, don't care how many subs they have or no subs, whatever. They're all going to take place on this channel. Everybody who debates me has the right to mirror it on their channel. I am hosting them here not to have some home advantage. I don't even read chat to hype me up. I don't screw up like Liz did and read chat. I simply want to have the copyright over it so that nobody can file a copyright claim against me. I won't file a copyright claim against you. And your guarantee that won't happen is that if it did, all my followers would know that I was a disingenuous, lying loser at that point. So that's your insurance there. So if you are watching this and you want to debate me, by the way, you can be somebody I agree with on a ton of stuff and still debate me on a topic. But I am open to debates, and the debates, everybody likes the debates. They get huge views, huge watch time, consistent watch time throughout the course of the debate. And by and large, I am a lot more, I enjoy them more back when I was getting spammed with people like Liz and stuff. I thought that the debate with Ray Murasame, for example, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. So, and I know how to win a debate.
Though. She ended up being the most reasonable person you debated. And she's a China show. That's crazy, man.
And Toto, Imperial Japan.
Yeah,
so.
That's insane.
For reference, just so that everybody can be aware, in case you missed it, I asked her to list an example because we were talking about the Enlightenment, and she said, well, there are other ways apart from being with the West that countries could give autonomy to their people and give agency to their people and dignity to their people and reach the Enlightenment in their own terms. And without this northern white European sense of the Enlightenment that she was characterizing the Western project as. And I said, well, could you just name one of them? And she named the Syrian Arab Republic under Hafez and Bashar al-Assad. Unironically, by the way, that reminds me, I should probably clip that out as a standalone video, because it's easier than just going back to like when Random Point in a 3-hour debate. That's going to be a standalone video. That was amazing, And you want the full context, you can watch the full debate. It's 3 hours, but that actually happened. So,
yeah, I couldn't imagine. I could imagine being like a Pan-Asianist if I didn't believe in giving autonomy to people. But you can't have both, basically, because Asia does not have a good history with human rights ever. It just doesn't. They didn't really have an enlightenment in a lot of these countries. They were, there were the empires. Obviously, you had Imperial Japan, but she would lift these things up as a positive. It seems so. It's like, what is, that's just dishonest. Like that is disingenuous. I wish she would just come out and say, you know what, I don't give a fuck about human rights, because you clearly don't. So just own that. That's okay. This is my position. I don't care about human rights. I don't care about human suffering. I don't care about what the Chinese government is doing to the Muslim population in their country. And just leave it at that, because at least that's honest. Don't try to present yourself as like, oh yeah, now I'm going to get on my soapbox and I'm going to criticize, the human rights failures of America. Oh God, look at this. There was this riot and then there was some tear gas fired. It's totally the same thing, right? It's totally the same thing as rounding up a minority group on the train.
No, it's the same thing. I on the topic of the debates, I do want to note something. We already have a debate now that's going to be planned to take place in the new year. Uncle Thomas is here. I've seen him commenting. He's a critic of mine. He wants to debate. So he can DM me, and he said, sure, and we will work out a debate. So that's going to happen. So that'll be interesting. So I'm planning on doing a lot more debates in the new year. People like the debates and everything. And I got to say, it's a lot easier to do the debates and stuff now versus back in the day. Like in the early days of the channel, constantly bombarded by haters. It was pretty exhausting. And I wasn't really getting that much support. Whereas now we got a consistent patron base, starting out. And I'm doing these every day. And I got a lot more energy. And
every day anyway. So it's like, why not just have one of the streams here and there be a debate? I get that, because I think you shut up a lot of people when you first had your debate with Liz, and then that debate with Burns took forever to organize.
He accused me of stalling. Breakup Boy accused me of stalling.
I think a lot of people also saw you dragging Ian Stevens. So they were like, "Oh shit, I don't want that to be me. I don't want to throw it out there that I'll debate you," and then I don't know, because this Kevin Castley guy doesn't forget. He's got the memory of a goddamn elephant, and he's going to be roasting you for years to come over the slightest little misstep there.
For days, literally for days, dude. Like, he's going to be 30 years down the road trying to get nominated for Secretary of State to do his Kissinger shit or whatever. And I'm going to be out here doing what I do, and we'll have 1.8 million subs or whatever. And I'll be out there on Twitter being during the confirmation hearing, I'll be #school computer. If Ian Stevens thinks he's ready to be Secretary of State, why is he still dodging this debate? Because it's not like I'm gonna like, oh, I would have been tweeting him 28 years down the road. Like we're not like if you say you're gonna kick my ass in a debate and then do the elitist bullshit that he did, and then back out and block me and then talk crap about me, I'm not letting that go. And his simps, they can call me childish, except some of them slowly over time have like been like, yeah, why won't he debate you? Like even they're waking up to it, you know, not all of them, just some are like, yeah, it is kind of weak. And then Ian came out the other day and said on Twitter, just so everybody knows, I won't be debating anybody from Twitter. It's like, okay, but that's
go on. You know, does he have any other social media? We'll go find him over there, and you can say, "Well, found you on Facebook. Will you debate someone from Facebook, Ian?"
No,
come on.
But here's the thing. Wilson says I'd pay Ian Stevens $50 to debate you, law. Here's why that won't work, Wilson. I appreciate the gesture. Kanzik here offered to buy Ian an actual laptop so that he could do the debate, and
I did.
And Ian turned it down. Ian turned it down and ignored him.
Oh man!
Because he needed a computer to do the debate. Kanzik was going to buy him like a working, like not just like some crappy Wish computer, like an actual computer that could do the debate. And
yeah, a
Ian didn't want it.
refurbished Lenovo ThinkPad.
Yeah, that's not like nothing. That costs money. So how much do those go for?
You know,
these days?
Like
speaking.
Wait,
of
how much did they go for? Wait, how much?
200, $300, give or take, and they're good enough. They got like i5s, i3s. You know, they're good enough to do all the shit you need.
We're talking Intel Core i5 processor, $300 computer approximately to do a simple half-hour debate, and Ian Stevens couldn't even do that. He couldn't even fucking do that. The dude is full of it, man. And I'm not letting it go. I'm not fucking letting it go. And I don't care how many people say it's childish or whatever. You know what's childish? The shit he pulled and then backed out of it and then blocked me and then continued to talk crap about me while I was blocked. So, no, he's not letting it go. And he thinks that this channel is just going to go away. I'm going to move on and do other stuff. It's like, yeah, I'm going to do other stuff. And I'm also going to do this channel because I'm a tenacious motherfucker and I'm a base talk. And I'm not going anywhere, dude. I'm your worst nightmare. I mean, people thought that Nightmare Fuel was nightmare worthy. No, dude, they haven't seen shit yet. Like, I'm not letting this go.
You are much more persistent than I. But I did want to say, speaking of elitist douchebags, I also saw what Neocon Azuka was saying. He was giving you shit over having a working class job. Fuck this guy, man.
No, you know what's so funny about it is what's hilarious about it is like I work a working class job because I'm trying to figure out what I want to do in the long run. Because originally I thought, you know, I went to school, I wanted to be in banking. You know, that's what I figured was going to be good. And then I got disillusioned with the financial system.
Typical Jew move on
Kevin's
my
move
God. There.
No, the frickin' Isocuffs are going to find this. He's like, he wanted to be a banker.
But that's it. No. I actually did. I'm not Jewish, by the way. It'd be like I like Jews.
Well, you've got the ears, man.
Yeah, it's true. I got the ears. I got the Jew ears. I'm with the eared ones, I guess. But I like how he like makes it out like, oh, what a failure. It's like I literally applied for like I think 2 jobs because I wanted something that was easy so that I could have time to focus on my channel and figure out what I wanted to do. He basically makes it out like, ooh, like what an embarrassment or whatever. Whereas it's like, you know what? I got to tell you, the thing is,
does he do?
He's unemployed. That's what's so funny about it. Is that's why I tweeted out. That's why I tweeted out. Nothing funnier than an unemployed person making fun of somebody for literally working. Like, I mean, just I know we're still going to get to the Nikki Haley stuff. Just the stuff that Neocon Asuka has said. He's also accused me of not being a real neocon, I guess, because Neocon Asuka is a true neocon who spends all of his free time on Reddit / Neocon New World Order, whereas I like actually make original neocon content for people, you know, whereas he's just one of the Reddit boys. So I guess
just another face in the crowd.
Kevin,
no, he's literally just another face in the crowd. Like I've seen him on my
meet Kevin. He's got more good boy points than you do. He's gonna get those tendies.
The tendies. Yeah, that's right. That's right. You get those tendies and stuff. No, the other thing about it is, I know he's not a real neocon. Interesting. Okay, hold on a second. This is funny. So this stream's not going to end in the next 20 minutes. Just a heads up. There's too much to go over. So I wasn't planning on ending it in 20 minutes. I'm just telling you, if you thought we were ending it in 20 minutes, it's not ending in 20 minutes. So I was just browsing through his account on his timeline so that I could get evidence to back up what I'm saying right now, because this transpired about 2 or 3 days ago. And he tweets a lot. I made it about 16 hours past. And sometimes, just out of interest, because I have a big ego and nothing wrong with that, big ego's based and stuff, I will just tweet out I'll type in my own name into Twitter and see what the haters and traders and stuff are saying, or just what random people are tweeting about me. It turns out he tweeted about me and didn't at me, but he also didn't write my name properly, so it would have evaded the censors. You know what he refers to me? He doesn't call me Kevin Castley. He doesn't even call me Cringe Castley, as Dylan Meisner used to do before Meisner came on here and we kind of worked out our differences and went our separate ways. No, he calls me Cringe Castloid. We're going to get the no. He's also calling me I thought he was calling me a freakazoid. No, he's calling one of you watching tonight a freakazoid. So this is going to be fun. We are going to bring this up in the chat. We're going to, or not in the chat. We're going to bring this up on StreamYard right here. I think it's a really pathetic cope on his end, because he got.
Is he tweeting about us right now?
No, this was 16 hours ago. But here's what he tweeted. He said, this is 16 hours ago at 6:55 a.m., December 30th, 2020. Some freakazoid from Cringe Castloids. Oh, I guess he's rhyming as Jared. Jared said that would actually be a rhyme, but I guess he's alliterating. Like Jared would think a rhyme was alliteration and alliteration was a rhyme. Some freakazoid.
Bars, man. Look at these rhymes.
Oh man, we have that video. We actually have that video. I like how Arthur on his channel uploaded Pro Thing's stupid rant in the outside world about the neocons and Operation 665. And Elon Musk, he uploaded that as a separate standalone video. Anyway, some freakazoid.
665 is one away from 666.
It's true. Yeah, some freakazoid from Cringe Castloids Inner Circle sent me an insane message where he said, "Oh, I think I know who this is." Now, I'm not going to say who you are or anything, but if you're out there or if you're on the stream tonight, you can feel free to speak on this. That he was, quote, extending an olive branch, unquote, while attempting to implicate me in provoking him. Lol, what? Wait, we have the tweets, dude. This started with him talking about how he wanted to run over leftist protesters with his freaking car. But then he accused me of not being a real neocon because I'm extreme, because I want to nuke North Korea. It's like, yeah, nuking an enemy that's trying to blackmail you with nukes is a little bit different than running over people that you happen to disagree with that are literally citizens of the same country. Extrajudicially.
I don't understand, man. I want to do violence. You want to do violence. What's the big deal?
Hey, man, killing's bad, dude. How can you say that it was justified to take out Hitler and that Hitler was bad when those U.S. troops that stormed the beaches on Germany also killed people, man? They also killed, like the Nazis, man. They both killed. They both had guns. They both had uniforms. They both had flags, man. They both had ideology.
Think about
they both
that.
had ears.
The same fucking species. What's going on?
No, they have both had ears. Okay, so like this is the thing from all the haters and traders. Like I even did a stream. I'm like, what is it with all the haters and traders being elitist clowns? But what also is it with all the haters and traders making such asinine statements that take like 2 hours to debunk because there's so much crap infused in them? So he says, and then try to police my interactions with someone with whom they disagree. Bizarre. No, you know what's bizarre? Your behavior lately, my dude. But if anybody wants to speak on that, the extending an olive branch, like I get it why people don't want the Hawks to fight with each other. But like Neocon Asuka, as far as I'm concerned, not really part of my community. So
yeah, no, I mean, there's always got to be room for self-policing.
No, we'll let Net7. We'll let Net7 speak on that though. So.
Look, I tried to extend that olive branch to Neocon Asuka because, look, yes, Neo Konosuke said something in our private chats that was highly inappropriate. And, when they made the statement, of, well, saying essentially what you said, running over Black Lives Matter protesters. And all Neo Konosuke had to do, that we simply asked him or her to do, whatever, was to retract the comment. And they didn't.
Yeah.
They instead dug in their heels and tried to essentially legitimize what they said. And that was inappropriate, in my opinion. That's why I then made the motion to have them removed from the chat, because stuff like that can really damage your movement. It can really embarrass you.
Yeah.
And it's that stuff is not appealing. Okay, look, because we understand as neoconservatives, we understand that violence is justified to stop oppression, to stop tyranny, to stop tyrants. Okay, but using violence against someone you don't like because they have different political opinions with you, no, that's a step in the way wrong direction.
That's
Now,
basically fascism at that point, like what he's suggesting. You just run him over, man, with his car.
Yeah, it's essentially either fascism or communism, because both of those groups do believe that violence at the end of the day is justified. And I tried to extend the olive branch, and I could post the entire message, but I tried to essentially just reason with them, or her. I don't know their gender, to simply say, look, it's we shouldn't be fighting. We would welcome you back, possibly, if you would apologize and just stop with this. I was very polite, very respectful. And, well, Neo Konosuke essentially just threw it in my face and gave a plethora of insults and even some messages that were kind of cringy. And I didn't debate the issue. I just said, all right. I said, well, if that's your position. And then they sent me a weird GIF and like all this weird, and then a weird message, and accused me of trying to get them to grovel at their feet. And I just look, I just tried to extend an olive branch, and if that's the way you want to take it, that's fine. But then they kept going, and then I just finally said, look, I'm not here to have an argument. I just want to extend an olive branch. If you can take it or leave it. And then once again, they had to make some more messages, and it's just frustrating. But that person got it. Just Neo Konosuke. I tried to extend an olive branch. I tried to be to prevent neoconservatives from fighting, and this person just took it to another level and just didn't care. And so the fact of the matter is that they're getting left behind, and we're going forward. That's it.
Yeah, and that's why he doesn't like. I mean, he says he was not clicking that Patreon link. There's no way in hell he didn't click it, and he's fuming and dooming right now. Like, let's just be clear about that. He's fucking jealous of everything that I've done in the last year and a half, and he's just a sad little whiny LARPer dude who I guess he finds the neocon label edgy or whatever, but like he's obviously an immature elitist prick. I mean, if we're giving him the benefit of the doubt, we'll say he's under 22. If he's over the 22, this is even worse. But
his handle does include like 95. I'm assuming that's the year he was born.
So he's 25. So what? Like, because like I was born in 93. Richard had 93 because he was born in 93. By the way, I know some people are like, oh, he's just a horny 17-year-old. No. Richard Smith's 27. Like, let's just be clear about that. And we are getting in his mind. Yeah, Richard Smith has been on 4chan posting cringe. We are going to take a look at those tweets, or not tweets, those posts on 4chan. But I did have another couple of tweets over here from Neo Konosuke. Asuka says. Yeah, I know. This is because I actually muted Asuka because I was sick of the stuff, but I opened the tab or whatever. Anyway, it says my interactions were just me. This is him replying to like that tweet that we went over. My interactions were just me conversing briefly with someone who disagreed with the insane quote unquote nuke pill thing like 2 months ago. Very deranged behavior. Again, this is a guy who wants to run over BLM protesters in his car. Now, by the way, currently he's billing it as he was just trolling and memeing, yet he literally doubled down on it to the point of getting kicked from the group. Am I going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say, oh, he was just trolling? it's a weird troll, dude. Like, yeah, I think it was.
Like it's bullshit anytime you hear it, really. Like, oh man, I was trolling, I was memeing. Like,
Just
we don't
a meme.
have time for the memes.
No, it's
the
that
memes
crowd
we
video.
post.
No, it's that crowd video. Just a meme. Just a meme.
Just
Just
a
a
meme.
meme. And it's like a bunch of like.
That's the difference, though. Like when we post memes, there's a meaning behind it, and we actually meme that. That's our actual opinion. These people, they spread memes.
They're here.
Wasting people's time.
Rico Maria Rico is Rico Maria Rico. That is Neo Konosuka. That actually is Neo Konosuka. So Neo Konosuka is here. So showed up again. Says here, story. I don't like to post about this stuff, but just very creepy and deranged vibes all around from this one. And to which
Okay, yeah, right. Okay, Rico, Neo Konosuka, let me just call you out right now, okay? Right now, okay? When I reached out to you over Twitter, I was very respectful. I tried to be polite, and you could have just said, "No, I don't accept the olive branch," or "I don't want to, get back in the group," or "Sorry, but I'm not going to apologize." Whatever, you could have left it at that. Instead, you sent me a very long rant and then accused me of a plethora amount of things that were untrue. And so I just dropped it and I said, fine, if that's what you believe. But then you continued on and again, and then again. And so the only person here, sir, who was acting irrationally or, is yourself. I tried to extend an olive branch and tried to get you back, to welcome you back in. But you decided that you were going to attack me personally and then just throw the olive branch in my face. So I tried to be respectful and just say, fine, I didn't want to get back and forth with you, but you kept going. And I just ended it and said, look, I just wanted to extend the olive branch. I'm not here to have a petty little debate.
Yeah,
well,
there you
don't
go.
You know that olive branches are very deranged? It's very odd. That makes you very sus, my dude. Oh no.
Oh man, no.
Yeah, he's trying to wiggle out of it, but he didn't really give any context like that. From what I remember, the first time he was talking about the running over protesters.
No, he was unhinged. He talked about like how it would like satisfy him and stuff like that and everything, as I recall.
Yeah.
Like he doubled down. No. He doubled down, dude. He doubled down. He tripled down. He got into it with like Net7 and some of the other Hawks, and like of course he had to get kicked for the same reason that the Red Comet got kicked, which is that I don't tolerate like egging on or promoting domestic terrorism in any of my group chats. You get kicked. So like,
it's kind of, there are the similarities with the Ian Stevens things because he's also an elitist douchebag, and he also got kicked from a Hawk group chat. I get the feeling that a lot of your current haters, they were fans. They felt like slighted fans. And now they're coming back around and they're like, oh God, Senpai, why did you have to kick me? I'm gonna talk about you 24/7. I'm gonna subtweet you where I don't even use your real name just in case. So that way you're not added, and that way even if you look up your real name, you probably won't find it.
Well, he was muted. But...
Unbelievable, man.
No. Here's the thing.
They are former fans. And those are the worst haters.
No, I agree. You know why? Because those Jimmy guys that come in when I do those videos, they don't stick around. Even the Nick Fuentes people, those guys stuck around for a few months afterwards. The Jimmy guys, I guess credit to them. They come in here, they post their BS, they ratio my video or whatever, and then they move on. And then if I make another video about Jimmy, they're there and they're like, oh, who is this guy? And that kind of stuff. They're haters, but they're not dedicated haters. They just hate my content that day. You're right. It's the fanboys that got shut out for being total douches and losers. Those people, they had they basically stand me at that point, and they tweet about me all the time. Like he's in the stream, or he's in the chat. And I have another tweet here. It says, "This is good content because he's responding to something that I tweeted out that was critical of him. Says, this is good content because it very closely resembles your strange, unhinged YouTube rants, which he gives me viewing time or viewing hours for all the time. By the way, in case anybody was wondering, when we were talking about the followers and followings earlier, he's following me. I'm not following him. That's always been the case, or at least that's been the case for months.
He said in this chat that somebody linked him. I call bullshit. He's probably subscribed. He probably has the bell wrong.
He subscribed. There's no way he's not. There's no way he's not subscribed. Nobody here, like, what? Did Kamal G? Did Zeus? Did Arthur? Did Wilson? Like, nobody here sent him that. Nobody here is a bad...
Somebody from election Twitter linked him. What the fuck is that?
Bullshit.
Election Twitter. I've heard of Globe Twitter and Sock Twitter. I don't know what election Twitter.
Election
is
Twitter.
over.
No, I know what election is. I know what election Twitter is. Look, okay, I'm a political. I am a nerd for politics. I like politics. I've said before, politics is my sports. I don't really consider myself part of like election Twitter or anything. Those are people who, for the full 4-year election cycle, all that they basically tweet about is like, you know, different polls and like who might win this, or like Jeb if he won this kind of stuff. And like all they do is like alt history with elections, or they just constantly talk about various congressional seats and like who might win and that kind of stuff. And it's like, it's not really what I do. I mostly focus on the foreign policy stuff and like broader politics and ideologies and economics. I get it. Like there are people like that. Like, you know,
Not a true neoconservative. You talk about all these things, but you don't count, man.
No, but election Twitter is a real thing. But election Twitter, by and large, they don't really have an ideology, but I guess they kind of skew Sock or Globe Twitter-ish, but they're specifically focused on the election. Are those guys like fans of the channel that watch me all the time? I don't really talk about election minutia all the time, though. So that's why I call bullshit, because like, why would election Twitter people be watching a Superpower broadcasting stream where we talk about broad international issues? That's just, I don't know. Like, not hating if anybody does. Like, you do both. I'm skeptical that that's the line that he's going with, you know? So.
I like, please clap. People are talking about Jeb. Yeah, because that's infinitely more interesting than Neocon Azuka, honestly.
Oh, no, for sure. But we're not done, because there is something from Neocon Azuka that's actually pretty interesting here, because he says, your strange, unhinged YouTube rants, which, by the way, just so everybody's clear, that implies, right in that tweet, strange, unhinged YouTube rants, that implies that he's seen my show before, which he has, obviously. He's even admitted to watching many of them in the past. So he knows what I look like. And he's like, yeah, there you go.
I guarantee you he watches more than we even know. Like, he's probably just lurking in the chat. He's not always posting. He's posting now because we're talking about him. But he's one of those people who's just always going to be around.
He's going to say rent-free and accuse us of coping and say that we're wasting our night because we're talking about him, and therefore he wins. But anyway, I bring up
isn't that a self-own, though? Like, we're talking, man, why are you talking about me? That's such a waste of time. Are you calling yourself a waste of time? You fucking moron?
That's like those people who will say, you know, well, atheism, that's kind of like a religion, as they're trying to defend a religion. It's like, wait, but I thought that you were arguing that religion is good.
Why do you care? Why does this even concern you? You don't believe, man.
No, but I like this. So he says, it very closely resembles your strange, unhinged YouTube rants. And he said he's seen the show a lot of times. So I say that not because I'm going to be like, what do you mean? How dare you call me unhinged or insane or whatever? Like, I don't care. You can have whatever opinion you want. I get views either way. But here's the thing. I bring that up because that means he knew what I looked like. He sees my avatar on Twitter. It's not my real figure. It's a drawing that Arthur made of me with a Santa hat, and it looks base. That's cool. No, he knows what I actually look like. Look at what he continues to write, though. He says, keep it up and always generate entertaining content. Also, post physique. And then Reese says, what the fuck? Are you asking for nudes?
I just thought I've never seen anyone post something. That's so weird.
It's
Post
so
physique.
weird. No. It would be weird
What?
if it was some random anime avatar that I was getting it into, who was like a fan of Jack Posobiec that randomly had never seen me, never interacted with me, doesn't follow anybody I follow, and has no interaction with the community, is just shocked that I even exist. And they're like, oh, well, like, you must like weigh like 400 pounds, like post physique or whatever. No. The reason why this is so much more retarded is that Neocon Asuka actually knows what I look like. That's why. What else could it be? Like, what else could it be besides nudes at that point? Like, what? Like, I'm not interested in making an OnlyFans, but it seems like there's demand. So, you know?
Yeah,
I like
no,
what
it's
I like what Arthur Huzar says. That's hilarious in the chat. Oh god.
If you're alone in the woods and you talk about Asuka, he will come out from behind the tree, just like Milsro, by the way. Like, you often talk crap about Milsro at a random point in the stream. Oh, he'll be there. Debate me, bro. Like, okay, you definitely weren't here for 2.5 hours.
Asuka, look, I offered you an olive branch, and look, I could release the stuff that we talked about, but I'm not gonna. You blocked me, even though I didn't harass you or do anything to you negatively. Okay, you blocked me for no reason. You also sent me when I offered you the olive branch, you just essentially threw it in my face and made all these sort of terrible, disgusting statements and slanderous statements about me and Kevin. And so I just tried to drop it, and you just kept going, just like with the prior situation in which you said something that was wrong, but you just kept going and going and going and digging your heels. So
yeah,
you need
digging your own grave.
so,
dude.
bro,
he wants to
so
come on. He wants to come on. How do you guys feel about that?
Oh, jeez. And he says he's drunk? Good
He's-
lord.
No, I'm not a
His
debate me, bro.
fetish
I'm
to
not a
embarrass
debate me, bro.
himself?
No, I'm not a debate me, bro. But like, this is such a huge meme, and I think that the people would actually really want to see this happen. No, like, look at this. He says he's threatening to release the screenshots himself. Yeah, but like, no, yeah, we're actually gonna bring him on. This is a fucking ridiculous meme. This guy,
He's on. He's coming on, right? Is he?
yeah, no, he's coming on. I'm gonna send him. I'm gonna actually send him this. I'm gonna get some water in a minute. I did have another tweet that I wanted to get to first for context, and then we'll bring him on, and we could see we could see a different side of
do you want me to stay on, or do you want me to get off?
Oh no. Well, I obviously am a bigger fan of Net 7 than I am of Neocon Asuka. Net 7's always spoken. Neocon
Kevin's
Asuka.
like, guys, please don't leave. Don't leave me alone with
Neocon Asuka. Here's the thing. Neocon Asuka is going to come on. Neocon Asuka is basically. I want to go back to the original thing because this, before we bring him on, this is the original thing that sparked the fire. Well, that's not true. He posted a lot of cringe in the chat before that caused a lot of this, but this is the latest round of it vis-a-vis Jared Rabble, the coward, the fraidy cat, juvenile Jared. We're going to bring this tweet up, and then we will send him an invite. So I tweeted out December 28th, 2020. Next time you see at Jared Rabble, or JRad Rabble, begging on Twitter for neocons to debate him, understand that it's disingenuous. He wants memes like Dutch Haley fan, that's Richard, Milk Boy, Dog Boy Richard. And if you're wondering why Dog Boy, I know, right? Big yikes. And psychos like at Highland Fan 95 to take his bait. He has no interest in debating an actual serious neocon such as myself. Pathetic. And then Neocon Asuka says, wait, what? Lol. Lanuke Pill Man unironically considers himself a serious person. Does he realize that everyone thinks that he is insane and that there are people who follow him on here and Facebook and pretend to like him in the way that people would bully someone with a disability? Yeah, that's why, like, everybody who's on the Patreon gang right now, they support this channel. All that's just bullying, man. It's like when the bully gives you, that's like when the bully gives you his lunch money, right? They're just bullying you. Right? Like, seriously, dude, what kind of tarded logic is this? So no. Neocon Asuka is going to come on, but there was of course a follow up to this. Really. Just amazing string of elitist bullshit from Neocon Asuka. See if I can bring that up, and we will get to the Nikki Haley stuff in a little bit. Naoka Asuka, yeah, it was.
That's not even that important though. Like I don't even agree with grouping him and Richard together. We kind of laugh at Richard. He likes my tweets sometimes, and I don't mind. He's a little out there. He's a little obsessive, a little creepy. But he's not a piece of shit like Naoka Asuka. He's just not. He's just someone who's a little weird, and that's how I feel about that.
Yeah,
he's a meme though. I wouldn't want him debating. I wouldn't want this Jared Rabble guy to debate Richard and be like, "Man, I just crushed the the hawkish perspective." Like, no, that's disingenuous.
So just so everybody's aware, Naoka Asuka deleted the elitist tweet that I called him out for. So.
Kevin, is
we should have screenshot of that.
You bringing on Naoka Asuka, is this the epic anime ending to the 2020 season of the Superpower Broadcasting anime?
Well, I'll say this. A lot of people out there are probably really disappointed that CD Projekt Red absolutely dropped the ball on Cyberpunk and released a fucking technical mess. And they want something good to come out at the end of the year, and their dreams were crushed and the year was broken. If you're a subscriber tonight, you're in for a treat. We're actually going to do this. We're going to actually have Naoka Asuka on for what I anticipate is going to be the most heated thing to happen on this channel since I mirrored Not So Liz, that debate that was over on Henry's channel. So I have a feeling this is going to be fucking spectacular. And also, as Trevor would Noah would say, but he's drunk. So... So
yeah, that's gonna be his excuse for doing poorly.
Now, as all the old school boomer TV presenters would always have to say, but after this short break. So I'll be back in a moment.
Yeah, this is gonna be fun. Not really.
Well, he's drunk. No, this will be great.
It could be a little funny, but it's. And again, like it's so weird. Like he's going to go on these rants about, man, this channel, it's a waste of time. It's a wasted investment. But what the fuck are you doing with your night, man? You're getting you're getting drunk, and then you're gonna come on here. You're gonna come on the channel you think is a waste of time that you've been actively watching. Like, you need some help, man. You need an intervention in your life. Add a little bit of meaning to it. That's how you're going to spend your night. Oh man, what a waste of time, though. While you drown your sorrows.
It'll be the epic conclusion to 2020.
The conclusion that no one asked for, but we deserve.
Well, let's see where it goes.
And yeah, it sucks that we don't have a screenshot of the elitist thing. Because
wait, what was the elitist thing again? Like, what was the exact tweet?
He was giving Kevin shit over like, oh man, yeah, you come back from your fucking nothing, working class job, and then you stream, you're a failure, something along those lines. And it's like, unbelievable, man. Like that's like a Captain Planet villain levels of bad. Really? You're gonna give someone shit over their job? That's just wrong, man. That is fucking wrong. Man, what a failure. You like, but then he didn't want to look at the amount of money that Kevin was making on Patreon. Oh, I don't want to look at that shit.
Oh, he just said something in the chat.
I'm sure it was very enlightening.
Oh, I don't recall ever deleting that elitist tweet, and I have no shame for it, he says.
He is a shameless piece of shit, but apparently, and I haven't checked, but Kevin said it was deleted.
Kevin, look at the chat. Look at what he said.
Chat?
Look at the
I'm
chat.
back. What happened in the chat?
Naoka Asuka typed something. Read it.
He says, oh, and I don't recall ever deleting the elitist tweet, and I have no shame for it. The very drunk Asuka says, well, I wasn't able to find it, so And I tweeted, I typed in your name, one of the keywords that was in the tweet. Nothing came up. So
Look at mine, because I haven't been tweeting much, but I think I responded to you quote tweeting it.
Ooh, that's
So
true.
that way.
Yeah, we'll do that. Then I will tweet out that we're going to bring him on, just so that we can get more viewers and more hype, because I think a lot of people on Twitter are going to be like, wait, what? This is actually going down? And then we'll send the invite to him. But I'm not going to do that while he's here, because I think once he's here, we'll be busy enough with the fact that he's here. So
Wait, should we like have a separate video, like end this one and then do a new one saying going head to head with Neo Konosuka?
Oh, actually, well, I was going to split it up as a clip later on from this stream, as I've been doing with the Jimmy stuff. But Reese, you're the celebrity of YouTube here. What would you say about that?
Yeah, such a celebrity. I'd say he's not worth the effort of making a new stream. Like, we're already on a stream, and just send him a link, basically. But we should show the context of the elitist tweet before we do that.
No, that's what I'm trying to do, so that the viewers can get like a full understanding of like, well, who is this guy or whatever. I'm just going to your Twitter right now. Take a look at this here, and then we'll bring it up on the screen if I can find it. So
I do recall seeing the tweet, at least.
no, the tweet existed.
What was the exact wording?
Department store was the key word that he used. I tried already. It's gone. The dude deleted it. So I don't know why.
Well, he very much could, and then he just doesn't remember it. Maybe he spends a lot of time drunk. I don't know.
Wait, no, I found it.
You found it.
If you're unemployed, what else are you gonna do?
Can you send that to me on Twitter right now?
It's on private jet.
Oh.
I used advanced search. You ever use that? It's pretty
No,
useful.
I'm a boomer, dude. I'm a fucking boomer, dude. I
Kevin's like, what is that? What's advanced search? I don't know. I don't get it.
I see it right now. No, like advanced search. Like,
Yeah, look
I'm
at
like,
it. I linked it right there. It helps you find. It's like a very useful tool to find tweets.
but is that where you type in their at and then do colon?
Yeah, you can associate it by all of these words, this exact phrase, any of these words, none of these words, these hashtags.
I tried that though. At least. Oh, okay. Search advanced. Okay, that's different. Yeah, no, that's different. Okay, I'll need to figure out that at some point and become.
You should really do it. It's freaking great.
I know. I'm a pretty busy dude.
Kevin, this is why you're not a Twitter superstar like Neo Konosuka. Just by the way, just like
Oh yeah, superstar. He's got
this
40
is why
more.
he made it and you didn't.
Yeah, it's true. He's got 40 more followers than I do. And he accused me of being jealous. He also accused me of being jealous that more people like his tweets than my tweets. Whereas for me, I do Twitter as like a side thing to promote my other content. Whereas for him, his other content is like jacking it to cartoon pornography, I guess. So here he is.
Worthless social media influencers, man. Look at all the likes. Look at the 4 likes I got. Look how fucking popular I am.
But like, I don't
got 4
care.
likes.
Like, that's the other thing is like, I tweet out stuff because I believe what I say. I'm not like, oh, I tweeted out something about Bommy Ran and I didn't get 842,000 likes on that. Whereas Kendall Jenner tweeted out like some fashion stuff and got like 842,000 likes. They must be doing something wrong. It's like, no, I want to be fucking Kendall Jenner, dude. Like,
yeah, he's just, to me, he's the worst kind of person because he's just entirely vapid, superficial, edgelord, time waster, and apparently a drunk. So
well, and the
there you
other
go.
thing that's stupid about it is like apparently Neo Konosuka doesn't want to be like Kendall Jenner either, because Neo Konosuka actually has tweeted out some hawkish stuff in the past, but I do it better. So kind of pissed. He's kind of fuming and dooming right now. Anyway, this is the tweet that you've all been waiting for. Well, actually, the tweet you've been waiting for. What you've actually been waiting for is for him to come on, and that's going to happen briefly or shortly. He says, "You bring out statements in jest that were said in group chats months ago." By the way, I've said before, just so that people don't think there's a contradiction, I don't leak DMs. I don't do that kind of stuff. But when you have to get kicked from a group chat for domestic terrorist advocacy, like the Red Comet and Neocon Asuka did, there's a limit there. It's kind of like with Alex, for example, with doxing. Kind of leaked DMs in that sense because I said, yeah, he threatened to dox a ton of people, and I blocked him over it and told him not to do it. Like, when you're going to do illegal shit, then that trumps whatever, that should be common sense, by the way. You know, but what you make of that, Reese?
You know, if it is, it really depends on what's said. I'm generally someone I don't do that unless it is legitimately concerning. But, you know, we don't even need to post screenshots. You know, we can just talk about it, and then, I mean, look, he was threatening to. No,
I didn't post screenshots. I didn't.
No, I'm not saying you did. But he was saying that he was going to post the messages with him and Net7. So, I mean, he's dumb enough to do that anyway. Like, this is the kind of guy. Right. He thinks his own, you know, he thinks his shit smells good. Basically, he's like, man, look at this terrible shit I said. Isn't it? It's a fucking banger, bro. And you know what? He has probably a couple scumbag followers who probably agree with that, but we don't, for obvious reasons.
So he says here, this is the last tweet we're going to read before I give him the invite. And I will tweet out that he's coming on just so that people can come in here because people want to see blood sports, I guess. So that's what Henry's always down for. Shame he's gone to bed. But says, you bring out statements in jest that were said in group chats months ago because your internet presence is centered around provoking people and then going on bizarre rants on live streams after you get home from your department store job. And you don't see the irony in calling people unserious. So now the key word here is like, see his characterization of anybody that works in a department store. By the way, this is coming from a guy who doesn't have a job. That's what's funny. Like, it's not even coming from, like, I don't know, Jeff Bezos or something, who, by the way, technically, I guess, he doesn't work in a department store. He works in an online retail outlet. He happens to be the CEO. But it's like, I also like that characterization. It's like, department store job. Yeah, there are managers at department stores that make north of 200 grand all across this city. Like, what? Like, anyway. That's
apparently you can't be serious if you work at a department store and you have a side hobby that's YouTube or Twitter or something like that, in which you're talking about things that you believe. You're advocating for changes you would like to see to the world politically. That makes you a very unserious person. And apparently we're going to hear from him, but apparently he's proud of that elitist, you know, scummy douchebaggery. That's unbelievable to me, man.
Well, I mean, yeah, good luck ever actually, because the other irony here, his YouTube channel with 2 subscribers and 2 videos, good luck ever going anywhere with that when the characterization of people that work at department stores is this. I got news, dude. Not everybody who's on YouTube is like, fucking like JP Morgan or like a CEO or whatever. Like, come on, dude. Anyway, and that's
so
all.
This is aside from kind of the disagreement over BLM, but this was started because you brought up his name. Like, yeah, this is the kind of meme neocon that someone like Jared Rabel would debate. You know, disingenuously, like, look at this piece of shit. He represents all neocons. I have destroyed the neocons, and he'd probably win in a debate with neocons.
I would root for Jared Rabel
domestic terrorism.
No, I would root for Jared Rabel in that, because what I've seen from Jared Rabel is by and large milquetoast, libertarian, and paleocon, social conservative stuff that I disagree with. Whatever, he's a boring guy, kind of like a Dave Rubin kind of figure. At the end of the day, mostly unoffensive and boring and snoring. With Neocon Asuka, just fucking grotesque piece of shit. So, but we are going to bring.
It's why he's upset though, because like you called him. It's such a lazy rebuttal. You called him unserious. Like, look at this clown. This is who Jared Rabel would debate. You know, disingenuously debate. And then he's like, no, you're unserious. It's
no,
like he couldn't even be bothered to come up with a real criticism.
That's that meme right there.
I'm so glad I screen capped that.
Oh yes, today is the anniversary of his death. That happened 14 years ago today. Let's just take a moment here before we bring him on. to celebrate the death of Saddam Hussein, the butcher of Iraq.
Oh,
That happened?
absolutely.
Fuck yes. Dead dictator, dead despot. And we still have people that lick his boots today. We have people that are licking his boots today on Twitter that weren't even born when he was in charge of Iraq. No, think about that. We got 16-year-olds on there, like those Tulsi people who are like 98% of drones, they just kill civilians. That girl looked like she was probably 16. She wasn't even alive when he was ruling Iraq. So pathetic. Like I think it was Net 7. I agree, or not 7. Kanzik. I agree with this, Kanzik. You said that you would prefer that only people above 21 get to vote, if I recall, right?
Yeah. Actually, they can't even vote. They don't even get an opinion on anything. And if they try to have an opinion, like they need to be whipped. Like they need to be hurt. Parents need to punish their kids
again. Do you have a license for that opinion?
Yeah. Do you have a license from the Department of Political Opinions?
You get it. You get it when you get your driver's license.
No. So we're actually going to bring on Neo Konosuke. I'm just tweeting it out right now. If he checks his DMs, yeah, I expect some views.
And Mexicanator, that's based. Death to all tyrants.
Oh, yeah, by the way, that was a joke. I don't actually believe in parents beating their kids.
So he says. Rest in shit, Saddam. Absolutely.
Yes. So I have tweeted out. I tweeted out right now. We're actually bringing on Neo Konosuke at Highland Fan 95. I expect it to get heated. P.S. He's drunk. This should be fun. So here we go. I am copying the StreamYard link.
It was a good move just to keep him waiting. He's like, "Come on, man, hurry up."
Well, he watches all the streams as it is. He can wait. He can wait.
Yeah, no, he wasn't going anywhere. It's not like he had anything to do while being unemployed and drunk. Like, come on.
I've never done this before. He should DM it to you in your. Do you have him blocked, Kevin? How are you?
Oh no, Neo Konosuke? No. I had him muted for a little bit because I was sick of him spamming cringe at me. But I don't really block people. Anymore, so.
Neo Konosuke, do you have a Facebook or actually? No. Obviously, you have a Facebook and YouTube account. Just click the link. You know, it'll tell you to like sign in to either of those, and you sign in. You enter your name, set up your mic. Your web browser will say, "Do you want to give permission to use the mic?" Or if you're on your phone, it'll I don't know. Figure it out. You're a fucking millennial.
The phone will just do it. I mean, we thought Kevin was a boomer. The phone will
I'm
automatically
boomer
link. Yeah, it will link your default microphone, and you can turn off the camera if you don't want to post your physique.
I know barely anything.
Post physique, bro. That's the new meme. I feel like every 1 or 2 streams, there's a new meme that comes out. I mean, obviously, Mr. Pooter, that one is a meme for the ages. Cool Pooter, that one's a meme for the ages. The fact that Kanzik actually offered him a new computer or a refurbished computer that he could actually join the debate with, and he turned it down. He's school computer boy. That's a huge meme. Here's another meme. No matter what happens tonight, because Neo Konosuke is about to come in here, no matter what happens, this will live for the ages. We have post physique, bro. That's a new one. That's right up there with debate me, bro. Post physique. He's here. He's actually here. So everybody.
I just wanted to say, I don't know anything about smartphones. I have a smartphone. I use it for call and text. I use it for nothing else. I'm a boomer when it comes to smartphones, which is kind of weird if you think about it.
Just before we bring on Rico, he's backstage in the studio right now. We haven't heard from Net 7 in a little while. I do just want to give him a moment to speak before we unleash the shit show. So,
well, I guess we'll get into the discussion with Neo Konosuke in a moment, so I will wait until if he speaks or if she speaks. I don't know their gender, but okay. I got confused with the avatar. But regarding the death of Saddam's anniversary, I just want to remind all the viewers you know, I am very glad that that scumbag is dead and rotting in hell for all the
Yeah.
for all the innocent Kurds that he killed, and Anfal for all the innocent Assyrian Christians that he killed and his regime persecuted, for the millions that died in the Iran-Iraq war, and for the many also that died in the Kuwait invasion, and for the many U.S. soldiers and NATO personnel that died in Iraq. You know, that man deserved everything he got and then some.
100%. Spooky, do you have anything else to add?
On that, I just find it funny that there's a lot of people who are they're currently Bashar al-Assad shills they're angry at the death of Saddam Hussein, despite the fact that they'll lift up, oh man, Assad, he lifts up the Christian, communities and population in Syria. Well, what do you think was happening in Iraq, man? Like,
no, Saddam protects Christians.
Utterly
bro.
inconsistent ideologies on their part.
You don't understand, man. Saddam protected Christians with those bullets, man.
Very protective bullets.
Very protective. Very protective. Firing squad.
We're just delaying the inevitable. Let's bring him in.
Wait, look at the chat. Look at what I posted.
This is the ultimate showdown of ultimate destiny. Good guys, bad guys, and explosions. Well, I like explosions. I like explosions. We got a lot of explosions and memes like Get Spooked, and there's this one of me right there with Ian Stevens being a total brainlet. We got Last Bitch. Yeah, so as far as the eye can see. So here we go. And I mean, it's
that's a reference to an old song on like Newgrounds.
Well, I guess I'm a boomer, but then in that way, I'm kind of a zoomer. So it's like I always miss the references.
I don't know. I think you'd know like some shit about like old Flash shit from like early 2000s if you're born as a millennial.
No, I'm too much of a zoomer, and like I am a boomer with zoomer characteristics. Anyway, I open the doors to the den of the Hawks, and in Neo Konosuke comes. Here we are. Hello.
What's up? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, cool. So, like, where do you want to start? You want to start, like, chronologically?
Sure.
Okay, so, not chronologically in the grand scheme, but in the scheme of just, like, how, like, things have, like, transpired over, the past, like, 2 days.
Well, 2 days. This goes back to the BLM stuff, right?
Well, no, I know. No. So, I mean, like, right, but there was a long lull in between then and, like 2 days ago, right, where, I mean, I never even really, like, interacted with you.
Well, you were in the group chat for some time.
No. You don't understand. I'm saying after being kicked from the group chat, there was a long lull, of me never proactively interacting with you, right? You understand that?
Yeah, but you had mentioned
but I mean, you talk about things in a way that makes it seem like that's not the case.
Right, but let's not erase history or anything here. You did say in the chat the other day when you were like trolling and posting cringe in the chat, you said that you watched the stream. And in fact, if I recall on your Twitter as well, you said, "Oh yeah, you'll watch my show for like content and rants and stuff and everything." So I guess the extent of the interaction would have been you lurking in the chat. Is that correct?
So actually the last time I recall the distinct thought the other day of thinking, oh, the last time I saw this show was when I watched that episode where he was, just shamelessly harassing this Ian Stevens guy. And that's the last time I had watched it.
Shamelessly harassed.
About a month or two before this whole interaction. So no, I don't really actively watch it, but yeah, sometimes I do. And sometimes there's really, really funny content, like you going on like megalomaniacal rants about how like you have to do this to save Western civilization, which a regular person listens to that and thinks like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Who is this guy? And then they think, oh, who is this guy? He works at like Target, right? So it's like, oh, okay, it all makes sense now. He wears a
I'm not Alex. I'm not Alex. I know Alex.
You're not Alex R.
I'm not Alex R. Alex R. is blocked for threatening to dox people. Like, I don't tolerate doxing, dude.
Oh, Kevin, I hate to
But,
intervene.
I mean, like the point is that
No,
like,
no. Well,
I
yeah,
hate to
no, no,
intervene.
well, Kanzik, yeah,
I hate to intervene. I DM'd McCarthyist and told him about this, and he wants to come on.
okay.
You want to invite him?
Fan of Neocon Asuka, or what's it? Okay, no,
Well,
we
I
can
mean,
bring on to McCarthyist. I like McCarthyist. McCarthyist is a cool dude. We talk.
Okay, sure.
No.
He's very verbal, but I mean, like, anyways, so like, I mean, the obvious like joke about that, right? Like me saying that you work at a department store. It's not that I think it's funny that somebody works at a department store. Like, you know, humor tends to be a little more complicated than that. It's funny that you have this like megalomaniacal like persona of being this very important like person, and you routinely talk about how you need to do this to save Western civilization. It's like, I mean, that's called a grandiose delusion to evoke
hold
a
on a
medical
second.
diagnosis.
Yeah, but you're not.
And then you couple that
You're
with the
not.
fact
No,
that you
no. I
work at a
gotta stop
department
you.
store.
I gotta stop you. I'm not gonna look. Here's the deal. You're saying that as if you're some random apolitical person, or you might be like a TYT viewer
Wait, why would that matter?
or something. No, let me speak. So here's the deal. You're saying this as if you're some random person who's like apolitical or progressive or something. You claim to have the same ideology as me. So do
It's
you
not about
not
ideology.
agree that severe actions need to be taken to safeguard the future of our civilization and to push back the forces of darkness from Eurasia? Do you disagree with that?
No, I don't disagree with that, but it's about.
So then what's your point?
Well, it's about who does it, right? Like, people think you're a joke.
Well, you do, and everybody here thinks you're a joke. So
Well, no. I don't think you understand. Like everybody outside of your like circle,
yeah,
like everybody.
You're such a giggly little bitch with that soft voice. You're gonna try to Miss Alpha card.
No, I love
All right,
this
gentlemen,
guy, and then he turns out-
let's be polite. Let's try to be polite. Look, Neo Kanasuka, do you mind if I come in real quick?
Well, no, I just wanted to finish my thought there. Do you know how I was introduced to you? One of my friends who, I mean, I have a lot of, I'm politically at odds with him in a lot of ways. Like, he's a like libertarian guy. He like showed me your what the fuck, like your Facebook page. That's how I found out about
Liberal hawk memes for moral universalist teens. 2600 followers.
you. And we were like, what the fuck is this? Like, and
Yeah, but aren't you supposed to be a neocon? That's what doesn't make
no,
sense.
it's about
If
the
you were a young
crypto.
person, like if you were a Jimmy Dore fan, all this would make sense to me. What I don't get is what you've been saying so far is basically criticizing my presence here and what I espouse and what I advocate for. But then you literally admit that I'm right about all that stuff. So then what the fuck is your problem?
Well, yeah. Again, you know, like, it's this
You're
lack
just
of like,
jealous.
it's
You're
no,
just
it's this
jealous
lack
that
of
I actually have
self-awareness.
followers.
Oh, you're just jealous, dude. Come on, are you like a second grader? No, it's about like the presentation, right? It's about like the way that you behave. People think that that's cringeworthy. Like,
Okay, but
I
that's coming from a dude who asks for nudes, basically. Like, you want to run over BLM protesters in your fucking car, dude. The people think that that's crazy. Normal
I don't
people
think that.
that's crazy.
I've never said anything like that would suggest that.
Yeah. Press X to doubt on that one. There was a reason.
Well, no,
why-
I know what you're referencing, but that's not what I said.
Mr. Okay,
But
so
actually,
may I come in real quick?
I'm
May I,
trying to jump in.
may I come in?
That's the floor.
Okay. So, Asuka, that's not true. Okay. So when you were in the chat, okay, you suggested running over BLM protesters who were surrounding your car. Okay.
All right, so
Now-
now you're qualifying it. Now, after I tried to clarify it, you're kind of moving the goalposts and acknowledging that it's slightly more nuanced than you made it out to be initially.
I'm not moving the
No, admit
goalposts,
that.
sir.
Admit that.
No, he's not. He's not moving
This is
the
different than what you said 20 minutes ago.
You were called out on your bullshit. You
No,
double.
I called him out on his bullshit because he just
Okay,
20 minutes ago
okay,
he did not add the
Neokonosuke.
qualifier of people surrounding someone's car, which is an implicitly violent act, right? Which
That's
makes
not
it entirely
implicitly
different.
violent. Hold on.
Okay, Neokonosuke.
It's
Okay,
like
look,
cornering someone in a back alley.
Neokonosuke, hold on one second. Okay, so don't be disrespectful to me. Okay, I told Spooky Nookies to not call you the B word, not directly, but try to be respectful to you because I believe in being respectful in this conversation. But
Yeah,
reciprocate that, please. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
All right. So,
But I did want you to acknowledge, though, that like what you're saying now is a little more nuanced than how you're characterizing me like 20 minutes ago.
Bullshit, dude.
It is.
okay, Mr. Okay. May I continue?
Yeah.
May I continue, Neokonosuke?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Okay, so regarding your message, okay, when you said that you were entitled to run over BLM guys, okay, who were surrounding your car. Now, you said you had no problem running them over. Now,
No. I said
in the comment, I said in response that unless those people are trying to break into your car, you can't run them over. If they're just being annoying and holding up signs and saying that Black Lives Matter stuff, it's disruptive, it's annoying, but your job at that point is to call the police and have them removed.
Yeah.
It is not to then respond and run them over because you don't like the fact that they're blocking you from going where you're going.
Yeah,
if they try to break in.
Hold on. No, he's saying something to me, and then Kevin tries to jump in and not let me respond. Come on, man. Have some cordiality and some courtesy. Let me actually respond to a claim that's being made about me. You fucking monkey.
Okay. Oh my God, Neocon. Okay, go ahead.
Look. Okay, so we got this pussy ass bitch who comes in here who basically sounds like, as I've said before, lanky ass pinner dude.
Oh, I can't even respond to what.
You know what?
That's not what you care about. You just care about getting epic like zingers and owning me epic style, right? Like you don't care about me actually.
Here's the problem.
Yeah, of course.
Not true, Neokonosuke.
Here's the problem, you piece of shit.
Here's
When you got people down,
I'm gonna put my big man pants on.
and you happen to be in your
I'm gonna
fucking
get stirred
car,
and raise my voice.
and you happen to be in your goddamn car, and now I have to mute you so that we can do this. I will also mute Net7 if he does the same thing, in fairness, but I know he probably won't. I'll also mute Reese if he talks and doesn't let me get a word in. Here's the thing. You're in your car, and there are a bunch of people peacefully protesting outside. I'm not a fan of BLM. The haters of mine, a lot of them, like Dylan and Liz and those people, they think I'm a Nazi because I'm against BLM and I criticize the leadership and everything. But you do understand that in the social contract of the society that we have, you don't get to run over people in a vehicle that is considered a lethal weapon just because you disagree with them politically. Like, in other words, there's a difference between being pro-regime change, say in Iran, where that's a literal enemy that's trying to get nukes against us, and there are people out there that, like, let's keep it real. Almost everybody who went to the Black Lives Matter protests aren't bad people. They a lot of them are politically misinformed, I would say, but really, you're going to run them over in your fucking car? And your characterization, I'll let you speak here, but your characterization or your qualification is, oh, no, but you're missing the point. I wasn't going out there and ramming them. They were around the car and then I'm ramming them. I don't even see how that makes it look any better, but you have the floor now to give your rebuttal. So.
Well, sure. So, like, context is important, and in many of these like circumstances, it wasn't just people. I can't really think of actually a single circumstance, like high-profile circumstance, in which people were just like peacefully standing around someone's car and holding up signs. That's generally not what people are talking about. What people are talking about is like people who surround people's cars and like start like touching them and like just doing all sorts of things. I don't know if you like, have you seen any of these videos? Because it just seems like you're living in a different reality to me. Like, these aren't just people like standing around like holding signs.
Henry and I stream about this stuff all the time. I know what you're trying to imply here.
Because this is very contextual, right? This is like a random conversation of me in a group chat, like blowing off steam. responding to like things that are actually happening and not
Wait, there's a difference
some
between
sterile
blowing off
situation
steam.
that you described like in the abstract.
Yeah, but there's a difference between blowing off steam and memeing and joking and stuff like that, and actually advocating for what you're advocating
Well,
for.
no,
which-
no, 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 and then that's the issue though. Is I didn't. I just said I don't have sympathy for those people. I don't like.
Okay, but there's a difference.
If they're
No, but
going to
you're
terrorize
basically
someone,
saying that you've dehumanized somebody that you disagree with politically, which, by the way, I disagree with politically too. I'm not with BLM, and people call me a Nazi over that.
well, you know, you
So
said that they
therefore,
were
you
a
get to run them
domestic
over
terror
with your fucking
organization.
car. Yeah, that's
don't-
fucking retarded, dude.
Well, again, like I don't really see what you're not really making the connection here. I'm not saying that I'm advocating for
Saying it
that. I'm
because you're a psychopath, which is why this whole started.
well, no,
this
I'm
whole
not saying that I'm
started days ago,
advocating
because
for
you're a
that.
psycho.
I said that I don't have sympathy for people who like terrorize innocent people and they end up getting hurt. It's happened in numerous cases. Nobody wants to end up like that guy in the Rodney King riots who got pulled out of his fucking truck. People panic and they floor the gas because people are people. That just happens. There was something that happened in, I think, Colorado, where there was like an armed like checkpoint that was set up on a highway, and some dudes just decided to fucking floor it like through it because like what else are you supposed to do? Are you just gonna stop? I mean, like these are like the actual things that are happening, not just what you described of like someone just standing peacefully with a sign around someone's car, which is not. Again,
Well,
not
when
what
we
I'm
say
talking about in that
peacefully,
context.
when we say peacefully, we mean they're not actually trying to break in or smash anything or cause bodily harm. It doesn't
No,
mean
in many of these scenarios, people are like actively like touching and like hitting people's cars and stuff, like in like trying
Okay,
to
so
get them
that's
to stop
7.
going through the road.
So Net 7, what's your response to that then?
My response is this. We did in that discussion remember Neo Konosuke state that if someone is intentionally trying to break into your vehicle to hurt you, you have to then get out of that situation. We made that distinction, but you continued to press the idea that if they came around your car, that it didn't matter, you were going to floor the gas or
And
cause harm to them.
Yeah, in a situation
now,
like that,
in
you
a s-
don't know how you're gonna like.
Now,
I'm
and
sorry,
I stated to you that the reasonable thing to do in a situation like that is to first call the police, lock your
Oh.
doors, shut your windows, and or get back out of the
Do
situation.
you know how easily
Now-
people can break into car windows? Like,
And I know
you
that,
just
but
call the
but y-
police. What are you
Yes,
talking about, dude? That's not how things work in reality.
okay, friend. Okay, listen. If they
It's-
try to break in, you obviously we made this distinction. Remember this in the chat. We made this distinction. I said that if they break in, you obviously have to escape the situation and defend yourself. But unless they are intentionally trying to get at you, you do not have the right to run them over just because
Wait, but
they're in
there's
front
like
of
a,
you.
there's
Now
like
we
a
have
gray
seen.
area where you don't know what they're going to do, and the things that they're doing seem implicitly violent. I mean,
Okay, so
it's not just
let
like a clear line, and it's somebody in a chaotic situation, and they're just surrounded by a bunch of people. Some of them are hitting their car.
Okay,
Like,
but you
you
need
need
to
to
understand, Reiko, or Asuka. I'm not even going to call you Neocon Asuka because you're not a neocon. Everything that you said tonight about how you thought that my page was ridiculous and that my show is ridiculous and all this stuff and
Well, yeah,
everything.
because of you,
about me,
not because of like your.
you're not a
views.
fucking neocon, dude. You don't share any of the aspirations that I have here. No,
It has nothing to do
actual-
with your views.
no actual
other than the
fucking
nukes stuff.
neocon would look at my page, which is one of the biggest pro-interventionist pages on Facebook, and say, "Oh, this is such a joke." No, that's what you would say when you'd see like a Jimmy Dore
Well, no,
page.
it's because of how you present yourself. It has
Okay,
nothing
but it's
to
coming from you. You have a fucking avid anime avatar in both
Yeah,
of
but
your
I'm not-
profiles.
All right,
You,
you want
you
to know
little
the difference?
bitch.
All right, the difference is that like, yeah, I do have an anime avatar, and I'm not trying to, I'm not getting on stream every night in a suit trying to present myself as this serious person. Half of my posts on Twitter are just like shit posts. So, yeah, sure, I have an anime avatar, but like, what does that have to do with anything? Like, it's a totally different thing, man. I'm not like promoting like a brand. I'm not.
Yeah, but
promoting
you're not.
myself as,
Yeah,
like
but
a,
you're. Here's the thing, right? no actual, I mean, Reese could speak to this probably, like no actual hawkish person is going to look at my work and just say, oh, this is ridiculous or whatever. That proves
again,
to
you're
me
being
that for
reductive.
you, this is all just some edgy memes and some shit posting
That's not
LARPing.
true. I mean,
like
you're being reductive, dude. Like,
you'll be an anarchist in 2 weeks or 2 months, and then you'll be a Bernie bro, and then
that's
you'll
not
be this,
that's not
or you'll
that's
be
not
that.
true.
Like, how old even are you? I mean, you
I'm
just
25.
that how are you 25? That's pathetic. That's pathetic that somebody who's 25 can be this monumentally immature psychopath. So we haven't heard from Spooky Nookies.
But no, it's not like in 2 weeks I'll be X thing. Like
Reese,
I
are you
mean,
there right now?
I was like I was kind of a lulper in like when I was 18 or so, and just over the years became more conservative
More of a
on
LARPer?
domestic. What?
More of a LARPer, dude. Everything that you say is fucking.
No, I actually took a lot of I took a lot of IR classes in university, and just changed a lot of my views on foreign policy. So.
Okay, but you're not.
I've been a
you're not
neoconservative since
neocon, dude.
roughly 2018.
Like nothing about anything that you've said tonight would in any way basically qualify you as a neocon. I mean, Reese,
Well, I haven't
Reese
espoused
can fucking
any.
speak to that. So
I haven't espoused any like policy views. So that's like a bizarre statement.
well, no, I think you have. The fact that you're against my page and you're against my channel here, which is
Well, again, you're being
basically-
reductive. I said that like what I dislike about your page and just your presentation, and like I think that you're
Neocon Asuka, like, could you go into more detail as to why you don't like, or why you think it's cringe, or like why, or what are your criticisms? Like, go into greater detail.
yeah. So like a lot of his memes just seem like super forced. Like it'll be.
How?
So it'll just be like a meme like template that like somebody else uses and kind of just like co-opting it, but not in a way that's like organically funny.
Yeah, you stole our aesthetic, bro. That's I don't
Not in
make
a way that's actually
original memes.
organically
Like I did, for
funny, but that
example,
is-
the salesman slapping the roof of the car, and then I turned that into like a Hawk meme. But it was like what was it? It was Mueller. Like arresting Donald Trump or some shit like that. It's like, yeah, did I come up with that template? No, but this idea
That's not
that
even
in
exactly-
order for me to do memes, in order for me to have a meme page, every single fucking meme has to be an original template and none of it can be borrowed anywhere. That's not how art is.
That's not
ever
exactly
worked
what
to
I
me.
mean. I mean like.
Oh,
so-
then please tell us what you mean, because that really is
yeah,
what it
yeah.
sounded
So
like.
you could like
It's a
so
meme
you could,
format
like-
that somebody else has used, so it makes it wrong if
I
you
think
use
you're
it.
being really reductive about this.
Reductive. That's a word you learned in the last 2 weeks. You've used that one a few times thus far.
Yeah, I know because
Somebody
Yeah,
keep
so
a
anyways-
reductive counter.
Yeah, take a shot every time.
Okay.
Asuka
You'll
says
die.
reductive.
anyways, no, like
Yeah, actually, don't do it. You'll get poisoning. So.
I don't like it's not like that you used like templates that other people use. That's not what I was attempting to articulate. It's more like a lot of memes, even if they're using like a template, will be like obviously like organic. Like it's
No,
like
can we just
someone
be real,
obviously-
dude? Can we just fucking be real? The reason why you thought it was ridiculous, the reason why you're upset about it is that whatever
is that
amount
you
of
have no
likes you
self-awareness
saw,
and
whatever
you're a really
fucking
goofy guy.
goddamn amount of likes that you saw on the page when you saw it, whether it was 1,000, whether it was 1,400, or whatever,
Right.
that I had more followers and likes on my hot shit than you have ever had on your
By
stupid
all
page.
means, if you take issue with a specific meme, I know I've done this before.
I don't think
Bring it up.
What? No,
show
it's like-
us the offending meme that really.
Yeah, no, I
it's
can
also
literally.
it's just the fact that like Kevin himself is like really unself-aware. And there
What
were,
the fuck
like,
does that
in
mean?
an anime profile.
You're unable
Well,
to explain
I
anything
can
that you're
illustrate
saying.
it through an example.
Okay,
Okay, by
go.
all means.
We're looking for specifics, bro.
So yeah, I can illustrate the unself-awareness through the example of people I know would make fake like liberal hawk memes making fun of you, and they would send them to you, and you posted them on the page.
Oh no! I'm aware that a lot of those
Oh,
were
you're
sent
aware.
disingenuously, I'm well aware of that. You know why I
Oh,
post
sure.
them anyway? Because
Oh, sure.
they were actually the actual content of them was good, and also
That would be
part
like
of the
getting
meme of my
mad
page-
at that
part of the meme of my
ironically
page, part of the
left-wing
meme.
page.
Yeah, part of the thing with my meme page is that if you look at it, what's the header? What does it say? It says "Go Liberal Hawk" or "Go Home." Part of the reason why it says that is because, well, you could either mean like "Go big" or "Go home," or literally, yeah, you can either intervene or you can stay at home. Like it's a double entendre in that sense. So it leads people to think: is this satire?
Very
Is
poetic.
it real? Like it draws
I
into
see.
it
So
draws
there's a
into the
blurred
mystique,
line
dude. It draws
between
into
whether or
the
not it's
fucking
satire.
mystique, dude.
I see. So like, it's
Your
just a blurred line,
criticism
and you can
is
kind
no
of
better.
oscillate between. You can kind of oscillate between. Ooh, I'm being satirical. Oh, I'm being totally.
Well, no.
sincere. Like
It gives basically a way that you could read it in both ways, so that I get some haters that follow me, and I also get some genuine
oh, I
hawks
see.
that
So
follow
you're
me.
posting memes that you knew were making fun of you intentionally, because
No. But here's the thing: I don't give a shit. I literally have a Tulsi Gabbard fanboy who I've talked to and stuff before and everything, and like sometimes we'll like draw memes and stuff. The thing is,
Right.
the fact that you, in the case of saying, oh, let's send him these like hawk memes, but like, oh, we're actually just making fun of him or whatever.
yeah, they're really, really obviously jokes, and you.
No,
just
but the
totally,
fact
it
that you
totally
think that they're really,
just didn't
yeah,
get
that
it.
doesn't
That's what's
change. Okay,
funny.
so can we go through an example of one of them right now, a specific one? Because I have my page. I can literally download this and bring it up, because let's just go through and like, you only need to name one. You only need to name one.
Yeah,
and you
I
even
don't
need to
remember if this.
sent it or anything. Just name fucking one of them, because obviously
Right.
I'm the person who runs the page.
All
What
right,
I
sure.
don't fucking understand here is that your point, your criticism is, well, people could take these memes either way. That's
No, it's
good.
not.
I
No,
want
it's
that.
not that they could take them either way.
Dude, I want
Oh, can
bigger.
I interject, please?
It's not that they could take them either way. It's just why I think that you're like a goofy dude. Who I don't
Okay,
take
but that's
seriously. It's
coming
not about-
from an unironic anime profile picture who sounds
Right, but I don't.
like a 17-year-old twinker.
Yeah, but I don't try to present myself as like a serious figure. That's the difference.
But instead, you're criticizing people on the basis of their seriousness.
Yeah,
or
I know.
whatever. So
I-
you're implicitly there. You are implicitly there, giving the viewership this idea that
I have like I have like a shit
that-
posting
that
account. I don't go
you're
on live
this arbiter of what's serious
wearing
or
a
not. You,
suit.
you also have very poor abilities to not continuously interrupt people, which I've noticed as well.
May I
You do that to
interject, please?
me.
May I interject? Neo Konosuka, if I understand, like, here's what I'm getting from you. You're criticizing the memes that a lot of us put out, or maybe just Kevin's memes in particular, because they don't have, like, they can't be used in a way like where you could just post them anywhere and they would like catch on with people. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're getting at?
Well, yeah, it's a
Oh,
liberal hawk page. So
Well, like
Is-
earlier, what I
is
was
that what you
saying
mean?
was that it's more like it's like oh like let's say, for example, the alt right is like like using some meme template. Oh, I'm going to go out of my way to deliberately subvert that to make it a neoconservative meme.
well, yeah, I'm against the
But
alt-right.
it's like
I
that's
no,
not
but
how,
I
like,
literally
humor
tell
works.
you, I literally,
like-
I talked about that
It's
on
like
the
a gender-driven.
Wait, hold on.
No,
So
but
It's not
I
like
would-
people
actually
can't
convert it.
use, like, for instance, the NPC meme. Like, that came from
Well, you
like
can
the alt right
do
on
it-
4chan.
You can do it in a way
Oh,
that's
but I can't do it because I'm Kevin Castley and you have Kevin Durant.
Like, I'm not trying to be a dick. Like, I'm actually like
no,
trying
like
to
you can do it in a
get the
way that
message.
like you can do it in a way that is obvious that there's like an actual joke to it that's like actually funny, and then you can do it in a way where it's like it's
Okay,
obvious that like you're just
so-
deliberately trying to like repurpose it for
How
like,
many
specific
people follow
political-
your meme page? I will literally link to your meme page so more people can check it out. What is your meme page?
What? I don't have a meme page, and I don't.
Oh, well, there you go. I've got 2,600 followers. You have 0. So here you are lecturing me on who's got better memes or not. Well, apparently I'm doing something
Well,
right.
yeah, I know it's funny.
Yeah, but like some memes are supposed to.
This is such a
I-
bizarre. You take issue with reappropriating the style of the alt right memes. Something that pissed
Well, no,
off
that was just like an
a lot
example.
of self-identified alt-writers, by the way.
Yes, it gets under their fucking
Like-
skin, dude.
like-
I love it.
But you want there to be like some detailed text block explanation of like, oh, this is what we're going to use the
What?
meme for, and this is
No,
why.
No, that's literally
We
the
need a
opposite.
white
No,
paper on
you can't use the
dude.
style.
We need a-
apparently.
we
No,
need
no,
a-
All right,
seriously,
all right,
it's
hold
just-
on,
they
guys.
have a
Hold
monopoly on
on,
that style.
hold on.
That's literally the
let's not
opposite.
gang up. Let's not be unfair here.
Yeah,
May-
that's
may I
that's
come in?
literally the
I'm just
opposite of what I
talking.
want. If there was like a text block, that would make it like that would just be. I mean, I don't think you're understanding the point here.
No.
If there's
You
a text
you are
block
very
explaining
bad
it,
at
that would
Yeah,
make it
you
even
just
more
very
unfunny.
bizarrely take issue with reappropriating this style.
No, that's
which
just one
really
example.
makes
I
no
just think
sense.
I just think that Kevin is
may
unfunny.
I
This is something.
interject
This
for,
is
like-
something that's
No,
upset
I'm
alt
gonna
writers.
agree.
Are
It's
you
not
against
bizarre.
that
I
in
just
some
think
way?
that Kevin isn't funny.
Okay, can I interject
Well, who the
again?
fuck
No,
cares
but,
what you think?
okay, but 26
But it's not.
Please.
It's
follow
not
my
just that he's not
goddamn page,
funny.
and nobody follows your shit. You don't even have one. You're trying to say, okay, you're trying to
This
say
is like
that
a
I'm
monkey dick measuring
get
contest.
everybody in the goddamn chat right now. Literally,
would
like
lose.
serious conspiracy bullshit says, I can't stop laughing. I got news. Partly laughing at me, probably. We have our beef. Is he laughing at you? Also, probably, because he says, why? He says, when are you going to unblock me? And why did you block me? So we've got who else here? We've got people. Oh yeah, Mexicanator says this is funny as fuck. By the way, Mexicanator has literally given money to support the channel. So my guess is he's probably not laughing at me. Probably more laughing at you, but I'm not funny, bro.
Okay,
I don't
can
think he's
I
laughing at who, but
interject? Can I
I-
interject? Also,
I'm not fucking funny, bro.
do you think?
No, you are funny, just in a laughing at you type of way.
Asuka, do you think
Okay,
that?
so
All right, Kevin. Do you think the memes are being designed in a way that they're only funny to fellow Hawks and not funny to people at large? Because a lot of political communities have that tendency to make memes that don't really catch on with other people, like Antifa Stone Toss or any weird libertarian meme you find on Reddit. Is that your criticism? Is that what you think?
That's a fairly apt analogy, yeah. I mean,
Like, I feel like I can sort of understand that.
that's a fairly apt analogy, but that doesn't make me. That's not something that makes me angry at Kevin. That's just something that makes me like think that he's a funny guy.
Like, I'm trying to be neutral here. Like, I don't.
No, I
I'm-
know, but that's not something that makes me dislike him. That just like makes me think he's like funny in a certain way, not like in the way that he intends. No, I mean like,
Okay,
what I just,
okay.
it's
Okay.
coming from an unironic anime profile picture. So
yeah, I like
you're
anime.
aware, like you're like a huge meme, dude.
I like anime. What about it, bitch?
Coming from the tanker ass,
Okay.
dude.
With
who's
that
now-
voice, how are we supposed to take that seriously? Really?
Oh yeah, but he's the
Oh,
arbiter of what's serious, bro. We
Yeah,
have to be
like,
super
hey, little
serious. No, you don't understand. We have to be super serious in our meme warfare and stuff, dude. Yeah, give me a fucking.
Well, it depends on the context, right? But yeah, I
Yeah,
like
the
anime.
context is it Kevin Castley behind it? Then criticize. Is it the alt right? Then don't criticize.
What? No.
Oh, okay.
you totally
Okay,
missed
what
the
a
point.
wonderful meme.
I feel like he's being misrepresented here. Like, I don't think it's generally like something against you in particular, just the memes you put out, Kevin. Again, I'm trying to be neutral. I'm not trying to take sides.
Yeah, no, I get that. It's just the problem is there's a really bad lack of specifics here. So you mentioned, for example, Asuka, you mentioned that you got friends to send me memes that were, they're just like making fun of the page or
Yeah.
whatever. Name one of them, and I will download it and bring it up so that we can talk about it. Just
Okay.
one.
I can. There's one I can think of that I know that this person made, and I don't remember if this is a specific one that you posted on there, but they usually feature like impact text, and one of them was like, "Oh, so you're Antifa? How many Islamo-fascist dictatorships have you toppled?" And it has
Yeah, that
like,
was
the
pretty
dude
good.
from Mad Men.
Yeah, no, it was good, and I needed a meme for
Oh,
the
so
day.
you know that? Okay, yeah, like that was making fun of you.
Okay, but it literally doesn't matter because I got followers out of it, and I got likes.
This is what I was trying to say earlier. This would be like taking issue with the accidentally left-wing Twitter account. Like, what? Why are you posting
No, it's
that?
not.
Yes, it is. It
No,
really
but
is.
they know that it's accidentally left wing.
Do you disagree
doesn't
with-
know that it's Kevin Kevin.
Except he told
joke
you
is
that he
Kevin
didn't know and he
isn't
didn't
aware.
care and he posted it anyway.
What?
So we're at a standstill.
the joke
if
is that
if
he's not
Kevin
aware,
knows that it
and
was
he
taking the
wasn't-
piss out of him,
No, he
No,
Yeah,
but
he
I'm
didn't
making
know.
the point here. I'm making the fucking point that
He
it's
didn't know until I just
entirely
told him.
irrelevant what the intent behind it was, because whether that was a Gabbard supporter or Ron Paul supporter or an apolitical dude or whatever, either way, somebody sent me a meme that I figured was relevant to the page. It was good. I got a kick out of it. So I posted it, and guess what? I got more likes and more followers. How is that not a win
how
for
would you know? How would you know
Well,
if
if we're
Kevin
judging
knew
it-
it was making fun of him or not? Are you
How do
are
you
you
know?
in
So, like,
Kevin's mind?
No, it's not, well, I mean, like he obviously didn't know. That's why he posted it.
No, but I guess what I'm
That's
trying
not
to get at
important
is
at all.
why
If
what
you
I'm
knew
trying
something
to
was
get at
making fun of
here
you,
is
you wouldn't post
why-
it. You're just
what
like
I'm trying to get at here is why not post it? It was good. It was funny. And I'm kind of that guy where it's
It
like,
wasn't-
what?
it's literally only funny in the context of like making fun of you. It's not funny.
No, but
otherwise at
that's
all.
that's funny in the context of making fun of me from the standpoint of somebody who's against intervention. You claim to be a fucking neocon. You're not. You're full of shit. And
no,
you're a
it's
little
making
bit.
like it's making fun of like so yeah, I support listen, it's like saying Islamo-fascist dictatorship is
Well,
just
that's
so
accurate.
cartoonish. It's
No, but that's
cartoonish, and that's
real.
why it's
Well,
funny.
right?
How is that
But how is
cartoonish?
that not
We
an
have to
accurate
stop you
descriptor?
every
Is
half
that not a
minute.
fucking goddamn accurate descriptor of Iran or Pakistan today? How is that not?
Well,
What? It's like that's why you're not a neocon.
it's a
You're
term
not a
that
fucking
people
neocon, dude.
it's a term
you
that
don't
people
know.
would use a lot in that like in the mid to late 2000s as like it became like a joke. Like no one
Okay,
used the
okay,
term
okay.
unironically.
Here's what
No
I
one would
see.
use the term
Here's what.
Islamo-fascist unironically.
Okay,
Like,
so
that's-
But they're
You're-
unironic Islamofascists.
Asuka, your criticism of Kevin is that his memes use somewhat like outdated like things like the
Yeah, but I'm
impact
a
font, for
boomer.
example.
That's what I do.
Yeah, I get it.
Me.
Like Kevin, I'm not on
well, so he
anyone's
doesn't
side.
realize that it's like making fun of him. And
No, but
so
what does it
obvious to
matter? Like,
anyone who's
what
not
does
Okay,
it
him.
matter?
so
Like
your
it's so obvious to
criticism
anyone who's not him that it,
is that a meme like that appeals to a crowd as opposed to attempting to appeal to people at large, like a lot of memes intend to do. Is that? Am I in the ballpark?
I mean, like, sure. I mean, I don't care about who like likes his page. I was just talking about Kevin.
Apparently, somebody's a little.
I was just talking about Kevin. Like, well, whatever. Like, if the meme is successful or not, that's besides the point. I was just talking about like Kevin's like sense of self-awareness, really.
Well, he is boomer
let's get into
Catholic.
specifics around that. Let's just get into fucking specifics around that. What is your primary criticism there? And let's get into it. So,
Well, I already kind of like made one, but I think So I mean, like, just generally speaking, I think like the kind of weird megalomaniac like rants that you go on are
okay,
just-
but you're the guy who wants to run over BLM protests.
Well, I think we already discussed that, and I think we made it pretty clear that I don't want to like proactively want to do that. Like,
Okay, but we know what
We
you
have
said
to-
No,
in the
your
chat.
context ironically made it worse
no, it didn't.
because just if they're surrounding your car, you're like, okay, hit
No,
the
it's
gas.
not
That's
just if
fine.
they're doing that. It's
That's what was in the chat. We recall
what
the
we-
chat.
it's.
Do we need to
no,
go
it's
over this
when
again? That's
they're-
No,
But,
there's
like-
a reason you got kicked, dude. You weren't getting kicked because of some self-defense bullshit. You were getting kicked because you talked about how you wanted to run over the fucking goddamn.
No, I got
leftist
kicked
in
because
your
of your
car.
poor judgment and because Net was just sending like insane paragraphs. Those was bizarre
no,
stuff.
I saw the full conversation in the chat.
Okay,
and-
okay, Neo Konosuke, I have tried my best to be very respectful to you. I haven't used pejorative
Yeah,
language
but you were
or
extremely disrespectful to me.
Yeah,
smears.
let him speak.
That is not okay. That is not true, sir. Okay, when I spoke to you, sir. Okay,
You're
are you
muted.
gonna
Until
show me the
that's
same respect, sir, that I have tried to show
muted.
you, or are you just gonna give me this childish banter, sir? Okay, so Neo Konosuke, okay. When we spoke in the chat, all right, I tried to extend to you an olive branch It was very respectful of content. And before that, before when you were kicked off in the chat, I made it clear I was serious but respectful that what you said was not appropriate. Okay, it can damage our movement. For one, if people associated with our movement say things like that, our enemies can go and look at us and say, oh, look at what these people are doing. They're advocating for political violence against their opponents. That is not good. Okay, that hurts our movement at the end of the day. We're about, okay, and we're trying to eventually get back into the mainstream and become a serious political force.
Wait,
That doesn't help.
this is kind of like,
After that, okay, you rather than simply retract the comment, which you could have easily done, or you instead dug in your heels, and that was the problem, sir. Is that instead of realizing, okay, maybe I let my emotions get ahead of me, and maybe I shouldn't have said it like that. Maybe I should have clarified that.
well, that's actually not even
would-
entirely true.
But you didn't do that.
That's not even an entirely fair like
So
characterization.
you doubled down to the point that you'd rather get kicked from the group than just admit that you.
No,
you
that's not even entirely true. What I said was that what I basically said was that like yeah, I had like an edgy moment and like that in I mean what like if that's not like an admission of like I
But you're
don't know what to
still
tell you, man. Like,
rationalizing
maybe,
it today.
what?
You're still defending it today. It wasn't just.
Then
Well,
why
that's
didn't
not
you
true. I'm
withdraw? Then why didn't you
contextualizing
withdraw
it
the
because you're saying
comment?
things that are just like blatantly
No, you
incorrect.
literally threatened to leak DMs from Net7 today because you're defending this position.
Well,
I
yeah,
don't
because
feel
he
it's not
was like
just an edgy moment.
yeah, again, because Net7 was like
Fucking gaslight us, dude.
Well,
Okay,
all right, I won't leak the DMs if I'll. You know what? Like, do you want to talk about it? I mean,
Okay, so Neo Konosuka, okay.
no, I want to. No, I want to talk with you about like those DMs. So, I mean, like, I don't. If you want to quote unquote extend an olive branch or whatever, I don't care. That wasn't really what I was. I wasn't angry that you tried to reach out to me. The particular issue that I took was that you were framing it in such a way where you were like framing me as like as provoking him, but it was like, dude, I haven't like proactively talked to him in months since then, and he just like randomly tags me one day in a post. So it's like, wait, what? I'm not going to apologize for how I responded to that. I mean, I don't know if you knew the context of that, but you were like trying to make me respond. Or, I mean, sorry, you were trying to make me apologize. And then, like, you went on some weird tangent about, like, me interacting with Dylan Burns. It's like, what? Like, are you trying to...
I didn't go off a weird tangent, sir, okay? What I did was, again,
You're trying
add
to, like,
the
police my
point that
interactions with him. I mean, like, yeah, I disagree.
I didn't. What do you mean? I didn't post anything publicly about you. What are you talking about? I never posted any of our
I didn't
chats.
say that. No. Like, you were trying... Like, you were angry that I brought up, like, that I talked to him about, like, the nuke pill thing and that I was disagreeing with Kevin or something. Like, you were upset over that?
Well, I'm upset. Not that you maybe had a disagreement with Kevin Castley, because even I have disagreements with Kevin Castley on, for example, the issue of how we deal with Russia. I mean, because he suggested that we should, dismember it. I don't think that's a good idea, but that's different between having a disagreement and airing it, and B, going to someone's opponent. Like if I went to someone that Kevin was debating and then said, oh hey, they believe in this and stuff like that, and feeding them info, I would never do that.
Well, what do you mean feeding him info? I didn't say anything that he didn't already indicate about himself publicly. Like I just said, I interacted with him like twice in like one thread, and I just said like, yeah, this is like a crazy belief that I think he holds.
Well,
I hope that you defeat him in this debate, because I think that this position deserves to be defeated in debate. Like there's literally nothing wrong with that, and that's really weird that you take issue with me even talking.
Well, I do take issue with that. Look, I talked to Mr. Burns myself after the debate.
I literally
because
just said that I disagree with Kevin on it.
Neocon, You gotta let Net 7 talk, dude. So
Because here's why I disagree with it, Neocon, okay? Because when you do that in the context of a debate before the debate has even happened,
Would do
what you do before the debate has happened, okay? Because Mr. Burns did not mention you by name, but he did mention that even neocons are coming to me and saying that, you know, Kevin's views are, you know, crazy on the idea of a nuclear first strike against the Kim regime.
It was a suit.
Okay. So at that point, sir, you essentially gave him ammunition to attack our movement and to
I
attack
didn't give him
the
ammunition.
guy.
I just said that I disagreed with him. I just said that I disagreed with Kevin.
Yes, but he used that as ammunition to say, "Oh, look, even the neoconservatives are divided and they're fighting against one another. They don't."
Yeah, you're not even
point.
a neocon, Asuka. You're not even a neocon, Asuka. That's why I'm
you
not.
guys are. Hold on a second. You guys are like lagging out a little bit. Can you say something here?
Yeah, you're
Hello?
not even a neocon.
Okay. Anyways, well, no, like that's a valid point, right? For him to bring up in a debate that like even people on your side disagree.
Okay,
with
but
this.
you're not on
because
our side.
I personally don't like being represented by people who want to preemptively nuke North Korea. So.
Oh well, Reese is here. Reese is also nuke pilled. Reese, what do you have to say to that? He doesn't want to be represented by people that want to do a nuclear strike on North Korea. North Korea getting nukes. Oh, that's fine, right?
Hold on a second.
Well,
I'm
he's
getting a
obviously-
really bad. I'm getting a really bad issue with Safari where the audio just like glitches out. I think I heard what you said though.
I want to hear from Spooky Nuki.
Okay, now I can hear you perfectly. So.
Okay, Spooky Nuki. So.
I mean, that's. Can you hear me, Kevin? Is it okay?
I can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was having a little issue a minute ago, but no, I just think that's we've obviously talked about that a lot. It's not really the main issue we were having here. I expect a lot of people to disagree with that because it is, you know, it's a slightly controversial idea, and you're not going to get a lot of people in the mainstream agreeing with it, at least openly. You know, secretly, you know, I think that a lot of people behind closed doors aren't against that idea necessarily.
30% of America, when polled in 2018, said that they would support a preemptive strike on North Korea. Dylan Burns categorized this as an extremely radical fringe position that nobody believes. That's not true. About 80 million Americans
Well,
by
there's
that
a difference
poll.
between like what average people
was-
may believe in an opinion poll versus like, you know, like actual like academics, for example.
Yeah, but academics are by and large full of shit. Like Curtis LeMay, people said before, I looked at some of the responses. I looked at some of the responses to the debate, and people were saying like, oh, like because Dylan Burns said, oh, no serious people believe this, and a lot of his fans are like, oh yeah, like Kevin's the only one, and Dylan Burns is like, well, who else out there is saying what you're saying? And it's like, yeah, except I've said this shit for like 15 years.
Well,
I obviously have my own opinion, but and I don't need anybody else to agree with me, but. Here's the thing. Curtis LeMay, who was the head of SAC, literally he regarded it as the greatest regret of the JFK administration that they didn't nuke the USSR during the Cuban Missile Crisis. So he was the head of SAC, and he would have nuked North Korea if he was in charge today. Thomas Power would nuke North Korea.
That's past an opinion, sure, but it's not. I mean, do you acknowledge that even among actual neoconservatives who are like think tankers and stuff that's not,
think tankers, yeah, think tankers are a different crowd.
That's not like a. I mean, that's a heterodox opinion, right? But that's not what I mean. I don't really, frankly, I don't care about like debating the merits of that viewpoint. What we were talking about was like someone being upset at me over just saying on Twitter, like, yeah, even I disagree with this. Like, what are you gonna like try to silence me? I think that's a valid. That's if you want to call it ammunition, sure, but that's like a valid point to bring up.
No, I just think it's goofy. I just think it's goofy that Dylan Burns cited a guy. By the way, Dylan Burns castigated me in that debate and said, look, you watch Devin Tracy, you're a fascist. How dare you try to talk about democracy? Yet he uses as his ammunition. He also said, he's like, you regard Black Lives Matter as a terrorist organization, all this stuff. And then he uses as his ammunition you to back up his side, who actually wants to run over BLM protesters. So that's where it's kind of funny.
Well, yeah, I think it's kind of funny that you keep like going back to that when you know that that's just like, I mean, more or less a false statement, right? Like,
no, it's not. You defend it.
You can say it with a cocksure little stupid smirk on your face, but like it's a false statement. It's mischaracterizing what I said. And we can go over it again, but
no,
it's
quite frankly not, because we remember the chat, dude. You can sanitize it all you want. We were fucking there, dude. Like, that happened.
Right? Okay, whatever. But you're wrong. You're wrong about what I. Even if that's how you interpreted it, you're. This is
no. But you literally said words.
Like
you literally said words and doubled down on this shit, and now 3 months later, whatever, you're still defending this shit.
Well, that's not true. I'm clarifying it because
you're clarifying it by making it
because you're misrepresenting me.
No. If we go by exactly what you've even said just this evening, you said, man, there's people surrounding your car. You don't know what they could do, so you're justified in running them over. That's batshit, dude.
Well, that's literally not what I said.
By all means.
So let's let Neo Konosuke like get what you want to say out real quick, and then let's get McCarthyist in.
Okay, I've already said it numerous times. I was talking about, like, generally speaking, these are scenarios. Kevin tried to like characterize it as like people just peacefully standing around cars with like signs, and what I said was, well, no. Contextually, just often these aren't just people standing around with signs. They're people who are like actively like hitting people's cars and stuff like that. And it's like
so. Hello, this is the Deep State speaking, and you see, I'll. Couple of things. First of all, I think as a Hawk community, as people who share the common enemy called China, Russia, and these foreign adversaries, I think we can all agree that those actors are bad. Now, I do think that some of our approaches are different. Like, not every neoconservative would support first striking North Korea, which, I mean, I would understand. Like, you don't need to have certain. You don't need to go to like extreme measures to be classified as one. But I guess my problem here and everyone else's problem is that is that your characterization of Kevin has brought upon more arsenal, like asset to our enemy called Dylan Burns, who is a North Korean apologist.
Yeah.
And hold on a second. Literally 2 Twitter comments. Like,
I mean, at the very least, you could have done is like reply to them and then say you're misrepresenting, or at the very least, like add on to the conversation on our behalf. I mean, that could have worked out pretty well and like maybe not brew up as much hate. Also, this is another thing.
But at what point? Like after the debate?
I mean, but like that's like a sub point. My big point here, okay. Yeah, I don't know why you're so anti BLM. Like our main focus here is foreign policy.
Yeah,
okay? That's our main focus. The Sedition and Espionage Act only applies to communists and WikiLeakers and Russian assets. Those do not involve BLM activists and LGBT activists. Those are like apolitical, like, hey, I want to be political because of the trends.
Right. I'm not citing the Sedition and Espionage Act as like
I am.
the wording on which I disagree.
No,
with.
But McCarthy is
conversation.
I'm not saying that you like them. I like Sedition and Espionage Act. You don't. I'm the only one. I mean, I think Kevin likes it too. But
no, I said for bringing it back in certain cases. Like if you're in wartime or we're in a serious Cold War situation, I think having people that outright support the interests or simply work for your opponents, like getting paid by the SSMP in Syria, for example, to advocate on their behalf, as Tulsi Gabbard and some of her acolytes have done, I would regard that as seditious. So
exactly, I agree. And
okay, I mean, can I respond to that? Though?
Wait. I'm not done.
We lost Freeze.
Okay, I'm not done. So another point that I would like to bring up is that we are first and foremost. I would like to see us as the nonpartisan, bipartisan group, both liberal hawks and neoconservatives. This is not a partisan movement. This is just an interventionist movement. And in doing so, I like to distance this group, or myself specifically, from being too partisan, like being actively anti-BLM or being actively pro-BLM.
You're kind of making the same point.
What isn't acceptable in my view is, by the way, I'll like to point this up. And a lot of people don't know much about this, but being anti-BLM, like being overly socially conservative, in my view, is pretty communistic. This is not very popular belief with a lot of people, but if you go back to the Industrial Revolution, or even before that, and then I'll get back to that, Kanzuk. If you go back to the origins of capitalism and consumerism, it emerged as a response against the theocratic establishment on commerce. It was, and look up Mandeville, the English philosopher, who pretty much ridiculed the idea of impeding social and economic progress in the name of tradition. I'm a huge reject tradition and embrace modernity person, and I don't think like running over BLM protesters is the answer here.
Well, right, and that's right. But can you acknowledge that that's not something that I ever advocate for?
Okay, and like I believe that there's a good reason for corporations and the deep state to at least appease to BLM, because I mean, let's be honest.
Now you're kind of grandstanding.
90% of the people think black people should have rights and gay people should have rights. It's not a debate. That's not a debate.
No, isn't just about rights, though. Like, what are you talking about, dude? Like, this isn't about like civil rights.
That's all I'm asking is ignore BLM, ignore LGBT. That's it, because those are not issues. Those are not.
No,
not even
that's not
enough.
Something that I can do. Listen, I have my own opinions, right? And you're like you guys can also have your own focus and your own opinions, but no, I'm not going to stop focusing on culture war stuff.
You realize culture war was bred up.
I let you talk.
But that is a Russian meme.
I let you talk for an entire fucking minute, and you're gonna let me respond.
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear from Asuka. Let's let Asuka respond, because McCarthyist did get a couple minutes to talk. So,
all right, Asuka, your turn.
So I don't. Again, like you're talking about some movement that you're a part of, right? And that you want it to be primarily foreign policy focused. Okay, I don't really. I mean, whether or not I'm a part of that quote unquote movement, I think is irrelevant to just things that I say independently. My own thoughts that I voice, right? But I think it's important to point out that neoconservatism itself, as an ideology, emerged out of the I guess I would call them culture wars, right, of the 1960s, or the Cultural Revolution of the 1960s, whatever you'd like to call it. It explicitly emerged as a response to intellectual currents that sought to discredit our institutions, right? So, like, and you could broadly refer to these intellectual currents as the New Left. You could refer to them as like critical theory, critical legal theory, critical race theory, right? But it's the exact same thing that the original neoconservatives reacted against. It's the exact same thing, except actually it's more insane, and it has more popular notoriety today. So I don't see on what grounds you yourself don't.
It's a little bit different.
Don't consider yourself a neoconservative. You're a realist, right? And all this stuff. What grounds do you have to? I mean, like, I'm just appealing to like people like Irving Kristol, right?
Are you done?
Well, you're asking me, are you done? I haven't even talked half as long as you, but sure. I guess I'm done. Sure, I said my piece.
Okay, so my response is that first of all, like neoconservatism is a label. Like first and foremost, like okay, if you're going to go back to all the way to semantics origins of neoconservatism, you can do that.
This
But
is
like,
a
okay,
semantic.
I mean, okay, fine. Then I'm not a neocon. If you think that a prerequisite to becoming your dictionary definition of a neoconservative is should be militantly anti-cult or anti BLM, then sure.
It's a stupid definition, though, because even the neocons of that time, if you'll notice, a lot of their pills were about foreign policy. They were primarily focused on defending America from the Soviet Union.
Okay, so my point is that it doesn't matter. Like, because
well, no,
first
it
of
does
all,
matter.
I wasn't even born when that thing happened, okay? So you can call I guess you can call me a neoconservative, but like, at the end of the day, it's a semantics argument. Then like, and second of all, this is really important, right? BLM and LGBT activism is nowhere even close to being dangerous as anti-war activism.
I didn't say anything about LGBT, but
okay,
fine. No, you said you wouldn't agree to that, and that you'd continue being a culture warrior and stuff. So it implied in that context anti-BLM and anti-LGBT, because McCarthy said that he was pro-LGBT.
I think it could be more nuanced than that. But anyways,
it can be, but in that context, that's what you led us to believe when you said, "Well, no, I'm not going to agree to that."
Well, yeah, I want to directly address the claim that he's making instead of going off on this stupid like tangent. Anyways. So, but like, okay, so you talk about anti-war sentiment, but I don't think that you're quite making the connection between the intellectual currents that lead people to believe that the United States does not have a moral imperative to intervene in other countries, right? That we don't have the moral high ground. You're not seeing the intellectual currents that lead to a certain type of moral relativism. So again, like, where do you think that people get these ideas about the world from? Where do people get their opinions from? They get them from their education, right? I take issue with as someone who's in the historical discipline and is going to be a history teacher. I'll be graduating pretty soon. I take huge issue with things like the 1619 Project, getting broad notoriety in our legacy institutions, just the Pulitzer Prize, but not only that, being taught in, being introduced to the curriculum in certain public schools. I see those intellectual currents, and I see in the future a slow trickle of these morally relativist, generally critical legal theory, critical race theory based frameworks that eventually will lead future generations to reject the idea that we have any sort of moral high ground, reject the idea that anyone really could altogether, due to a certain moral relativism, right? And I don't think you're making the connection between that, right, and anti-war sentiment. They're inextricably tied, and they were in the 1960s, and they have been since then. You can't separate the two. And you tried to characterize it as that the BLM is just about quote unquote black people having rights. It's not. It's not the civil rights movement of the 1960s. It has a more radical intellectual component to it. Specifically critical, legal, and critical that characterize our founding institutions as being founded by people who were interested only in their own economic interests of the landed gentry in the late 18th century, right? It's a total discrediting of our institution.
Yeah. We'll let McCarthyist respond, but I will be back in a minute. So hopefully this doesn't turn into a total shit show. I gotta go and get more water.
Okay, so first of all, I'll say this as someone who is in a part of academia and who has experience in working with think tanks and foreign policy.
Wait. Can I say something real quick?
Yes.
Right. I understand that you have some degree of involvement in academia, and I wanted to bring up the fact that like when I was talking about things like the 1619 Project, there's an interesting rift between where academia actually broadly rejects things like this, yet they still find themselves in public school curriculum, right? So go on. I just
Okay,
wanted
first
to
of all,
make
you realize how hawkish think tanks are? Think tanks are the most hawkish organizations that push Congress to.
Yeah, right. I don't. Yeah. That's not something that I deny. But I'm looking at like long term, like cultural trends, right? Who
There's
in
nothing wrong with
2070 will
morals.
be
That's
in
the thing. That's the thing. Like your argument is that like the stem of the problem, which is rejecting principles and moral values, are going to leak into foreign policy and will in turn pretty much reject Wilsonianism as a form of idealistic moral high ground based foreign policy. However, my only argument is that our foreign policy has never been shaped by moral high ground. I'm a realist here, and our foreign policy has been shaped by national interests and economic interests specifically. And moral high grounds have only been supported through, they're only important insofar as to provide public support for these wars. And the thing,
right. But what happens when that public support is not?
Pretty much says that hey, the public has no bearing on foreign policy then when it comes to the elites. And elites are, by the way, bought off by the military-industrial complex, weapons contractors, and oil lobbyists. So again, that's all that matters. As long as the elites are in power, it doesn't matter what the domestic population think. And by the way, another thing, right? Another thing. Culture war has been bred by, we can literally say that the culture war has been created by the deep state so that the public is distracted from foreign policy. Imagine if the public were very indifferent to culture wars and instead focused on foreign policy and economic policy. What do you think would have happened? It would be exactly what would happen in Vietnam. And
foreign policy is becoming a part of the culture war.
When protesters would go on to oppose wars at every corner, that's what would happen. The good thing about social policy, the good thing that people are overly focused on BLM and LGBT issues right now, is that they are distracted. And that's a good thing. People are distracted by culture war. And that's a good thing because we want the people distracted about debating whether cats are better than dogs or dogs are better than cats, while the imperialist and the capitalist elites.
It's not really as simple as a debate.
That's a good thing.
It's not right, but it's not as trivial as a debate as that.
Okay, I'm gonna let Antuk interject here real quick, and then Asuka can respond.
Okay, so what I wanted to bring up, like what you said, McCarthy, is that these movements, if I recall correctly, you said these movements don't relate to foreign policy. I kind of have to disagree. If you look at it from the perspective of how Russian info trolls are now utilizing these movements to sow discord and like embolden these movements, which help, and these people are very openly like anti-war, like on both sides. And you're not going to see them carrying those kind of signs like in the protests, because they're not there to protest war. They're there to protest whatever criminal got killed the other week. But they are anti-war. Like, there is a significant degree of overlap.
I know that, but the issue is that they're distracted. That's the good thing. They're distracted from talking about foreign policy.
But they talk a lot about it, though.
And also, what's else? Well, this is another thing to keep in mind. Corporations, but I'm very, very pro corporations for elites. Corporations, by default, are, by the way, pro-war and pro-BLM. The reason why they're pro-BLM and pro-LGBT is that they believe that, well, first of all, corporations are for-profit institutions, and they want to maximize their consumer base. And in doing so, they want to maximize and reach out to marginalized groups such as Black people, ethnic minorities, and whatever gender fluid people are. And they want to maximize their consumer base and not make any controversial statements and maximize their profits. That's corporate behavior. And that's why the deep state and the corporate elites and the establishments are all either indifferent or slightly in support of these BLM or LGBT movements. That's again a good thing, because why? These corporations are getting a lot of revenues for these, and not only that, they're strengthening their power on foreign policy and economic policy.
Right, but those aren't my highest values, right? Is corporations. You know, I mean, like, I think that is the purpose that they serve in society, and I don't think that corporations have any social responsibility outside of, you know, delivering to their shareholders. But those aren't my highest values. Okay.
The thing is, they're providing positive externality, because while they're making these profit maximizing behaviors to benefit their shareholders, they're in turn lobbying for wars. They're in turn lobbying for, well,
I think there's a reality where they can still do that in a framework, you know, where there aren't movements that are vehemently anti-American.
Well, I think it's a little McCarthyist. I think it's a little bit different. Like for me, myself, I'm more of a protectionist kind of guy. Net7's kind of in a similar position with me on this when it relates to economics. We talked about it before, that we'd hope that the future trajectory of neoconservatism would be more pro-worker, more protectionist and whatnot. But I do see the points that you're making about corporations. I, by and large, see corporations as a tool for economic growth and progress and whatnot. They just need to be contained from trading with the enemy, because corporations would have an interest to make cheap stuff in China, and then the state needs to come in and say, no, we get what you guys want to make a profit there, but you owe your allegiance to us above your profit to your shareholders. And so the corporations are going to be people. So it's a little bit more nuanced. The thing that's funny here, I just want to point out, and then we'll let McCarthyist respond, but the thing that's funny is that Asuka here hates me, hates basically everything that I stand for and what I do and all this.
I don't
kind
hate
of
everything that you stand for. I never said
the characterization that you
I
have.
think you're a goofy guy.
Anti my work, yeah. Except you are far closer to me in terms of your sort of take, I believe, on economics here than, say, for example, McCarthyist. And yet, you know, you don't really like me too much.
I'm not
pretty personal. Everything tonight seems like it's largely personal animosity between us.
Yeah, that was why we came on, because it was going to be. I mean, you literally said it was going to be like a blood sports thing. So I mean, that was you who said that, and I'm drunk right now. But I'm not an economic like protectionist. I am economically neoliberal, but that doesn't necessitate that I am okay with like corporations supporting like these movements.
Wait, but neoliberalism today. So are you an 80s neoliberal, or are you
yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. In the strict economic sense. I'm not
okay.
People who call themselves neoliberals on Twitter. No.
Because Twitter neoliberalism, Globe, Twitter, they are super pro BLM and all that.
No, I understand that. I'm using it in the economic sense.
Okay.
Thatcher, Reagan.
Yeah, well, I like Thatcher and Reagan, so yeah.
But I mean, they wouldn't be like protectionists in the way that you're.
Well, no, but they were with respect to the Soviet Union. They did not trade with the Soviet Union. The problem is that China is our current Soviet Union, and if Reagan and Thatcher were in charge and they saw what was going on with China right now, they'd probably take the same kind of stance, which is you do free trade and stuff with your allies, but you contain and destroy the evil empire. The problem is the neoliberal establishment is cozy with Red China, and they never got over the fact that the Soviet Union disappeared and that China's the new enemy. So
I don't actually entirely disagree with decoupling to some extent. But where I say I think that you're misunderstanding like the distinction between neoliberalism and protectionism, because like decoupling from China for like national security purposes is not really so much protectionism. Protectionism is generally more associated with like if you're trying to protect like domestic industries.
Exactly. Yeah. I was gonna say that, but also like I really think that neoliberalism has gotten too much of a negative stigma on this show for misled reasons. I personally identify as a neoliberal imperialist, but one thing I'll point out is that the neoliberal establishment and the foreign policy establishment in general is very anti-China. And I agree personally. And a lot, by the way, I work with foreign policy, quote unquote, elites on a regular basis. I talk to them, and they have come to talk to my school on regular occasions. And I will say this: the foreign policy establishment, the neoliberal establishment, is very anti-China. They are not cozying up to them, and also, But the thing is that I don't think that we should tariff, or put sanctions on. Well, I do think we should put sanctions on China, but the reason shouldn't be in order to better our own economy. The reason the reason should be for national security issues. Like, I support outsourcing for one, but they should be done in countries where relative gains is not an issue.
Yeah, it should be outsourcing like to India or something, right?
India or Vietnam. That would be good. And
okay, but the big distinction that I draw here is I'm fine with you making like socks or even perhaps, basic electronics or something in India, but all medical and military equipment and associated goods should have to be made domestically, Like we should have heavy industry be made domestically. That way, when the Third World War starts, we can turn those factories onto producing tanks and stuff instead of having some corporate design offices where all the factories are in another country's territory. That's not a good position to be in.
Well, I mean, you make a good case there, but like in general, free trade is best for the economy. And I'm saying this as someone who's taken graduate level economics course in my university.
Right, but there is a bit like I did a degree in economics, not graduate, but like an undergraduate degree. There is a bit of a consensus that kind of comes into academia where you can't really necessarily think outside the box too much, and if everything's simply driven by profit or growth or whatnot, the problem is, like, I'm not a Marxist, but one thing that Marx did say that I think that he had a point about was, look, the greed and excess and vanity of the bourgeois class would lead them to basically seek profit at their own destruction, essentially. And my worry is that if all that you have is this focus on, open borders, outsourcing, all that kind of stuff, you're going to destroy yourself in the seeking of greater gains. And then there won't even be a capitalist order. We'll just have a Chinese order, and then we'll have to do the bidding of the Communist Party. That's my view. I'm a bit more radical when it comes to that kind of stuff. Like I said, I want to keep heavy industry at home. That's just my view.
Okay, so I'll say this though. Like, first of all, you mentioned a few points. Like, okay, there are a lot of things that I have to say here. So, like, again, first of all, academia does not have a problem of not thinking outside the box. Like, that is a problem within economics academia, but like, well, actually, not even economics academia. Like, relative gains is an economics term. Like, it's completely legitimate. Academia is not stupid. I believe that, like, foreign policy and economic decisions should be based completely off of academia. And they made a point about relative gains. And I've said this multiple times, that trading with China is not anti-neoliberal, or not trading with China is not anti-neoliberal or anti-academia. Like, academia, under their conceptual theoretical framework, would oppose to that. And
well,
again,
I disagree with the characterization or the suggestion that it should be primarily based in academia. I would say ideally, in a perfect world, the Pentagon would basically be where all the foreign policy comes out of. But that's just my view, not universities.
But I mean, you make a very good point about heavy industries should be manufactured in the United States. That definitely does make sense in the context of national security and whatnot. But like the idea. Yes, I believe that there should be some regulations on the economy, but only insofar as to regulate negative externalities and monopoly behavior. But again, that's not anti-capitalism. That, in fact, that's more pro-capitalism, because
no. I get that. I've said that here too. Like, I support antitrust legislation and stuff, but I call myself a capitalist. I just see a negative externality at hand in outsourcing, where the problem is, and this negative externality doesn't really get talked about that much, but that if all of your heavy factories are in another country and then a war breaks out, it's a lot harder to take a corporate office where you design, say, cars and turn that into making tanks than it is to take a factory that makes cars and switch that over to making tanks. In other words, you're a lot more secure if your heavy industry is at home. Now, you might say, but you can make more money over there because it'd be cheaper. It's like, yes, but then if a third world war breaks out, you lose and they have all the tanks, and then you don't even have a profit because you're dead. Or
like Kevin, I agree with that. I agree with that completely. But like but that's not anti-academia. Like that. All I'm saying is that what you're saying is not like outside the realm of academia. That is literally called relative gains. And relative gains is, by the way, relative gains has another term called security externality. Relative gains is literally negative externality, a subset of negative externality on top
No,
of it.
I get that, McCarthy. I guess the problem that I have with academia, I have a number of problems with it, but one of the problems that I tend to have with this kind of area here is that it's not often the case that just because something is a concept, say in international relations, that the economics faculty's consensus is going to incorporate that. In other words, people tend to, like Dr. Fauci, for example, he tends to tout everything as if, you know, his particular field has the answer for everything, when in reality, you need a much more sort of interdisciplinary approach to it in that sense. And what I've seen is that the consensus of, as far as what's been implemented for the last 30-40 years, hasn't taken into account security externalities. It's only taken into account the profit motives, and that's not so much necessarily a criticism of academia as it is the more corporate establishment and the lack of willpower by the government to curtail the negative externalities thereof and to use the corporate engine to drive American growth and security as opposed to Chinese growth and security. But that's just my view of looking at it. But it's been a while since we heard from Spooky Nukies. I know he cut out, but if there were any thoughts or anything that you wanted to speak on, Reese, just about this.
I mean, I generally agree with you. I can see, I understand why there's kind of this desire in the corporate world to, you know, make the most profit. So that's why I would take the position of, you know, I'm a capitalist, but it needs to be tempered. You can't just be a capitalist. You need to be a capitalist, you know, because it's going to better your liberal society or your conservative society in which you're, you do care about a profit, but ultimately you want national security along the way. Because if you don't have that, it really doesn't matter how much of a profit, how many sweatshops you open. It's not going to do you any good, really.
How awesome was the violin concert on the Titanic? You know, it's like that sort of idea. You know, that's my problem. Is like when the paleocon types, when I went on the Politicrats channel, they kept on saying, yeah, but the problem with the neocons is you guys just ignore domestic policy and everything. And I'm like, look, if we don't,
I didn't agree with that either. Just to throw that out there for McCarthyism, I don't take issue with talking about BLM. I take issue with specific things that were said about BLM here and there, but I'm not pro BLM. I don't think it's as important for the most part. These issues, you know, these domestic squabbles, they get the Russian propagandists, they very much turn Americans and Westerners in general against each other based on these lines. But, you know, they wouldn't be as successful as they are if these divisions didn't exist, these very radical differences in opinion.
Well, Kanzik mentioned something earlier, which was that Kanzik brought up how, you know, the Russians and a lot of the anti-war narratives and security kind of stuff does go in with BLM, and that a lot of the BLM activists and stuff tend to take that line. I guess the more nuanced take on it, because I'm not pro-BLM either, it's just that the radical anti-BLM stuff that you see on YouTube or Facebook or 4chan is also sponsored by the Russians. Like the Russians organize anti-BLM protests and BLM protests so that they fight each other. Like
I did want to mention this because this kind of adds to the nuanced perspective. I'm not pro BLM. At times though, I can be neutral. There are some cases I can totally understand the social outrage over. And I'm actually very grateful to BLM for being an instrumental force of good in the Democratic primary and preventing Bernie Sanders from getting the nomination.
Yeah, that's true.
A lot of these pro BLM accounts, they were K-Hive, and we kind of formed, it was kind of, you know, strange bedfellows when I'm brushing shoulders with a lot of these people. There's many disagreements, but ultimately we wanted to save the Democratic Party from radicalization, and we were successful. And I don't agree with, you know, all the K-Hive people on everything, but I don't disagree with them on everything either. And I think that ultimately, you know, when it came down to what's the lesser evil, BLM or socialism, I chose BLM personally.
Same. Oh, same. 100%. Like the problem is, a lot of the leaders in the BLM movement are just straight up like self-admitting Marxists and stuff. But I think there's a big distinction to draw between like random people that show up to the protests and the people that are actually running it, or like the riotous component of it. So ones.
There is a Marxist element, but at the same time, and there is that overlap with the anti-war movement. There's always going to be, but those really, that's not what BLM is known to, for to normies. And I remember when, around when the George Floyd incident happened, there were a lot of these white socialists coming out, and they were like trying to claim the movement for their own. They were trying to weaponize the BLM protests into these, protests against the bourgeoisie. And a lot of these, these K-Hive accounts that are very popular on Twitter were not having it. And that to me was a good sign, because it was like, I don't necessarily agree with this, but even if there is a Marxist core in BLM, it's a lot of the people who support BLM aren't having that, no matter how much I disagree with them on other things.
Well, I personally think
it's not even so much an issue with
that.
We'll let Asuka go, because Asuka's been outnumbered. So we'll let Asuka speak.
Well, I'm not against BLM because I think that they're Marxists, even though I know that like at least two people at the head of the. Can you call it an organization? Is it an actual like organization, BLM?
You can. It's an organization in which most of the people associated with it aren't part of it. Like
yeah. I don't see a Marxist revolution against the bourgeoisie coming anytime soon in the United States, and that's not really my concern. I mean, my concern would be more with certain intellectual currents again, like critical theory, critical legal theory, critical race theory that's attached to all this BLM stuff that fundamentally itself is not even really Marxist. It's more like postmodernist and such. I mean, I just think that like the conversation about like whether or not it's Marxist is kind of misplaced, because that's not really. I mean, that's not really like. So when I was invoking things like the 1619 Project earlier, that's not, like certain intellectual currents that have potential to actually make incursions into like how history is taught in public schools and how that then shapes people's perception, right, of the United States as a moral actor and as generally a good country throughout its history. That's not really a Marxist thing, right? That's something that's rooted in a lot of this like critical theory stuff. So I don't think that there's like anyone who like criticizes this stuff is not really talking about Marxism or warning about like a communist revolution. That's not. I mean, like smart, like intellectual people who criticize this stuff, right? Not like random people on the internet. That's not really what it's about.
I have to. I'm sorry, but like I have to agree with that. Like one of my most tweets that's like super underrated is that feminist Marxists don't exist. Only Marxist feminists do. So yes, the Marxist or the BLM and feminazis tend to be economically left. I agree with that, but their priority isn't on economics and foreign policy. Their priority is just on equal rights or moral relativism and whatnot. But communist priority are ending capitalism and interventionism. That, in my view, is far more offensive to what the United States stands for than what the BLM and feminazis are wanting to do. And also another thing that's very often overlooked is that Marxists are actually the second most ardent opponents of identity politics besides alt-righters. The biggest, like you see this everywhere with like actual hardcore leftists and Kyle Kulinski in particular, who constantly complain that voters like BLM and like LGBT voters constantly voting Hillary Clinton because she is just because she's a woman, and saying that, oh, you just voted her even though she's a war criminal just because she's a woman. Like you see that line everywhere, right? And you also see that with Obama elections. Like, well, you also voted for Obama, besides even though just because he's black, even though he is an imperialist. You see that everywhere. And that's why the leftists are very against identity politics and BLM and feminazis in general. And this tendency tends to get so I guess gets such little attention.
Well, McCarthy, so I do want to stop you just to point out one thing that you said there, which was that they were second to the alt-right. I would actually say, like, the alt-right, Jared Taylor, those types of folks, they are the largest sort of disseminators of identity politics. They literally want an ethno state, right? Like that's as identity politics as it gets. As if you're all right, you're all about white, and this is white, and that's non-white, and I'm white, and my ancestors are white, and look at what we built, and white's good, non-white's bad.
Yeah, you're right. But I guess they're the most ardent opponent against BLM and LGBT. Like,
they're against black identity politics.
Exactly.
Yeah, but they're for white identity politics.
Right. Yeah, I agree. So like there's like the squiggle theory, right? Where like the far left and the center right are the far left and the center right are focused only on economics and foreign policy, while the center left, like, you know, the LGBT and the BLM, and the far right only focus on social policy. Like, you see that, right? And that's again another reason why I don't think having a certain opinion on social policy has any bearing on the validity or like its threat level to the nation. What their view on foreign policy and economic policy will, however, determine how much of a threat someone is to the country.
I would say foreign policy beyond even more than economics, because if you think about it, if we lose the Cold War and our enemies win, then our economics and social policy is whatever the hell Beijing says it is or Moscow says it is.
So. Yeah, but like, I mean, economic policy is still important, right? Because
it's still important. Yeah, but
I think they're on the same level, because like economic policy like determines like how much military budgeting, like it's all connected. So I think they're on the same level.
I just think that you're not seeing like the long-term trends of not even like, say what the United States would be like in like 2040, but more like, let's say in like 2090. I mean, to what degree do you like, where is the threshold to where you think that like culture matters, right? Because even people who are employed in think tanks and people who are part of the foreign policy community, right? They're part of that culture as well.
People who work in think tanks, like, just because their views are shaped by whether like women are better than men, that's not going to shape their foreign policy views. Like, again, like, this is another thing. Why should it matter whether like the cultural atmosphere makes us believe that women or black people are better than white people, or vice versa?
No, that's not even the point. No, it's about whether or not the United States is an actor with a certain moral authority. Like, you understand that, right? Like, it's not about these weird, like, cartoonish characterizations that you're invoking.
Okay, a few things. First of all, I personally don't think that the United States needs a moral high ground. Like that, I mean, I've said this multiple times as a realist. We don't need moral high. The only reason we need moral high ground is to gain public support. Like, moral high grounds is only used so that anti-wars will stop bitching about us going into the Middle East. Like, that's the only there's no moral high ground we have here. I mean, I'm not like most neoconservatives who believe that our mission is to spread democracy and whatnot. Our mission, by the way, is national security. That's it. And economic prosperity. That's all we care about. And if that means like trampling over South American countries and the Middle East for oil and natural resources, so be it. That's our main goal. We care about morals.
McCarthy, see, here's the thing here. I've said before, you know, there's American interest, there's Russian interest, there's Chinese interest. Only one of those can really be the hegemon, realistically speaking. The thing that I've said is, like, yes, America's going to act in her interest, but that her interest corresponds or correlates so much more with human interest than any of the other powers that you have to support the U.S. even if you're critical of the U.S. But I still think that the U.S. is an emergent system. I still think that the United States is greater than just its state interests and its economy. I I believe that America is not just exceptional, but I believe that America is meta exceptional, because if you look at the UK and Canada, which are exceptional countries, they would not be a thing without America. They'd be Soviet or Nazi gulag camps. So
I agree. Like, I agree that we have moral high grounds technically, and like our domestic policy is better for the people, right? I agree with that. But the point that I'm making is that we don't really need, like, those things don't dictate our foreign policy. That's all I'm saying. Like, the people making decisions in the White House and the Pentagon don't really care that our mission is to spread democracy. Their only mission is to spread American hegemony, and whether that be democratic or whatever. And
right, but the long run, even in propping up people like Pinochet, is for global democracy. I mean, it's to transition those systems over to democracies, like, because otherwise, if you don't have a guiding ideology, and I don't know if you'll agree with this or not, but I've criticized the more radical and I guess almost relativist side of realism in the past before on this show, because I call myself a moral universalist. My problem, I guess, is that if you're just looking at it as, like, you know, basically the sum of the components of the state interest and the economy and whatnot, what is there stopping you then from working, say, for the Russians or the Chinese? Because they also have a state interest and they also have an economic interest. So what is there that makes America special then, I guess, would be the question. Why not defend Russian interests, you know?
Because their interest is to demolish our interests. That's my only argument. Because it's a zero-sum game between us and China and Russia, and the more they gain, the more we lose. That's the system, and that's
no. I get that, but why root for America? Why not root for Russia then? And, like, why not roll a die?
Because I'm an American and I live here, and I want my country to be more prosperous. And if I were Russian, I would be rooting for them. If I were Chinese, I would be rooting for them.
See, if I were Russian, I'd be trying to get the hell out to the West, right? Like.
I couldn't disagree more. I mean, at that point, if we were living in like a totalitarian America, I would not want America to, hopefully, unless I've been brainwashed for my entire life into believing that. I would. With my current mindset, I wouldn't want them to win.
Yeah, people are entirely shaped by their socialization and norms that they're socialized into believing, and then forms all of their decisions. Yeah, I mean, it's in ways that can even be like subconscious, right? It's not whether or not you
kind of, but
it's not whether or not.
But Asuka, no, but Asuka, you need food. Like, North Koreans can be socialized to hate America and stuff, but they also need food. That's why they cross the border to China to
I'm not disagreeing with you.
I think ultimately, yeah, you're mostly going to be influenced by that, but there's a lot of influence in the world now. And now, granted, you're going to be getting a lot of propaganda about America, but a lot of these countries with, oppressed minorities or just oppressed people in general, they're going to have some minimal access to American culture, whether it be through movies or whatever. They're going to have some notion of what America is. A lot of it's going to be painted negatively, but maybe not necessarily so.
Yeah, but Reese, here's the thing, right? Like, there are a lot of people that live in Russia today, for example, where if you were to talk to them, they might even say that they're proud of their country or they like Russia or whatnot. And you ask them, well, what do you want to do? They want to either go and study in America or Canada or the UK, or they just straight up want to still get out, because they know that even if they've been socialized to be Russian, they still know that they're dirt poor and their life is miserable. So as much as you can say the Americans are bad, okay, they still might go to, I don't know, Czech Republic or something. They still wouldn't be there. So I guess the reason why I bring this up, because for me, if I'm somebody who's like, if I'm happen to be spawned in Russia, for example, right? I'm like, spawned, right? like we're playing like RuneScape or something, there's a boomerism right there. But here's the thing. I'm not going to be thinking, how can I get a job in Russian media or the Russian foreign ministry, or how can I start an independent content here to promote Russian interests? I'm going to be like, oh, how can I get enough money to get the hell out of this country so that I can either go and work for American media work for the American foreign policy or start my own independent thing that's promoting American interests. Like, in other words, your geography doesn't matter. Like, morals have no relation to geography. You know, it's like the laws of physics. The laws of physics are the same whether you're in Russia or whether you're in America. It's the reason why if you got everything together and it works and the electrical signal fires right, the atoms will do their thing, whether they're in a nuke with a Pakistani flag outside where they all believe in like Islam and stuff, or an American flag where the people that made it are like Christian or atheist or whatever, because the atoms do their thing. The laws of physics are the same. Morals are the same. Like there is an objective reality out there that has to do with, human dignity, and it has to do with human aspiration. And as much as you can say, yes, well, you would be different if you were born there. That's true. You'd have different upbringing. You still need food and you still need to have a future. Like people in Russia, even if they hate America, even if they think the Americans are dirty imperialists and they screwed over their country, they still know that life is better in America. That's kind of what I'm getting at. They still know that America is better. So
okay, so Oscar, I have to point this out here. So you mentioned that like the deep-rooted cause of anti-war and these cultural revolutions with BLM or LGBT, whatever, are all based on like this growing or this trend towards moral relativism and like a philosophical, I guess, drift, you can say it. Like, again, like, first of all, I would defend moral relativism as a philosopher or an ethical person. I'm not an ethical person, but like, as on an ethical ground, I don't really see how it's invalid or like moral nihilism or whatever. But like the point is that the decision makers are not influenced by morals. That's the whole point. Like
that's not 100% true though. I really don't think that if you look back into it and you understand why leaders did what they do, that they were all acting purely in the national interest, because that goes both ways. Because Jimmy Carter definitely not really acting in the national interest. He just thought he was doing the right thing, negotiating and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah,
and
he's
everything.
a perfect case study of that for sure.
But that's
like I guess what I'm just getting at is whether they do the right thing or they do the wrong thing. Leaders do have their sort of agenda and their vision, which sort of transcends the pure national interest. Because if it were true that all leaders, all decision makers in America are simply there to affirm the national interest, then American foreign policy would just be consistent all the time. There'd be no yo-yoing, as Braden Cool Pooter says, where you go in, then you pull down, then you pull out, then you have to go back in after another thing happens. It would almost look like America was a dictatorship from the outside, where it's just one continuous, or a monarchy or something, where it's just one continuous thing. But that's not what we see. If that were true, why has Trump had his own vision, right?
I personally think that is what we see, because Trump was an isolationist and the deep state prevented him from making rash decisions. And like, again, even with Jimmy Carter, the NSC, the National Security Council, prevented him from withdrawing from Korea entirely. Jimmy Carter was also an anti-war communist. You can say that.
But, no, I'm not a fan of him. I'm just saying he bucked the trend, if you will, on the national security. He hurt American security.
I mean, he did to an extent, but he couldn't get rid of it because, like, most of the decision makers, like the president is not the only decision maker. Most decision makers, like in the National Security Council or like the CIA, they have a very general consensus that controls the presidency. And I do think that is why the United States had a very consistent foreign policy. It was very interventionist for the majority of the time after World War II. And that is because the deep state and the elite establishment kept it that way, no matter what your ideology is. Even if Trump hated NATO. Trump hated the fact that our troops were in South Korea or in Japan or wherever. He could not pull out. Why? Because the foreign policy bloc prevented him from doing so. Why? Because again, like the foreign first, like a lot of things influence this, like Raytheon or oil lobbyists. They again make these judgments and they see what's profit maximizing behaviors, and then again they make the decision to stay in these wars and occupy these countries. And here we are. I mean, no matter even like I really don't think that like even. Like, okay, so like even if like Tulsi Gabbard, like I don't want to say this, right? Tulsi Gabbard being the president would be disastrous. I don't. Okay, first of all, I don't even think the deep state would even allow her to be president. Like the deep state and the elite establishment they would probably. Okay, she would either get assassinated or pay the fuck out of the corporate media to demonize her as much as possible so that she doesn't get elected.
But Trump won. You know, Trump was like the right-wing Tulsi.
Yeah, but like even then, all the neoconservatives somehow still gained power. Like Mike Pompeo is an imperialist. So is like John Bolton. Like all these people are still in power.
Those guys, well, Mike Pompeo's a bit different. He's more on the defensive-ish side of things. John Bolton's an offensive realist. A lot of the neoconservatives, actually, I've even been critical of them. They were straight up never Trumpers. They wanted nothing to do with Trump. Even when Trump did good things, they won't give him credit. They won't give him credit on social media or anything. A lot of the neocons, like Bo Crystal and stuff, they're just, and I get it. They put in so many decades of work into their party to watch Trump burn it to the ground and post cringe all the time. I get why they're pissed. No, actually, very few neocons were directly involved in the Trump administration. Surprise.
So I just wanted to say real quick for McCarthy, it looks like we lost Asuka too.
Well, Asuka left because he basically said phone malfunction, heading out. But you know, we had a conversation and stuff, so Asuka can come on again in the future. But you know,
I didn't want to say we said our piece basically, but I did want to say in response to McCarthy is so I see the value definitely of having these institutions in place where not everything is contingent on a presidential election. Obviously, they wield a lot of foreign policy power, but there are going to be other people making the decisions. But this is why I would advocate for having a moral-based reasoning for our national interests, because again, it's the same problem that we see has arisen with China. Just because something, it's great that something's going to produce a profit, but let's say that national security, it no longer becomes as profitable as it is now, and a lot of these companies don't want to be involved. I do think there needs to be a stronger reason. It can't just be, oh well, we're making money. This is why I think it makes so much more sense to elevate your morals to the point that is what you are fighting for. You're fighting for something a little bit more, because of course every country is going to be fighting for its own survival just by default. But I think that you need a little bit more in order to truly lead the world and actually succeed in running a successful hegemony. So what do you think about that?
Well, I just wanted to say one thing first to McCarthyist as well, which is just basically, I think you kind of answered the question already, but I just want to clarify, because I asked, why would you then work for one state over another if you basically can't tell the difference? I know you said that it's not necessary to have a moral sort of justification, which, like, by the way, just for the record here, I actually agree with that. Like, whether America goes into Iraq on purely national security reasons or purely interventionist humanitarian reasons, it doesn't matter because you get the job done. But my case there is still that America's at the end of the day acting in this moral sort of trajectory. I guess my question would be,
I made that point too in videos. So it's the intentions are sometimes complicated, but ultimately I think that the outcome is a moral improvement. Now, if it wasn't, if the outcome was truly like indefensible and immoral, but it also happened to, technically it did advance American national security, I would be much more critical of it. I would not be an open supporter of a hawkish foreign policy if I really believe that it did keep us safe, but ultimately it was pretty heinous along the way.
I kind of want to just get to the sort of crux of my question for McCarthy is that, like, let's say, for example, you've talked about before, like you're Machiavellian, you're McCarthyist, and I've defended McCarthy, and I've obviously been a fan of Machiavelli for a very long time. I read Discourse on Livy, I read The Prince. I think he's just profound beyond. He's ahead of his time, big time. I mean, he warned about private military contractors, all that kind of stuff 600 years ago. I guess my question, though, to you would be, I get why, you've said you would take some pretty drastic things to avoid a communist revolution and stuff. And I get that, right? In the greater good, the greater interest. My question would be, let's say that there was a communist revolution that succeeded in America, and now America became like a communist sort of system, like the Soviet Union or whatnot. You then wouldn't still be working for the American security state. You would defect to somewhere else that was free, right? Or would you just say, hey, they have a state interest too? Like, because the Soviet Union has a state interest.
Okay, so if that were to happen, right? If the United States were to go communist and say like Joseph Stalin rose from the graves and became the president of the United States somehow out of all miracles, right? On a personal level, because I'm so anti-communist, I would defect first and foremost. Like you're right.
Okay.
But here's the thing though, right? My foreign policy, right, on what the United States should do, assuming that it wants to further its national interests and economic interests, it would still remain the same, regardless of whether it's communist or democracy. Because like in the Soviet states, let's say, like in this hypothetical country called the Soviet States of America, the SSA, like let's say that this new country were to be formed, right?
Yeah.
Like, does that mean that the SSA it's in their interest to withdraw from everywhere? No, because like again, for the regime's point of view, from the regime's perspective, they want to remain in these wars and still engage in the Middle East.
I get that.
Yeah.
I get that. I guess my question, I guess, to kind of phrase it better, is like, I understand that like the Soviet States of America would have the same interests in the Middle East to oppose, say, Russia and whatnot there, and oppose China as it would today. I guess my question, or at least a similar interest, I guess my question would be, I'd understand their interest just like I understand Kim. I understand why he wants nukes. I totally get it. I totally 100% get why he wants nukes. People say, like, you don't get it, man. He's scared and he needs to have a deterrent against the U.S. and he needs to like balance. I'm like, I get that. I'm not on his side. I want to undermine him. In this case, I would want to undermine the Soviet States of America. I wouldn't be defending their security interests. I'd be working for a different state interest.
Like if that were to happen, like I personally would think that or a quote unquote country like an EU should be the new regional hegemon or something. Like
So you do have morals then. You do have morals. You can recognize that system's bad then, right?
I mean, this moral is just utilitarianism, because if like what's best for humanity, right? What's best for humanity is a world that is completely run by capital, a system sort of like what we have in the United States.
Yeah.
It's purely utilitarian. So it is very utilitarian for the United States to engage in imperialism. But if that were to happen here, like it becomes a communist state and like people are poor and like they can't afford anything, then you should be imperialist. But the thing is but I guess my point is that every country will be imperialist no matter what.
Yeah.
And the point that I'm making with the United States in particular is that it will act imperialistically, and it should, because, well, for its own national security interests, and because an entire world with an American political system and an economic system is best for humanity on a utilitarian level.
Okay, so your moral sort of framework there is utilitarianism, because mine isn't 100% utilitarian, but they come to the same conclusion. I guess the thing here is that in that case, I guess when you said you don't need a moral sort of justification or anything, that's technically true, because you can do what you want, and if you're strong enough to do it and stuff, then you can win. But I guess my kind of question then would have been, what would make the American state interest better than the Russian state interest? Because the most relativistic realist would say, well, they're both states. They both have their interests. It's like, whereas for me, America's exceptional, Russia is not. Like America, there's something about America that I'm not going to say it's magical or anything, but that it is morally superior to the Russians or the Chinese.
I agree. I definitely do agree. Like a world would be mankind would be better off under a world state developed by the United States than the Soviet Union. But I guess my point on why the United States in particular should be imperialistic is that, for one, it's inevitable. Like every state will be inevitably imperialistic. So why should we be the only one that isn't imperialistic? That's not only
No.
unrealistic, but also
no, I get that. I get that. It's just, I guess the point that you kind of mentioned was that you don't need to have a moral sort of framework for that imperialism. Whereas for me, I think that it's the moral reasons that make America exceptional, that make that imperialism worthwhile and worth defending, as opposed to the Russians.
Yeah,
Otherwise, how could you support one over the other?
I think if the United States did not have the morals, you know, like it does now, or like the capitalist establishment, then my quote unquote support, it won't be a support. It would just be a prediction and prophecy. My support for American imperialism or communist American imperialism would be completely positivist. Like the statement would just be, it will act this way and nothing will change. That would be the only thing. And with minus we should do this for moral reasons.
Okay. But like you mentioned though the idea of the utilitarian angle and everything. I guess my sort of argument for justifying things with a very moral emphasis, and mind you, that's not even necessarily arguing for humanitarian justifications so much as it is an American exceptionalism or whatnot there. I guess the idea there is that if you can reify that throughout history and have the precedent set that each president that comes in is going to underlie and hammer home the point of exceptionality for moral reasons, then it makes it a lot harder for somebody else to come in to undo that legacy. Whereas if you were never justifying anything from a moral framework, you might lose track of your values a lot easier. It might be a lot easier to lose yourself and become the devil if you're not hammering home why you're not and why you're better. I guess that's where I'm at. But it's been a little while since we heard from Reese. Like, Reese, what do you make of all of this?
I don't think we necessarily disagree as much as I thought, but in some ways, I think we do. It really just depends on the wording, and I just stand by that. This is why I would consider myself a patriot and not a nationalist. I see there being a very big chasm between these ideas. I'm not pro-America because I happen to be an American, and I don't think that that's a prerequisite. Kevin's not an American. We have a lot of people in the community from all over the world, and the reason that they are pro-American hegemony is because they believe and they share the values of America. And I see that as a very strong binding force, a beacon on a hill, so to speak, if we're going to get poetic. It's what separates America from a lot of the rest of the world, especially when you're talking about countries like China and Russia. Now, and I think that there's a big difference between understanding a nation's foreign policy and sympathizing with it. And I like what you said about that, Kevin. I understand Kim Jong-un. I understand why he does what he does. I understand why Putin does what he does. But I don't sympathize because I do not share their values. And granted, I've long been the person to say that, of course, foreign policy is the number one issue. It is the priority. And a lot of these other domestic squabbles are a distraction. I don't think that they're necessarily unimportant, though. And, you know, there's always going to be a lot of friction and division. People are like playing that up now. It's kind of like a fear monger tactic to be like, oh my God, the country's more divided since the Civil War. And they're talking about how there's going to be another civil. Absolutely ridiculous shit, man. People have always disagreed. It's just that now you happen to hear a lot more of it. People are, you know, they're more free to voice their opinions and actually have it get out there. You're going to know what's going on in, you know, XYZ city. You're going to know, you know, whatever this movement happens to think. And a lot of movements will rise to prominence that way. There could come a point where I would say, you know what, the America that I once knew with the values that I believe in doesn't exist anymore. and you might have to look elsewhere. Or it might be a really terrible situation where America turns to shit, but it still happens to be the best option. That would be sad. That would be a really sad day for democracy and liberalism. And ultimately, yeah, no, I don't think that that is the only reason why U.S. foreign policy is conducted. I do think it is a reason, and it certainly gets a lot of people on board. And it's more the, intentions matter to a degree, but the effects matter as well. So whatever reasons people had to introduce a democratic system to Iraq, I think that that is a positive addition. I don't care what their reasons were necessarily, but I think that that was part of the mix, obviously, because that was the end result. It just stands to reason that if the end result is a democratic system, well, one of the ideas that was introduced in the meeting of the Bush administration was, let's spread democracy in Iraq. Even if it was for a totally pragmatic reason of, well, democracies are more stable. They make for better allies. We don't have to worry about there being, we don't have to worry about them pulling a Saddam in Kuwait necessarily as much. And it's not some bullshit, Syria democracy, a real democracy, or as real as you're going to get in Iraq. So that's what I have to say about that. I can understand the pragmatism of, wanting to support, even just for your own self-preservation. Like, you could be living in a shitty oppressive system, but you're still talked into supporting the state and the state's agenda because you don't want a bomb dropped on you by the enemy. But I think that we're fine in that regard. I don't think that we have to worry about that so much because we just live in such powerful countries that aren't necessarily going to be touched in the immediate future. You could call it a luxury to a certain degree to have these, these moral debates about, what's right and what's wrong, because a lot of people probably don't feel like they can do that. It's a struggle to survive day to day. But I think that if we are going to carve out societies that would allow something like luxury, that would allow the luxury of having political debates and discussions, then we should fully utilize that. And we should use the time we have and the free speech we have to advocate for a better world. I don't think that's going to happen if the world superpower becomes morally corrupt. I think that the world will become a much darker place. And I don't see how that could be disagreed with, really.
Yeah, I don't think that McCarthyist and I and Reese here have as much of a disagreement on that as I initially thought, because McCarthyist, you definitely conveyed here that you do have a sort of moral framework that's based on utilitarianism. And I think, Reese and I would both agree for sure that the American framework for the world order provides the most utility to the most people, compared to the Russians or the Chinese, who are literally, if they're intervening, it's to keep down the people, not to liberate them, right? So. Oh, is McCarthyist there? Okay, we might have lost McCarthyist.
I'm still here. I was just looking at the chat.
Oh, yeah, McCarthyist is here. Okay.
Did you ask me a question? Sorry, I was.
Oh no, I was just saying I don't think we have as much of a disagreement on that as I initially thought, because obviously you do have a moral framework that's based on utilitarianism, and we all agree here that America is the most favorable if you view it through a utilitarian lens when comparing the Russian or Chinese world. So we're pro America for that reason, because it initially almost sounded like, to me at least, maybe I misheard, but that you were almost implying that states, not that they're all equal or anything, but that the morality of it is irrelevant and that states are just going to do what they're going to do, which it's like from a purely objectivist descriptive angle, yes, but you've made a case here for why America is exceptional, which we agree to, which is, you know, some people would do it for other reasons. They do it for like cultural sort of stuff or whatever, but utilitarianism is also like a moral framework that works to still see America as superior. So
yeah, like the only reason I said that was that like the point that I was making was that decision makers won't be influenced by like a differing morality. Like the point that I was making was that like a shifting atmosphere of morals are not going to shift how decision makers in the United States foreign policy bloc will behave or implement policy. That's like the main point that I was bringing home.
I don't know if I agree with that though, because you were saying earlier how these corporations will kowtow to popular social movements. This is me kind of almost taking Asuka's side, and he's not even here. But you know, you have something. Okay, so let's take BLM for an example. There are a lot of issues covered here, but one of them is very much an anti-American sentiment. You know, there's that whole kneel during the national anthem thing.
yeah.
So now here's the thing. Now I think that's silly, and I don't think it's even that big of a deal. But if this sentiment goes completely unchallenged, this idea spreads that, well, you know, America, basically, if you get a lot of people believing that America is a racist nation, there is going to be this social pressure, like, why should America's interests be defended? Why would we defend the interests of a racist nation?
Right.
Okay, I have a response. My response is that for corporations that seek to expand their consumer base, that's only because their consumers are the general public. For weapons industries like Raytheon or Lockheed Martin, their only customer is the U.S. government. So it doesn't matter what the public thinks of these corporations. The only opinions of them that matter to them is the U.S. government and whether their weapons are good or not. So again, like the moral,
we've
like
said that
moral
there's institutions that go beyond the president, but let's imagine, you know, this hypothetical scenario where the president and a good chunk of Congress were Tulsi Gabbard types. I know it's not going to happen. I'm just saying for the sake of a hypothetical. Do you, and those, you know, technically speaking, they're supposed to be a representative of the will of the people. They're the people that the general public wanted to be put in charge. Do you see that, you know, and that being brought on by the spread of anti-interventionist propaganda? Do you see that having an adverse effect on us having a competent and efficient foreign policy?
Yes, I do think that will destroy our foreign policy. But the point that I'm making is that a shift in moral atmosphere is not going to make that happen, because the only way politicians get elected is through raising campaign funds. And a lot of that is channeled through oil lobbyists and, again, the military-industrial complex. That's why, like, more than half, like, I think it's like 2/3 of Congress is bought up by the military-industrial complex. So whatever, and by the way, and when these people are in power, they're not just in there making foreign policy bills. They can also make bills that regulate these types of speech, like far left or far right rhetoric that oppose American interventionist foreign policy. So when these people are in power, and by the way, these people are only in power because of profit motives and elite establishments, they're not going anywhere. And the point that I'm making again was that moralism, while yes, a Congress, if they were elected entirely by the moral principles, and if the people actually had a say in what they wanted or who they wanted, which, by the way, if that were to have happened, Tulsi Gabbard or Bernie Sanders or the populist figures would have been elected, then yeah, the foreign policy establishment would crumble. And then another thing is that, like, the establishment, a lot of it is appointed, not elected either. And the people that are appointed, none of them share populist beliefs. That's another thing that
I get that, and that's what makes that a more stable institution. If it's not necessarily a representative of the will of the people institution, but you know, just because it's been a certain way for X amount of years. I'm not saying that there's going to be some DSA takeover next week. I'm simply going to point out, though, we have seen a rise in more grassroots type candidates. Will they ever become a majority? Will they ever replace the more corporate candidates that way? I don't know. I'm not a future teller, but it is a possibility. It is not completely, with the system the way it is, I don't see it as being completely off the table. And I'll always vie for national security and foreign policy, these being the number one issues. But even from this angle, I can see wanting to get involved in a culture war to some degree. And that along with the overlap that a lot of these, LARPing revolutionaries have with anti-war movements in general.
Okay. So you do make a good point. But here's what I'll say. Okay. The problem that I had with Asuka's militaristically anti culture war thing is that if you're going by that angle, then might as well criticize the shifting morale or the shifting ethical atmosphere of American education system as opposed to the products of it, which we see are LGBT and BLM riots. To me, those products are like have marginal impact on decision making, and they don't really seem to have any bearing on any important or relevant issues in America. And I've also said this multiple times, and I was going to say this earlier. I heard somewhere that Russia's funding pro and anti BLM. I personally don't really think so, because their funds are limited. I think if they're going to spend money anywhere, it's going to be on like Kyle Kulinski's show or like the far right syndicate.
He'll do it for free, man. He'll do it for free. They don't need to.
If they really want to destabilize America and its foreign policy apparatus, their main target should be like separatist movements in California or Texas, or like anti-war movements. Anti-war movements specifically like improve Russia's security.
Yes, but the point that Asuka was making, and the point that actually a few people on the panel, including Kanzik, was making earlier, which I can kind of see, is that there's not so much an anti-war in the sense of like the Vietnam thing where it's actually identified as anti-war outside like Jimmy and Tulsi meme groups. It's the main uprising, the main youth sort of activism of today is either LGBT or Black Lives Matter. Now, I'm pro-LGBT myself, but the thing is, those are the big activist movements. And so they get tied up with that undercurrent of anti-war stuff, even though if you were pro-LGBT, you would actually be pro-American imperialism or whatnot, pro-American intervention. But that's a different topic. I think by and large, this idea that we should, like, I've argued with the paleocons. I've said, look, the reason why domestic issues aren't as focused on is because if we lose the foreign policy fight, then we don't even have our own countries anymore. And then domestic issues are whatever our enemies say they are. But that doesn't mean that you ignore them. And I think that there's a really good cautionary sort of inference that you could draw here to say, well, what happens if we run this to its logical conclusion? What are we going to have? Well, right now, it'll be BLM and everything. And then after that runs its course, they'll move on to the next issue. Eventually, they're going to come to American imperialism or whatever it is, as they're already coming to, which is thrown in there. But the main topic is BLM. It's eventually going to be, anti-America matters or whatever the hell it is. And then all of a sudden, it's like you've allowed it to fester and grow. To me, I don't really see the point in waiting to oppose it until they're directly all just talking about anti-war stuff, because right now they already are. We know that that's the movement that they're going to go to. If you polled these people and said, are you pro-war in Iraq or anti-war in Iraq? Like 90% of them are going to be anti-war in Iraq. They're already not, like, in other words, I guess this goes back to the moral argument, which is that, and I've said this before, if we lose the moral conviction of our own superiority, then it's only a matter of time before the Russians are going to win or the Chinese are going to win, because how could we even defend ourselves? We don't stand for anything, right?
I guess I was just kind of confused about something that McCarthy has said, and I might be totally butchering it here, but like, did you say that you don't think that BLM has an impact on policy being formed?
I mean, yes, it has impact, but like it's not relevant to our well-being, our economic or security well-being.
Okay, but like those are only like two dimensions, you know, and it's those should be people's top concerns, but it's very often difficult to make those people's priorities. And I know that seems kind of silly, but
yeah, but
there's going to be a lot of people who are like, okay, what is directly impacting, you know, my life in front of me? What's happening here? You know, kind of the example of like you're in a major city, you're seeing a lot of riots, you're seeing Wendy's get burned down, and it's like, well, you know, this is what I'm going to vote on essentially. And it can only be brushed under the rug to a certain extent, I think. And not that this should be, you know, obviously if you're running an account where you primarily want to talk about foreign policy and national security, those should be the main concerns. But I guess I just don't agree when it comes to we should be against talking about domestic issues, because those are obviously important too, maybe to a lesser degree.
Like, I am for talking about domestic issues, but the point is I'm just against focusing too much on social issues. Like, I mean, if we are ever going to talk about domestic issues, talk about rather than that, talk about like how we could ensure that Russian infiltration in our elections are less of a thing, or better yet, or like how to budget our economy better in a way that facilitates prosperity and whatnot. Also, another thing is that, like, I get that, like, I make there's no Marxist, there's no feminist Marxist, just Marxist. But like, yes, if you take these people that are like pro BLM and ask them whether they're pro Iraq, all of them are going to be anti-Iraq war. But the point that I'm making is that their priority is on anti like police brutality and whatnot. And like, it's not in our, and just because we appease to them or like we butcher our response, it's not going to, I mean, yes, if you butcher our response, it's going to be bad, period. But the point that I'm making is that you shouldn't be militaristically anti BLM. Like, if the government's main purpose is to ensure and like give them the message that America is good, then might as well like appease to them and say, hey, okay, fine, we're going to reform our police so that this type of thing doesn't happen anymore, and prove to them that we are not racist, and prove to them that we are a good country. It's not like, and just like being militaristically anti-BLM is not going to help anybody.
I guess it depends on what you define as being militaristically against it. You know, I don't see it as a movement that necessarily would need to be appeased. Yeah, and there are some reforms that I would support here and there, but it's almost a separate issue. I guess I just
also,
I don't know. I don't think it's going to do. I don't think it's going to do you much good in the long run. I don't think that they're going to be like, okay, now we're going to be pro-America. Now we're going to care about national security.
Yeah, I agree. But like, one more thing, right? If the government should be militaristic about anyone, right? If it's going to be like full-on retaliation, we're going to eliminate True Group once and for all type motivation, it should be on communists. It should be on far left, syndicalists, anarchists, communists, and the far right, like massive right-wing populists. If they're going to do that, might as well have it be on alt-righters or these anti-war protesters. Once they are actually on board with protesting these wars, then we should be militaristically about them, and then we should be sending them to jail and having them pay the price for opposing our imperialist and capitalist establishment.
I don't agree with that either.
The thing is, like, if they just think that, like, oh, like police brutality, or like, oh, like gay people should have rights, or they think we should have safe space or something, why should we, like, there's no reason for us to go on an extreme for them. Like, might as well be like, okay, you want safe space, you'll get space.
I mean, we're going to see a real divide here, you know, in terms of.
I'll just say, Asuka's a bit more of a social conservative than me, for sure. I would say I'm the liberal neocon, you know, like it's a little bit different. But Asuka's more. I wouldn't even say that Asuka's alt-right. I would say that Asuka's not even necessarily a paleocon. Asuka's just like more conservative in that sense. That's why it's a bigger deal for Asuka. So
yeah, no, we don't need to speak for him if he's not here. But
yeah, he can come back on. But
yeah, no, by all means, you know, he by the end, you know, we were kind of mean to him at first. He was fine by the end, but it was just kind of inevitable that we'd lose our energy at 2 a.m. But McCarthy I just disagree. I think this is the major difference between, you know, whether or not morality plays a role in why you support, you know, certain national securities or foreign policies. This, you know, I understand that potentially this domestically would weaken a country if you allow for communists to run around and spew anti-capitalist propaganda, anti-interventionist propaganda. But what is to be gained morally by jailing these people for simply disagreeing, for simply speaking from their own perspective? Who exactly is going to qualify for this? Because I do think that there are people who are very willful and malicious traitors, and then I think that there's people who kind of just get caught up in that. They happen to catch on to a trend and like, okay, yeah, this is what.
I agree with Reese on that. Like, yeah, for example, we talked about the Sedition Act earlier. I think if you're getting money, as Jimmy Dore has and Tulsi Gabbard has, from the SSNP as well as specific Russian groups, for example, and let's say we're in an active war with Russia or something, if the authorities show up at their place, I don't think people are really going to have that much of an issue with that. You know, it's like,
oh yeah, no, I understand that. I'm just speaking, you know, if someone happens to be, you know, some nobody who's in the middle of a protest or they're on Twitter, I don't want the secret police coming to their door.
Okay, here's the thing. Okay, like on our perspective, we don't know whether they were paid by the Russian or the Chinese government or not, or whether they were active spies. And so the thing is that they need to know that what they're doing is extremely offensive and extremely dangerous to the well-being and economic prosperity of the country that we live in. And if there is no possible way to distinguish an active malicious Russian hack and a useful idiot who just wants to be like, who wants a communist anarchic utopia, then might as well tell them, okay, we are in a process where we are actively in a war against these people. So if you are going to be a useful idiot, we won't know that you are paid off by them or not. So don't do it, or otherwise you will pay the price as they do. And then we tell them that, and if they continue on, then, well, I'm sorry, there's going to be consequences.
Well, I guess the sort of disagreement that I think what Reese is kind of getting at here and what McCarthy is getting at is, I guess, the magnitude of the scope of what would qualify under, I guess, the Sedition Act here, because there are people out there that, you know, if we're in a wartime, they've even like been on the record saying that they would root for the other side. I mean, South Korea is a more blatant example of this, where upwards of 20% of South Koreans responded to a poll that said that if a war broke out with the North, they would sabotage the South's war effort because they view the North as safeguarding traditional Korean values and stuff. And they just sympathize with the North. They support the Sunshine Policy, that kind of stuff. We don't really have that extent in the United States. Like, my guess is the people that would actually sabotage any war effort it's probably like it's way less than 1 in 1,000 of the population that would like if they're making tanks or something, that they would like wreck the designs or whatever, like on purpose. That like in terms of actual treason and stuff, it's got to be way lower than that. Whereas McCarthy is, I guess your kind of argument is that there'd be a big swath of, or not a big swath, but that there are a lot of groups and stuff that would undermine the war effort in that sense. So I guess I forget who spoke last, but whoever spoke second last can respond.
There's a big difference, I think. You know, obviously, if someone's actively trying to sabotage a war effort, they're going to be dealt with anyway. Those are criminal offenses. I'm simply suggesting, like, if we went back to 2003, 2004-ish, and there are protests, there are active anti-war protests against our involvement in Iraq. What's the solution? Is it to arrest all those people? I don't think so. And it seems like you know, and I shouldn't be surprised your name is McCarthy, so I get it, and I can get the temptation. Don't get me wrong. For some people, I understand. Like, okay, yeah, this person. I've often commented on, you know, our liberal values and freedoms are kind of a double-edged sword in a sense, where I very much enjoy them, but I do think that a lot of people exploit them.
Yeah.
And they see them as an advantage because, you know, you couldn't get away with that kind of protest in Russia or Syria.
Yeah, we can't undermine their society. We can't like hack their media, or we can't manipulate their media because they censor their own media. Like we are vulnerable. Democracies have a disadvantage. Liberal democracies have a disadvantage to authoritarian systems on the level of the information war. What we have as an advantage, though, is that our openness means that we tend to have more bright and creative people succeed and more innovation. So we tend to be richer, which means that we can fund a bigger military in conventional terms than they can field a conventional military. For example, the Soviet Union, 22% military spend, or 22% of GDP in the 1980s went to the military, and yet they still fielded less strength in conventional terms than the United States did, with 8% spending. Why was that? Because America had an open society where geniuses and entrepreneurs were able to succeed, and whereas they'd be jailed in the Soviet Union. So even though they did have military engineers and stuff, they weren't as innovative and they weren't as successful, and they had all kinds of political purges and stuff. And so America was able to win. But on the information war, the dictatorships have an advantage. Now, does that mean you throw the baby out with the bathwater and say, well, we should be a dictatorship? Well, no, because then you might say, well, now we can win the information war. What would be the point in winning if you turn into your enemy? Like, you could still win, but then what's the point? You've lost. You don't like, like at that point, how would you even tell America from Russia, you know, if you're going to become Russia to beat them? So I don't think it's worth getting rid of the democracy, but we need to be aware of it. We need to be aware that they're manipulating us, and we can't do likewise to them. And it's a tough one, because at the end of the day, you're not really going to change that vulnerability into an advantage. All that you can kind of do is take your other advantages that they have as disadvantages and amplify those. So for example, I don't know, maybe lower corporate tax rates on military industrial contractors, for example, so that they can devote more money to research and development. I don't know, you know, because our corporate engine in the West is like, they don't even come close. Then you might say, well, China's got big corporations and stuff. Yeah, they're burdened by the state a lot more, and they just copy everything. They're not really that creative. America's the leader. America wouldn't be the leader if for the last 50 years, America just censored everything and had secret police and stuff. I don't think that Lockheed would be as successful today. I don't know. I mean, the Soviets, now there is a counter argument to that too, though, which is that, hell, the Soviets had some really good engineering, like the MiG-25 and stuff, that wasn't really a copy of America. They did have their own stuff that they kind of pioneered. They had Krana plans and stuff like that. I mean, the Soviets did a lot that America didn't even really try, or they did some things better than America did. But at the end of the day, across the board in military technology, America had the advantage without question, even though the Soviets were ahead in some other areas that they devoted way more resources into. They were just more inefficient, I should say, more inefficient. So our efficiency. Oops, did we lose McCarthyist? Oh no. He says he does need to leave. Thanks for having me. Oh, okay. If I saw that earlier, I would have given him the time to make some closing remarks, but he can come back on. But just to kind of finish this up, I didn't realize that he was leaving. I was just going to say that it doesn't mean that you ignore the vulnerability. It just means that we need to make sure that our advantages outweigh that vulnerability, right? Like that's my view. Because the paleocons, some of the paleocon type figures, or even some like more defensive realist type people that are morality neutral, might say, well, if the advantages don't outweigh that strong disadvantage, then turn into a police state and sacrifice innovation, because if innovation it does less to offset that, then you'd be better off. It's just, for me, I can see that logic. I would just argue, if you do that, what would be the point in winning that? Because you'd still want to get out of the country. Like,
it's so weird to hear from paleocons. Like, aren't they the ones who are concerned with censorship coming down from big tech?
Yes, unless it's censorship to censor liberals, right? Like,
yeah, so it's entirely. Yeah, see, that's the problem, though, and this is what breeds. And it doesn't surprise me, because their foreign policy is very selfish. So of course their domestic policy is going to be as well. I think that it really is important for us to look beyond what benefits just me, because there are other people in this country. There are other people in this world. And if you don't approach things with that mindset, well, yeah, then you're going to turn into a very self-absorbed person.
Well, see, I guess the issue is, like, McCarthyist is not wrong that there are those groups that he listed that are like they're objectively harmful to American security interests. The problem is, I don't know, it's tough because you have to distinguish between actively sabotaging or getting paid as a foreign actor versus, like, I mean, I hung out with a lot of people that unironically watch Kyle, and I would unironically watch Kyle with them. And I didn't even come out as a neocon until 4th year in university, because I didn't want to be a total social outcast. You know, there's a reason why a lot of people go along with this stuff. Would a lot of those people, would they be defined as actual fifth columns? No, they're useful idiots. And so McCarthyist was kind of making the point that at the end of the day, in terms of outcome, a useful idiot is as good as a fifth column. And so they should both be dealt with. I don't know. I know, Reese, I guess you kind of expressed how you feel about that. Maybe this is a bit of a hot take here. I think it depends on the war. Like, okay, so if it's a war in Iraq, yeah, you don't arrest the protesters or anything. But let's say that there's a nuclear war with Russia. And like for the next year, it's a massive exchange followed by massive conventional forces and a massive industrial buildup with the remaining industry that survives the initial attacks. I'm pretty sure in that state, they're probably going to be rounding you up if you're posting pro-Russian memes and stuff, even if you're not like directly harmful. So in that sense, if it's a total war in the sense of World War II, I think the threshold with which you would qualify somebody as seditious is a bit different than if it's like the Iraq War, where if it's the Iraq War, literally the only way that you could do it is if they're actually working for the Saddam Hussein regime to like damage American equipment or something, you know? Like, I don't know. Maybe that's a bit too Machiavellian, but what do you make of that though, Reese?
Yeah, I don't agree with that. But I think that, you know, it would be very hard to predict what the domestic, you know, new domestic policies would be like in an America that was under nuclear bombardment. It's a country that I can't even really fathom right now. So yeah, I'm sure things would change, and I wouldn't necessarily agree with those changes. So there's a moral dimension to this. Let's set that aside for a minute. I think there's also a pragmatic dimension. So we've all seen those videos and pictures of the American protesters against going to war with Hitler. I mean, they become an absolute meme. They were like America first Nazi youth people. But you know, and we laugh at them obviously, and we you know, we post them in reply to Jimmy and whoever because it's funny. But you know, if America had rounded them up, you know, very much like they rounded up a certain other group of people around the same time.
Right. No, I see the point that you're getting at, which is that, like,
it's not good for optics even. Like what it looks terrible.
no, I get what you're saying. I guess to just kind of clarify there, when I'm talking about that case of like a total war with World War III, I guess I'm just going after, like, you know, thinking about it, or like watching films like Threads or The Day After, where the society that emerges afterwards is kind of run like a libertarian militia kind of thing, you know, not that libertarian, pretty like, you know, everybody, like, you either carry your weight or you're kicked to the curb kind of angle. I mean, because again, no electricity, the power grid's offline for decades, by and large. You're basically operating in a system where conveying information, it takes the same amount of time as if it were 1832, because the EMPs knocked out all of the circuitry and everything. There's some military hardware that survived. It's not totally like the 1830s. The politicians, they have access, that like there still would be smartphones that would work, but for most people, you're going to be working fields with non-mechanized means at that point. In that society that you kind of see in Threads or The Day After that kind of emerges, it basically becomes like kind of like a police state in essence. And the war continues, right? Like, just after the first waves of bombs fall, that doesn't mean that the war's over. Like, the war continues. There's still a war effort. It's just a lot of the areas radioactive. A lot of the cities are gone. A lot of the manufacturing base is gone, but people survive. Most people in the world would still be alive, even in a massive nuclear exchange. The Pentagon estimates, like, a war with Russia that went nuclear would only kill about 500 million people. In other words, most Russians and Americans would survive still. So, I mean, that's the sort of situation that you're dealing with. But the societies after that, just the economic material conditions of it are closer to 1832 New York, upper state, you know, with like farming fields with, like, you know, wood and stuff. That's what we're talking about. But coupled with like, you know, the elites that survive still having decent hardwired technology that survived the EMP, I think it would become a police state even in America. And I think that there would be a higher threshold for what would count under the Sedition Act versus today, where it's like, if it were to be implemented, it's literally if you're getting paid by them to undermine the American war effort, versus in this case, oh, you like you watch Jimmy Dore, you might be a spy, that kind of thing. I think that culture of suspicion would be a lot wider after like 80 million Americans are dead and there's a world war going on in Europe, you know, that sort of situation. And that could happen. Like, that's another thing. People are like, oh, it's not the Cold War anymore. The Cold War called. They want their foreign policy back. Yeah, but the nukes are still here. Like okay, it says 70,000 nukes. It's 15,000 nukes between the two. Okay, like, that's
those same people fearmonger. I mean, very much like former Representative Tulsi Gabbard talking, you know, during one of the debates, like, basically, do you remember that? Like, they all had to list, like, what was the number one issue that they were concerned with? And she was concerned with the nuclear buildup between Russia and the United States. So they acknowledged that there is a nuclear buildup between these states, but the Cold War's over. Like, you can't have both. You have to pick one or the other, essentially.
Yeah, and they might say, well, yeah, but just because they have nukes doesn't mean there's a Cold War. She didn't say she was concerned about France building more nuclear weapons or the UK having Trident. She specifically mentioned Russia for a reason. So, like,
yeah, those people are just disingenuous.
Yeah, no, that's like they always want it both ways. It's the same thing with the military thing. Oh, you're not in the military yet you're talking about this stuff. You're a coward. Oh, you're in the military? You're a war criminal. So it's like the only people that get a pass on it, like McCarthy has said this on the stream. He's like, he would take that deal. Imagine the only people that got to have an opinion on foreign policy were the Pentagon. Like, do we think it would look like what the Jimmy Dore folks want? No, but they only want, like, they want to clarify. They don't mean only if you're in the military. Only if you're in the military and you agree with us do you get a say, like Tulsi or Jesse Ventura. They're the only people who count. But I like this comment from Kanzik. He says, that's assuming Jimmy Dore isn't vaporized himself, lol. I talked about this in that video where I said, you know, look, he just recently bought a house for $2 million around Beverly Hills. He got that money by basically parroting Russian media talking points and the SSNP and Bashar Assad's talking points. Yet the Russians have, like, you're talking about greater Los Angeles. I mentioned in the video several warheads. They probably have like at least 30 nuclear warheads targeted at that area in case some get shot down. His house would be blown to smithereens, if not just outright converted into gas in the fireball. Like, what? Like, if they ground bursted it. I like, again, that's the thing with Sargon too. Sargon's defended the Russians. It's like, dude, you live within very close vicinity of one of their targets. Like, that's you would call a cock. He would call that cocked, and yet he's out there calling the liberals cocked. You know, it's like, you defend American interests, you're a cock. It's like, well, everybody serves an establishment. Better to serve the one that actually stands for human dignity than the one that's got a nuke aimed at your house. But, you know, I don't know. It's just, that's something race, like, I think that's the main difference between like a neocon or a liberal hawk or whatnot versus, or an American exceptionalist hawk versus just a relativist realist, which is that, like, if America went the dark side, you get out. Or if you were born in Russia, you try to get to the United States or whatever. But even McCarthyist, though, he did say, yeah, if it went communist, you'd still defect. So he still had like a moral framework in that sense. It's just, I guess he was arguing that the moral framework didn't matter for the national security interests. I would disagree on that, but, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it was even if he's trying to say that it has no impact on it, I don't think that is true necessarily. Because here's the thing: if truly there was no moral impact on the way we conducted foreign policy would not have massively reformed over the last couple decades. We would still be carpet bombing every, any quote unquote enemy city that we came across. But we don't do that. So we see these policies in place, don't engage unless you're engaged with first. We try everything in our power to minimize collateral damage. Yeah,
drones.
So that tells me that, morality has had a massive impact on shaping our foreign policy over the last 30, 40 years.
And development in the military industrial complex. Because why would you invest all this money into drones to make your stuff more precise if you could just be fine with dropping, like, I don't know, like a 50-ton bomb down in the area and you get the terrorist anyway? Like, sure, you kill 400 people in the process. Was it
There's no escape. Boom.
Yeah. Like, the reason why the drones were developed, and like America still has those kinds of bombs, like the Moab is a thing they used it in Afghanistan, where they were bombing tunnels with ISIS fighters and stuff. It's like there's no civilians around, so you can use the big ordnance there. But drones were largely pioneered to reduce civilian, like, you say, oh well, but the military wants to be more accurate. It's like, yes, why? So that they reduce collateral damage. But if you didn't care, then, like, if you were morality neutral, you wouldn't invest the money into building and engineering drones. You would just keep mass producing those 50-ton bombs and just have a lot more of those because they get the job done. Like,
they wouldn't have opposed Russia and the Syrian National Security Forces sieging Idlib, because of course, there was a strong Al Qaeda presence. And we're also enemies with Al Qaeda, so it might have seemed like a win-win. Like, okay, our enemies are going to fight our enemies, and who cares? But we had a moral conviction to protect the civilian population there.
That's right.
And then of course we got called Al Qaeda sympathizers for that.
That's right. Well, and that's the thing. Hashtag save Idlib. The only profiles that you still see around on Twitter that have that hashtag in their profile picture, there was Bapin's crew, and that's like code for literally nuke every Russian community at this point. Saving Idlib is good. Like Wizbapin, his origin story is that he hates Assad and what he's done to Syria. So like he came from the right place. It's just he went a little bit crazy. But I do want to go to the Politicrat here. I like the Politicrat. I was on his show. He's interesting to talk to. He says, if everyone has nukes, no one will nuke each other. Look, I find your show funny. I watched the one where you were talking about where you guys literally played the Young Turks. I watched where Alex Jones came on and it was funny. You guys had a laugh and stuff. So when I drop this meme here, I don't mean it to like completely demean you or anything. I disagree with you on this point. That's this. Like that's the Oprah thing. Like everybody gets nukes. That's like the realist status quo. Like because he says here nukes are a defensive mechanism, not a weapon. Except the problem is both the Russians and America have done extensive development and production of tactical nuclear weapons that are specifically designed for taking out infantry, artillery positions, etc. In fact, the majority of American nuclear tests were on tactical warheads that were designed to be used in a limited exchange on the battlefield. And the Russians are very clear about it. They're like, oh yeah, we'll totally use nukes in a battlefield. That doesn't mean that we have like a huge nuclear exchange with cities and stuff. So nukes from the get-go, I mean, like I said, most of the tests were tactical range sizes. Most of the yield was the strategic sizes, which were, I mean, those are just massive. We're talking like 15 megaton city killers and stuff. But most of the nukes that have been fielded are, by and large, under the 50 kiloton mark. Those are not aimed at cities. Those are aimed either at troop concentrations. They're aimed at artillery positions on the, away from the forward line. They're aimed at weapons depots. They're aimed at all sorts of areas that you could use, and it wouldn't be the end of the world. It would just be a weapon of war. I mean, nuclear deterrent in terms of MAD didn't even really come about until the mid to late 60s. Until then, they basically were seen as they can be strategic or tactical, and that's still kind of the case. I don't agree with that they don't have any utility, that they're just a defensive mechanism. I totally disagree with that 100%, especially tactical nuclear weapons. Mm-hmm. They are, they're very effective at clearing out troop positions, because even a very low yield one like a Davy Crockett, which has a 1 to 10 ton yield, so very small. We're talking smaller than a lot of conventional bombs, but when it goes off, it has an immediate prompt radiation radius of upwards of 400 to 500 meters, where any troop that's around there is going to pass out within about 5 minutes from radiation sickness and eventually die. That is a very effective weapon at weeding out troops in trenches, for example, if they happen to be in the line of sight. And so nuclear weapons have been experimented with by the militaries of the world that at least have them, with the understanding that these would be used in a non-strategic sense as a weapon of war on the battlefield. So are those purely a defensive mechanism? No, they're specifically designed to be used in, frontline troop position to troop position combat. I mean, look at the atomic cannon, for example. That cannon can't reach Russia. That's designed specifically on the battlefield to nuke enemy trenches. So, that's my take on that. You can use them offensively. They're very effective offensive weapons.
Mm-hmm. So. Yeah, and I mean, they have been used offensively. So like I don't but then again, and I don't agree. Just first off, I don't agree with the idea that no nukes being launched is a virtue, because I think that nuclear weapons should be used anyway. And that's the nuke pill. We've talked about that.
That's the nuke pill. Straight up. The idea that there's going to be a nuclear war on the Korean Peninsula, essentially. It's either that or they take the South and blackmail America, which is unacceptable, because that would mean that NATO would fall overnight because they beg the Russians to not be invaded. Like that's not an option. You can't just say we're going to let 50 million people become a slave of the Kim regime. So there's going to be a war there. The question is, do you wait for them to use nukes? Like I've had people say to me this before, Reese. I'm not even sure if we really went over this specific point, because there are so many good arguments for a preemptive nuclear strike on North Korea. But one of them, which is that people will say, well, look, you could do a conventional operation about them or against them and take out some of their stuff. Why why do you need to use nukes? And I'm baffled in my head, but I'm not sure if I even conveyed this in the Dylan Burns debate. Do they really think that if you did that conventional invasion, the North Koreans wouldn't use nukes? And then when they use nukes to wipe out your bases in Japan and may hit your carrier group, etc., does anybody think that America wouldn't retaliate with nukes? So why not avoid that and take out their nukes and take out their stuff, guaranteed with pinpoint force with nukes, so that you don't necessarily have to be 100% accurate, but you can take them out. Again, we're talking roll mobile tells. We're not talking hardened silos where you know exactly where they are at all times. You know their approximate position. They might move a little bit. You need to have substantial firepower there. Why would you wait to be nuked first? That never made sense to me. Like, even with Russia, like if you knew right now that Russia's going to fire the nukes in 30 minutes at you, yeah, that sucks. The right answer there isn't we only fire the nukes after they attack us. It's you would be better off firing first, so that when they launch in 30 minutes, some of their stuff is gone, right? Like, because if it's going to happen either way, you're better off firing first. And that kind of pill that nuclear war favors the attacker, it might sound extreme, but consider this. Throughout history, most conventional wars have actually favored the attacker. I mean, you can look at how Hitler lost and everything, but throughout most of history, if you were the one who started the war, you actually had an advantage there over the defender.
Oh yeah, especially if it was like a surprise.
That's what I'm saying.
Which apparently, I remember in the debate, Burns was against. He wanted to, get South Korea on board, but when you consider how much, what a substantial amount of the population of South Korea is in favor of North Korea, doesn't sound like a great idea to me personally.
And the leadership, like Moon Jae-in wouldn't be on board with it, and then he would leak it to the North, and then it would undermine the effort to do it. That's why Burns, he couldn't believe it. I'm like, no, you keep them in the dark. And he's like, yeah, but there are people there. They would die. It's like, yeah, but what he doesn't understand is that
they're prepared, though. Like, they have shelters. If they hear the alarm go off, they're going to go hide.
Yeah, that's the thing. He made it out. Like, that's why I absolutely despise their example of like, oh, but are you comfortable then with 5 million people dying in Seoul? Let's just say half the population dies in Seoul from artillery. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, but I've done the research, which apparently he did it. South Korea has 17 square kilometers of underground bunkers. Now you might say, well, how much is that? Think about how small typical bomb shelters tend to be and still hold 100 or 200 people. Now imagine the area basically of like a medium-sized city and some of the suburban area around it. That's how much shelters they have. In other words, it's more than enough for their 50 million people. And they're all throughout the country, and a lot of them are concentrated around Seoul. If the artillery starts going off from the north, yes, they can level the city. How many people are they actually going to kill in the city? Guaranteed at most 10,000 people. Why? Because within 3 minutes, everybody's going to be underground. Now, that's still a huge loss, and you'd still lose the city. Almost everybody would survive that, though. Like this idea, oh, are you comfortable with half of Seoul dying? In what scenario would 5 million people be dead in the first wave of artillery shells? That's insanity. That's fucking retarded. Like, he clearly hadn't thought about it. He like, again, oh, he's doing his research, man. You need to, like, no. He had nothing. He had the fucking John Bolton quote that was taken out of context. That's it. And he had Devin Tracy.
Yeah, he was really bad. He was a bad debater.
He thinks he won. Like Liz admitted that she lost. You look at the comments on that, they're like, wow, this Kevin guy looks like a CIA agent from the 50s. Insane. Or like I can literally read through some of the comments right now. Like, this is ludicrous, because that debate, I mean, people can look at it as like, oh, it's one debate or whatever. I think personally, this is one of the most important issues of our generation, because this is going to happen. The North is not content with just having a defensive deterrent. Like, I don't think people understand when they say they want reunification, they're not memeing. They literally did the Korean War already. Like, they're totally fine sacrificing their own people just to get nukes. You don't think that they'd be fine sacrificing their own people to win the peninsula? Like, they
would have more people at that point to oppress.
And that's right. And the thing that I don't get about this is, like, so they all thought that he won, and they're saying stuff like, if I go to his thing right now, it's got like 4,000 views. And the top comment is, let's take a look here. Neocon. If I put on a suit and tie, then I will sound smart. Dylan, when I put on my crown, I melt your imaginary suit powers. 61 likes. The thing is, his crown became a huge meme. Like, you know, like the Spurger King crown. That's basically what it's been called. I think just point that there. That, yeah, we got another one. Kevin looks like a 50s CIA agent from a 90s movie. We have another one. Gotta love how the neocon dude is literally what DPRK propaganda wants to paint Americans as. And also we've got, and this one's got like 23 likes, Pacifist Bolton. Bastiat barely held it in. It's like, yeah, except that was dumb and it was cringy, and Dylan didn't even know any quotes from Bolton's bulk of his career. And then there's Jesus Christ. This dude found a way to be a neocon who's just as dangerous and batshit insane as Nick Fuentes, which is funny because Nick Fuentes.
How is Nick Fuentes dangerous?
I know.
He's just a loser.
He's a loser. We've got another comment here says, "Oh God, looking up that 30% of Americans agree with Kevin terrifies me." 31 likes. We've got, I get the vibe that Kevin perhaps wasn't that smart, but those comments at the end really confirmed it. And you're like, okay, did you watch the debate?
What comments?
I basically said that I support a preemptive strike on North Korea or whatever. I forget exactly how it unfolded. There's another.
You said that throughout, though.
Yeah, that's true. Kim's an enemy of human rights. Now let me give you my plan to kill 10 million. Kevin, basically. Yeah, ridiculous. We got the Fermi paradox doesn't feel like much of a mystery after watching this. Oh, yeah, because North Korea getting maybe 3 nukes off the ground that are under 100 kiloton range, and the United States taking out their nuclear assets, that's going to kill all life on Earth, for sure. Like, okay. We've got, I thought someone having such a wacky idea, they'd actually have at least the rhetorical skills, and they said rhetoric skills, so they don't even have the spelling.
The rhetoric skills.
No, that sounds like such a meme. It's like, I have the good grammar skills. It's like, I have the elite grammar skills or something. It's like, okay, brain. He says, I thought having someone with such a wacky idea, they'd actually have at least the rhetoric skills. Yeah, I should never give them the benefit of the doubt and correct their spelling. I'm just going to read their shit spelling as it is. The rhetoric skills to come off like they know what they're talking about, but this guy is the most boring loon I've ever heard in my life. Usually crazy politics comes with entertainment capacity. So he's doing the Asuka thing, criticizing me for not really being entertaining, except Asuka also said, no, you are entertaining. It's just like, it's
in the wrong way, though.
You're co-opting, and like I like how you said, yeah, but like some of those memes that you took, I got news for you. They were actually just making fun of you. Like, who even says Islamofascist? That's a meme. Like, that's why I question whether or not
how is that not a valid term.
Well,
like,
he said
we tried to ask him that, and he was just like. He was like, LOL, you said Islamofascist. Like,
yeah, he was basically saying it was like a 90s liberals meme or something. It's like, okay, but like, I am a 1990s liberal. Like, I'm not like some woke progressive, but I am a liberal. Like, I like in general, I like Joe Biden and stuff. Like,
reject modernity, embrace tradition of the 90s.
That's the meme. He's like the anti-McCarthyist in that sense. McCarthyist is like reject tradition, embrace modernity, but like 100 times over. Like that's his sort of thing. But the thing is,
I didn't, because by the end, I didn't really want to shit on him because we lost our energy, and now I don't want to too much because he's gone. But we'll have him on again, I'm sure. But I mean, his criticisms of you are just bad. Like they feel so.
Wait, McCarthyist or
no, Azuka. Like they just feel pointless to me. Like he's so he seems to be he cares about the culture war, presumably because he doesn't want to see American culture destroyed. Mm-hmm. And it's like, well, who are you, Azuka, to be concerned? He basically got on your case like, oh, LOL, you're basically just a working Joe,
and then you're coming online and you're ranting about the destruction of Western civilization. Like, I don't see. Well, yeah, that is something that could potentially happen. I don't care what you know what it feels like? It feels like people who complain about AOC being a bartender. Like, LOL, you were a bartender. You shouldn't. Bartenders can't become politicians. That's silly. Know your place, basically. Stay in your lane. I don't care who you are. I don't care what your background is. I don't care what your job is. It's well within your rights to
he
talk
talks about it as if it's something that like I didn't choose, that I was forced to do. And I'm like, when I graduated university, I figured out like I don't want to have any part in pawning debt off on people. I thought for years I want to be a banker. I need to figure my shit out. So I'm like, I'm just going to apply for, an easy job, not an easy job, but like a job that's, different, and figure this stuff out, because I'm like, I have no idea what I want to do, but I do know that I've got some things to say about the Cold War, and I definitely have to change the culture around this stuff. And so, obviously you still need to pay the bills and everything. I knew basically I wanted to be a YouTuber, and I was sure that I'm like, if this takes 20 years to be financially viable, so be it. Because if we don't start now, then we might lose our civilization. Like, that's the other thing with all these people. They don't fucking get it. I'm in it for the fucking long ride. I'm 3% through the length of the channel. Like, I've got another 48 and a half years to go here, minimum. Like, what the fuck does he think I'm doing? He thinks I'm just doing this for the memes, Like,
well, that's very much projection, but because that's what his online presence is, and I don't think that he's incapable of having a serious discussion, because by the end we were having that, but the animosity just feels so unnecessary. I don't get it. He seems to be dismissing how serious the state of the world is, and
he said that everybody thinks you're a joke and stuff, and it's like he said everybody outside your community thinks you're a joke, and I'm just imagining that's going to be the meme. Like, imagine in 40 years when this channel has like 800,000 subscribers or something, and like we'll do that, like, oh yeah, everybody outside this community thinks we're a joke. It's like, okay, but the community is like where it's at. Like, I've said it before, this is the center of the internet for me. I do other things online, but these days 60 videos a month, like, this is where it's at. I honestly don't give a shit what he and his buddies, when they're like getting drunk in their basement or whatever, and they're looking at my meme page or watching my videos. I don't care if they think I'm funny or if they're laughing at me. Doesn't matter. They're giving me views. Hell, I don't even really care if he watches me very much, because one viewer doesn't make much of a difference in the long run. I mean, obviously you'd prefer to have more viewers than fewer viewers, but one isn't gonna be a make it or break it sort of deal. The thing that's funny is I don't think he really truly understands how like irrelevant he is in that sense, because I have critics from across the board. Like, because it's just, that's why it's funny to me that like he claims to be on the same side as me, yet he wants to trash my projects here. And it's like let's say that I was a neocon and there's another neocon out there and I didn't like him for personal reasons. Am I going to say, oh yeah, you shouldn't talk about how like democracy is good and stuff? It's like, no, to me, it just seemed like he went to my meme page. He saw I had 2,600 followers or whatever. And he says, oh yeah, we laughed. We thought that it was a total joke and you were cringy. Or what was probably more likely was, well, shit, he's got 2,600 followers on his meme page and I don't really like him. Well, damn, I guess I can make him feel bad. And he's like, we sent you some memes, but like they were making fun of you, but like you posted them. And it's like, and I said straight up, I'm like, no, those are good memes. Like, that's another thing. He admitted he has no page or anything. I don't think he realized that like content is content. Like, when you want to do a meme a day and you're working all the time and you got a YouTube channel to manage and stuff, and then you open up your DMs and find that like 5 people sent you memes that day, that's convenient. Or I can do, I guess, what he wanted me to do, which is that every single meme, every day that I create, I have to come up with a completely new template. Like, I can't do the Burr meme because somebody did that already. I can't do me and the boys memes because somebody's done that already. It's like Simpsons did it. It's like that South Park meme or whatever. It was that Family Guy. Like, Simpsons did it. Can't do that. Simpsons did it. It's like,
you don't get it, Kevin. It feels.
So
it feels forced. That's what he said. It feels forced. And I
Feels
mean,
forced, bro.
that's every single person who's been like a pioneer of anything was told that. Oh my God, what are you doing? Pushing the envelope. Yeah, what? There aren't supposed to be neoconservative memes. What is this?
No. I'm just imagining right now. I'm just imagining right now that they do the Trinity test at New Mexico, and they set off the first nuke in world history. And then they send the notification that it's worked to the president. And then the president comes and watches another test go off just to make sure that like they're not shitting him or whatever. And you know what he says? He says, I like it. It's got a lot of power and stuff, but like it feels forced, bro.
Didn't you already do that?
It's like, didn't you already do that? Like, you guys did a test already. It's like, yeah, but we wanted to do another one to like verify this or whatever. It's like Castle Bravo, for example, was like this one right here. That was specifically a design that was like, it was a lot smaller than Mike, and it was using, I think it was lithium-7 as one of the what they thought was going to be an inert aid, and they were testing it out. Turns out they'd never really done it before, and it was 2.5 times more powerful than they had predicted, and it was kind of a shitstorm. And when it went off, they immediately knew, like, oh shit, like that was bigger than they had intended, and it caused some devastation and stuff. You get a set, yeah, but like that was forced. Didn't they already do a hydrogen bomb test? Or like another example, BMW releases the new 3 Series next year. And they show it off at like, I don't know, like the GM Auto Show or whatever. And like every single one of the car reviewers just says, you know what? I remember driving a 3 Series 8 years ago, and now they bring out a 2021 version of the 3 Series. You know what? It feels forced. Like, didn't they already do the 3 Series? It's like, yeah, they've done the 3 Series every year since like what, like the 60s? It feels forced, bro. Feels forced, bro. Or another one. Fortnite has a new season. Feels forced, bro. Didn't they already have a season? The NFL does another new season. You're like, I like
so last year.
It's like I like football, but like, didn't they already do a Super Bowl? It feels forced, bro. No, see, this is the thing. This is the thing. All of my haters. That's why, like, it's good to bring them on sometimes. They never fail to produce just asinine memes. Because now it's forced, bro. It feels forced, bro. That's me and me.
Ironically, he's made more memes. So, to Neocon Azuka, if you happen to ever hear this part, and
so probably like tomorrow when he watches.
By all means, we'll talk to you again, and we can address these things in more detail. But I just have to say, I find your criticism of Kevin, and I'm not against people criticizing Kevin, by all means. That's fine. In fact, I think Kevin secretly loves it because it gives him something to talk about.
No, I don't secretly love it. I've literally said before, I would rather you dislike than leave no like or dislike, because the algorithms care about a reaction, not whether it's most like that's why like people will say, dude, if you upload that other clip from that stream and you got Jimmy Dore in the name, you're going to get downvoted. You're going to get ratioed, right? I'm like, I'm going to get 500 views, and then my other videos are going to have more of a promotion in the algorithms. Like, dude, I can see the analytics. I can see the trends. I know that other videos, apart from just that one, are now being recommended to people because there's more hype on a different video. So by doing that, I'm promoting all of my content. People are still watching stuff that I put out a year ago. And if you don't believe me, write down what the view count is on a random video from a year ago, come back in a month. Is it the same? Probably not. So, I mean, and we're just getting started. That's the other thing. We're 3% through this project so far. 3%. And we already have a 25-cent per subscriber Patreon average, which is better than any other channel in this range. I guarantee it. Oh, there was a channel I came across. I think it was Voltaire's Ghost. He had some interesting commentary. I don't agree with him on a lot, but he seemed kind of cool.
I know who you're talking about.
He's got like 50,000 subs. Like his Patreon is about half of what mine is at. So it's like we have support here, but then Neocon Azuka is like, yeah, I'm not clicking that link. Which, in other words, he probably looks at that every few days and checks like, where's Kevin at? This grinds my gears. But no, I wanted to say, Reese, you know, I think I know what you're getting at about Asuka's characterization. Like,
let me just get through it. So this is why the criticism is worthless, and ironically, his animosity feels very forced, very unnecessary.
Yes, it feels forced.
It feels forced. What are the criticisms? The criticisms are, LOL, you said Islamo-fascists. Yeah, that's a thing. Or LOL, you're talking about, you know, there being a potential world war and the destruction of America as a superpower. Yeah, that could happen. Or LOL, you work at Kmart. Yeah, what the fuck's wrong with that? Like, people are allowed to, people have to eat, man. People have to work if they wish to survive in this society.
I love this idea that like every YouTuber that's out there that does this as their full-time job, like immediately when they started YouTube, that was their full-time job. Like these people don't fucking get it. They don't get how the real world works. That's why I say nothing funnier than an unemployed person making fun of an employed person for working. Like that's never not going to be fucking hilarious, you know? And like he can say, oh, you're coping. Like he spammed cope in the chat like last night or the night before, like continuously. He's like, you guys are coping right now. You're talking about me. It's like,
or you know, they're just addressing what you're saying because it's highly disagreeable. Like if you know you're going to be like, and the way he would add context to things didn't help.
No, his context made it worse often. Like, for example,
he's talking about the, like, you work at Target thing or whatever. You work at the department store, and he's like, oh, yeah, no, I'm not saying it's bad or I'm going to make fun of someone for working at the department store. I'm just saying the person who works at the department store shouldn't talk about these important issues.
Yeah, see, that's the other thing that's kind of funny is, like, AOC was in a similar position. I'm not sure if AOC applied to any other jobs or whatnot, but she worked as a bartender. Like that's the other thing. It's like I thought I wanted to be a banker, and then I decided, like, well, I got disillusioned on debt. I was like, well, shit, I don't feel comfortable doing this. I need to figure out something else. Like, but in that case, I guess he's making that out to be like, haha. But he's unemployed. Like I don't fucking get it. And then he accused me of being a grifter. It's like, but wait, if I was a grifter, wouldn't I want to go and sell debt to people? Like I could be making a lot more money doing that. Like I don't care about, like, let me be clear here. I appreciate the patron gang and everything. I don't care about money insofar as it's money itself. I care about money so that I can pay bills through this channel. So, but like I've said before, once I'm like at 3,000 a month on this channel, eventually, I would even host Fox for free in addition. Like I don't care about money. I would do Tucker's job. I'd go walk in there and say, hey, look, I hear you guys are looking for a replacement. I know you could pay Hannity like $50 million a year to do this. I'll do it for free. That might sweeten the deal. Like, because I don't care. I care about the message. Oh, but I'm a grifter, bro. And I'm also not serious. And people also, I also like that characterization. Yeah, when he clarified on people think you're funny, people think you're a meme or whatever. I'm like, yeah, but who? And he's like, well, people outside your community. It's like, okay, but like, who? Why should I care?
The thing is, like, it's like, have you ever been on Twitter? Have you ever ventured outside this community? It is a nightmare. Like, if those people, it's an achievement if those people don't like you. Have you seen these people? People like Dylan Burns. You don't want Dylan Burns to like you. That's a sign you're doing it wrong.
Like me, like he likes Vosh. Those guys hang out. I'd be doing something wrong. Now, there is a little bit of a difference. I think if I went on Jesse Lee Peterson's show, or even if I went on Vosh's show, I actually think we kind of get along. I don't know. Maybe that's crazy.
It's easy. It's easy to talk shit about someone behind the keyboard. I mean, we were even getting along with Asuka by the end.
No, that's true. That's true. And that's the other thing is, like, the thing is, he was saying like, oh yeah, but like with the memes and stuff, you were like using impact and stuff like that. And it's like, there are 2 points that he misses. Sometimes it's a purposeful boomerism because like, I know that that's going to trigger the Tulsi fans. So when I send that to them, they'll be like, look at this boomer and stuff. Like I like that because I think it's funny how much like I'll say like boomers and stuff. I think it's funny how much people use the boomer thing. Like I get a kick out of triggering people with boomerisms and stuff. I like that. Another thing is he said, yeah, but like what you didn't get is like we were actually like making fun of you and like you actually posted the meme. And it's like, it leads me to either think he doesn't think that Islamic fascist regimes exist, which he admitted that they do. He just said, yeah, but like who actually says that? No normal person says that. And I'm like, I don't think he got my criticism, because my criticism there wasn't like, okay, if you were some random person out there who just, they play video games, they don't really do politics, you might say, what person says Islamofascist? Dude, you have neocon in your name. You're not really a normal person. Like most people are.
This community is not filled with normal people.
Are you supposed to be like on our side? Like that's the other thing. And he also said it seemed forced. Like you were co-opting the aesthetics of the alt-right, like to subvert their movement and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, but like I've literally been straight up like, yeah, watch the alt-right get triggered over this. Another thing, it's like
it's a cool aesthetic. What's wrong with using it?
Like, like I've done that with a lot of stuff, like this stuff, for example, F-22 Raptor, that looks based, but they'll say, oh, you're taking like the 1980s retro wave from us or whatever, which like, by the way, the alt-right didn't even exist in the 80s. So like when they want to claim ownership of retro wave, VHS wave stuff, a lot of that aesthetic was pioneered by people that were like actively developing military tech for the United States military, by the way. Just so like people are aware, a lot of that technology behind like television and VHS and a lot of that stuff, it was originally pioneered by the military, even the internet too. The internet was designed so that if there was a nuclear war, they'd still be able to communicate with each other, you know, that kind of stuff. Oh, you're just co-opting their aesthetic. No, the alt-right co-opted America's aesthetic, you know, like that retro wave stuff was just American culture. And then they made it Fash Wave. And now I'm making it Neocon Wave. And then somebody else will make it whatever the hell wave they have, right? Like, so for example, he might mean this. I know some random guy sent me this a long time ago. I didn't make this one. Were they laughing behind my back? Like, he actually posted it. We were making fun of him. Another thing that I don't think that he cared or understood was that I don't care at the end of the day if that was meant to be ironic or not. I'm running a meme page, and part of what I do at that meme page is to keep people guessing as to whether it's satire or not. I like that. I like that there are brainlets out there that are like, is this satire? Like, I've been following this page for 2 years and I still can't fucking tell. To me, that's fucking based. Like, I don't know, man. I've got 2,600 followers. He has 0. I guess he knows what he's doing. So, you know.
Yeah, and he's the meme critic in chief.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I'm embarrassed even just like we're talking about this. Like,
no, I know we had to do it though. I mean,
like,
it was
like seriously. These are the things he took issue with you over. Like,
well, I know he probably has more, but he felt nervous on the show and everything.
So this was his best foot forward. Like, nope. These are the pettiest of concerns I could even begin to imagine. Like, what are you trying to accomplish with this?
I love how he's like, yeah, but like, okay, sure, you got likes and you got more followers and stuff out of it, but like, it was forced and like, people don't think they're funny. The thing that's funny about that, and he also said, yeah, but like, people are laughing at you, they're not laughing with you. The thing that's stupid about that is like, then why do we have the support that we do? Like, there aren't that many channels out there at this size range that have this level of community involvement. I don't think like Kanzik and these guys are just sending me memes and stuff because it's all part of like a long con where they can be like mean girls at the end or some shit like that. Like, what the fuck is he like? This is why it's so monumentally funny to me.
It's
like,
inevitable.
I know it's a waste of time. Like, I know it's a waste of time, and people will say, "Don't you guys have more important stuff to talk about?" Yes, but also no, because this is so funny. It outweighs the more important stuff going on in the world right now. The fact that this is one of my chief critics right here. They like a longtime disliker of mine, right? Who also happens to watch my show quite frequently. And I like how he shied away from it, even though before he said, like, I watch this stuff and you always go on rants and everything. It's like, okay, like, which is it? Like, no, I know for sure. And that's the other thing. I know he clicked the Patreon link. I don't know it 100%, but like, I know everybody knows when he said, yeah, it's $2 a month. And I'm like, well, no, it's 106. Here's the link. And he's like, I'm not clicking that. Yeah, no, he definitely clicked it. And you know what? He might not have clicked it that night because he's already aware. He's already like got it as one of his tabs that comes up on a smartphone. Like, you know, like your 4 most visited sites. It's like there's Superpower Broadcasting Patreon. Check the update on that. Like, again, it's the same thing with the Liz thing. Like, the Patreon wars is a real thing. You know, people get triggered when they see that there's like financial support behind things they don't like. I don't really.
Yeah,
I don't
they call you a grifter.
Like, I honestly don't care that Vosh gets like $3,000 a month or whatever on Patreon to do what he does, because I'm like, look, if there are communists that are willing to like give him their money to like, you know, do what he does, whatever, like, good for him. I don't care. I really don't care. You know, Jimmy, it's a bit different. I think Jimmy's actually gotten money from the SSMP, at least $2,500.
Hey man, on the Vaush thing, that's less money in the pocket, you know, in the pockets of many communists, and it's all going to one communist to make him fatter and more immobile. So I support it.
And that's true. And the more money he has, the more he might open his eyes to how cool capitalism is. Because you'll notice one thing. I've had this happen with some of these people. I've talked to communists before, and I'll sometimes say, you know, well, you have that really cool car, or you got that really, oh, really? That's your gaming specs? That's a good computer. You do know that only a capitalist system could produce that. They'll respond with, labor produced that. That's a quote. I gotta say, to borrow, well, it's not even their phrase. That was the alt-right phrase that they learned and co-opted, and now they repeat ad nauseum. No, it is a cope, because you're basically rationalizing partaking in the benefits of capitalism. They'll say, well, labor produced it. Oh yeah, because there's labor in North Korea and China and Russia. They would totally also produce that caliber of equipment. Now, you know, the stuff that does come out of Russia and does come out of North Korea and does come out of China, if it even has access to the internet, it sucks. Like, unless it was designed in California and made in China, like an iPhone, that's pretty good quality. No. Like, the capitalist system drives quality. I mean, yeah, the labor can produce things for sure. You can dig a hole in the ground and fill it back up. Labor can make things, but without the entrepreneurship, like, now I'm going to sound like a neoliberal corporatist or something, but like, without that structure there to drive labor can't just do what labor does on its own terms in that sense. Like, now you can, if you start your own company and you've got a clear vision, and that can work out very well, but you're going to eventually hire more people. Like, even at this show, you know, if this show, you know, hopefully I live long enough to do it for 40 years, we'll hire a producer and stuff, and we'll do all that sort of thing and everything. But it's like, you become greater than the sum of your parts. Labor alienated from management and alienated from the executive direction, all that they're going to produce is just circuit boards. They're not going to actually produce the next gen stuff. Like, it's hard to describe that, but even the Soviet Union knew that. There were managers in the Soviet Union, Meg, Sukhoi, they all had managers and mid-level managers. I mean, the Soviet Party became a bureaucracy of management and different levels of management, because even they knew that labor had to be managed. Oh, but labor made it. Yeah, bullshit. Without the ingenuity from those that created that company that made that product, yeah, labor's going to be sitting at home, like, watching football. That's what's going to happen, you know?
You have to ask people, like, what even is the point of a startup company? Like, are you making an invention just for yourself to enjoy? Probably not. Like, that, how often has that happened? Like, I'm making this really awesome thing, but it's just for me. It's not, no, it's how am I going to get this out in the world? If not for some noble reason, then just to make a profit. Inevitably. So, yeah. Like, and the thing is, unless that happened, no one would have anything. You would have to invent your own computer. But no one's, like, barely anyone would be able to do that.
That's true. Well, even a lot of the pioneers that did do that, like Compaq and those guys, they not only did they usually have like 2 or 3 people that were the co-executives, the co-founders, like Google, Compaq, IBM, etc. They usually had venture capitalist backers, and they also would usually hire people to, like, even just like clean the facilities and stuff like that. Like I don't know, this idea that like you have to do fucking everything yourself. It goes in with that when are you joining the military, bro thing. Like, oh, you have an opinion on marijuana, when are you becoming a federal circuit judge? like it's just you want to have an opinion or do anything, you have to do everything yourself.
Yeah, we built a society specifically to go against that idea.
Yeah, literally, that's the thing. What defines a civilization? Like, or not a civilization, but in general, we've had many civilizations throughout history. What separates civilization from the eons beforehand? And you might say agriculture, and that'd be a pretty good guess. And agriculture is a part of it. No, it's the specialization and division of labor. The fact that and now agriculture enabled that. It was the advent of agriculture that allowed you to have a surplus so that not everybody had to work the crops and hunt. So some people could do other things and then you can advance. That specialization of labor and division of labor, that's actually what you can define civilization as. Now, there are different cultures and different brands of civilization, right? We talk about that. And you can talk about how some are morally opposed and everything. But at its core, what separates civilization from the state of nature, if you will, is the specialization and division of labor. I mean, even more so than just the simple hierarchy of having a state or a leader, etc. No, it really is that specialization and division of labor, because if you don't have that, and everybody has to get all their food and everything themselves, basically as a tribe or whatever, and nobody has any time to devote to anything else, culture can't even really emerge. Never mind scientific innovation.
Oh yeah, no, those are pre-culture, civilizations.
Their culture, the extent of their culture was drawing animals on caves and stuff. That was basically the most that you could get, because they had no real free time. They were either sleeping or hunting or farming or procreating or whatever, but they didn't have
for survival, and we've evolved past that to a degree.
But these people hate that. These people basically have this attitude of you basically have to do everything yourself.
They think it's kind of funny because they think that, like, oh my God, that's the problem with capitalism. They see it as like this fight to survive. You have to validate your own existence through contribution to society. But if we went back, before the current system we have, I think a lot of them would be really shell-shocked at how much they would have to fight to survive every single day.
Well, no, I think it's a good thing that Vosh can even exist. I mean, the fact that like Vosh can make a 6-figure income by entertaining people and talking politics on the internet, that's awesome. Like, he has a dream job in that sense. Mm-hmm. He doesn't just have a dream job. He also has a pretty good income too at it. That exists because of the specialization and division of labor. And specifically, he's able to do that, I would argue, specifically the specialization and division of labor in accordance with a capitalist mode of production. And the thing that's funny there is, if he's an actual Marxist, he might even admit that, because even Marx said that a lot of these things could only have been produced by capitalism, that it was a necessary stage in history, right? So
yeah, well, a lot of them admit that they want to use it, as a springboard. They want to incorporate some capitalist elements. I mean, you'll see this even in China now. They've had to adapt very heavily to, capitalism is the powerful economic system in the world, mostly because of the U.S. So they had to make some significant reforms to match up to that and to even keep up with that. But they have a system very much all their own. Kind of the system that we're talking about with, these specific divisions of labor is what very heavily inspired and promoted individuality and freedom, in a culture. And this is why I think a lot of this kind of like ANCOM propaganda is bullshit, because like you would need, you just talked about the managers in the Soviet Union. Who is going to decide, okay, who gets what, who's going to work the most demanding jobs? If there's no real financial incentive to work a more demanding job, and everybody's going to get an equal share of what is produced, somebody will be in charge, basically.
That's right. They had a planned economy. They had basically Leontiev.
How can you have a planned economy but not have a government or anyone in charge?
Well, they would accuse those people of not being true communists. They were tankies. They had a planned economy, man. But I'll say this, at least the tanky communism can survive 80 years. Anarcho-communism gets wiped off the map like Catalonia in like a year. By fascists, ironically. You know, it's like, that's the thing. Anarcho-communism basically gets taken over by fascism, and then fascism gets defeated by tanky communism, and then tanky communism gets defeated in the Cold War by capitalism. So it's like, that's like the hierarchy of, I guess, Chads, if you will. Like I hate the.
So okay, we look at the historical record, and based on that, it seems that capitalism's victory is inevitable. But I'm just suggesting, let's skip all that shit. Like, we know it's going to happen, so let's not waste 80 years going over this debate again.
That's right. They would argue that, oh no, but that's a false consciousness.
Oh.
Like, we need to undo the imperial order and stuff. No, you know what's funny though is that that specialization division of labor, in that sense, it is actually like an empowering sort of thing, because it can be complicated, because it means you don't necessarily know what you're going to do. But at the same token, it also means that in many ways, all kinds of labor is in essence equally valid, because you can be Vosh talking on your computer about politics and you can make $100,000 a year, or you could be an insurance broker and you can make $100,000 a year. You know, like, there are many ways of producing money in that sense. But like, imagine we had nobody talking about politics online. We would be lacking something. Like, and in fact, it wouldn't even happen, because if we did have that world, people would start doing it and there'd be a demand for it. So like, new streamers would emerge. Like, it is a sector of the economy, right? I like how like Asuka's characterization was like, oh, like you're doing this or whatever. It's like he's never really looked into being a YouTuber. Typical YouTube channel time length is 2 years to hit 1,000 subscribers. We're not going to make that. Like, that's for normal, either apolitical channels or communist channels. It's going to take a little bit longer here to hit 1,000. But it is the sort of thing that, like, for most YouTubers, they didn't start out with it as their full-time job. I mean, Paris Hilton could do that. For example, if you're born rich, you could do that. For most people, that's not the case.
And
I don't
even
know.
then, she's not going to. Yeah, she'll make a good amount of money off YouTube, but that's not what's keeping her afloat. Because
even that's
barely anyone makes money on YouTube now. They cut the ads significantly in the last couple of years.
That's true. That's absolutely true. That's why Patreon emerged, because of YouTube's incompetence, right? Like, anytime that there's a gap in the economy, somebody will fill that void, and that's kind of like human nature, and that's why capitalism is so successful, because capitalism, I would argue, is the most intertwined with human nature. Communists, like the problem why communism either just outright fails or becomes a miserable dystopia is because they either deny human nature or they outright try to change human nature, like the tankies try to do. And it's like, that never responds well. It turns out, oh, human bodies do need food. Oops. You know, like that doesn't work out. I
think, kind of like they have a lot of nostalgia for these, these like communes. Like, you could find a communist commune here and there. And like, they'll try to like present this as being like, this is the future. These are the future values, people looking out for each other. I look at communities like that and I'm like, that is just primitive. That is not a real civilization. That's what the cavemen had. Well, let's try to make an actual city here, an actual country with infrastructure that's going to cost a shit ton of money.
That's right. I mean, the thing is, like, Vosh can talk about, why not worker co-ops and stuff. I guess here's a hot take from me. I have no problem with worker co-ops. Like, that's no different than like a corporation. It's just a different way of managing a private firm. Like, I don't care. Like, you do you. Corporations in general with a more hierarchical structure tend to actually be more successful than co-ops. But there are some co-ops out there that make like $1 billion in revenue. Like, you can do that too. So, like, you have the freedom, right? So, But I did want to say, somebody mentioned in the chat to Wyoming and Beyond asks, are you and Weiss working on a co-op video sometime? Well, we were initially discussing maybe the possibility of doing a podcast for the National Telegraph. Have you given that any more thought, Reese? Because I'd still be interested in that. But.
I mean, I'd give it a shot for sure. I don't think the audience would like me very much personally, but you know, it'd be interesting for sure. Although, I don't know. I don't know what it would be like. I don't really know what we would talk about necessarily.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm really cut out for real journalism.
Yeah.
But, you know, I'm not against giving it a try, especially because we were going to get paid.
Yeah, we were going to get paid, and you were basically going to be like, you know, more of like a sort of, I guess, liberal voice or whatnot, and I was going to be like more of like a neocon voice and stuff, and we were going to do podcasts for like what's like basically like a conservative outlet. I thought that was a good opportunity to basically move a lot of people that I'd agree with on economics and a lot of the social skepticism around stuff like BLM towards like a more interventionist side of things, you know, talk about the news and that kind of stuff. But I know I've been talking with Wyatt, and I might be actually writing articles for them in the near future. So that'd be kind of cool, because I haven't really written stuff in a long time. Like I did a lot of film reviews. I mostly just do videos now, but I did want to write some stuff on, you know, Trudeau. I'm not a fan of Trudeau and stuff, but there was another comment though, which was, that's quite an ego you have there, making bold statements like I'm going to one day have 800,000 subs. But Kyle has 800,000 subs, and he's Kyle. So if he can do it, I can do it. So
and he once had 0.
That's right.
So
yeah.
You know, it really, you know, a lot of it's luck, quite frankly. Because some of the most talentless motherfuckers get millions of subs. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, that's true. It's true.
You know, there's a lot of luck involved. There's like, well, right time, right place. You know, I think dedication is another thing though. Like if you do keep at things for a while and you keep up a good quality, people will respect that and they'll flock to that for sure.
Yeah. No, we don't need 800,000 by the way.
Numbers, the number, it's not as important as people would think. And inevitably you kind of hit your peak, you know, like it really depends on the type of content you're making. A lot of I remember when I was more involved with like the anti-SJW channels, they would be lucky to hit 1 million, honestly. Most of them didn't even come close. A lot of them bottomed out at like 500,000 or less. So because it's just, there's a limited number of people who give a fuck about that. That's just the truth.
No, that's true for sure. But I can tell you this: like I've got the stats right here. The last I checked, in terms of our month-over-month view time, and well, it's separate, but in terms of views, we're up 76% views in December over November. So that's pretty good, you know. If you actually look at the trend for this channel in the time that I've been making videos, there's a brief spike when I did the Nick Fuentes stuff that comes close to a typical week now. And then it just kind of goes down for like 6 months. And then it starts creeping up again. And the majority of the view time on the channel since the channel was started has been since, I think it was August. So like most of the, the majority of engagement on the channel is in like the last 5 or 6 months out of a year and a half. So we are moving up slowly. Like one day we'll get 10,000 subs. I'm sure of that, by the way. Like we are going to hit 10,000. Like that's going to happen.
And the thing is, like, you know, it's cool to look toward the future. I'd say just, you know, take the milestones as they come. For right now, I'd say focus on 500. And that's really close, because when you set milestones like that, it doesn't seem as daunting. So you know, you do 500, then you'd be like, okay, yeah, now 600, all the way up to 1,000, and then, you know, maybe things start to pick up a little bit more.
No, that's true. That's one of the things why I made the patron goal. The first patron goal be $100, but the second one is $500 because for videos, I mean, because yeah, $100 is less than the second one by a lot, but it's also a small channel to start with. But like once we're up more, I mean, it takes energy to produce like 2 videos a day, and then 3 videos a day is going to be a lot more. Eventually, the goal is going to be to get 7 videos a day every day going out. So, but that would be when I could do it as a full-time job, right? Like that's actually at the 3,000 level. But
It's pretty intense.
but that's the other thing. It's like people say, like I had one Tulsi Gabbard fan tell me who like always tries to tell me how like I'm ugly and people don't like me and stuff. And she said, yeah, but like you've been doing this for a year or whatever, and you don't really get many views. And I'm like, yeah, but we're having growth, and I don't really care what you think. And she's like, yeah, but like you don't get very many views. And it's like the reality of the matter is like once I can do this as my full-time job, whether I have 8,000 subscribers or 12,000 subscribers, I'm going to be doing that for decades after that. Like we're going to reach more people. Like that's the other thing is like the hawk pill is going to spread because if we sit on it for 30 years and we just do the Trump thing or the Obama thing, where you just draw down and pull out for the West, we're going to lose. Like, how would you even make up that amount of, like, look at how much we've lost since 2010. Europe's been invaded. The Russians have taken ground. Nothing's happened. Syria is a total mess. Iran's gained ground, killed hundreds of thousands, etc. in the region. We've got North Korea now. Instead of 6 nukes, now they have upwards of 100, and they actually are like right on the verge of thermonuclear bombs. Like, what would 30 years of this be like instead of 10 years? Can you imagine how much we would lose? Like, so then people might say, well, what matters is people like John Bolton, so you should try to be somebody like John Bolton. And it's like, but no, Tucker Carlson overruled everything that John Bolton proposed. Obviously, the media is more important than particular national security figures these days. I think that's one thing that I would disagree with McCarthyist on, because he would argue that the National Security Council and the advisors around the president have way more influence than culture stuff. I don't know. I'm more with Steve Bannon on that. Steve Bannon's like, look, if you want to get lower taxes, or if you want to raise taxes, but you live in a political culture where everybody agrees that lowering taxes are good, whether you win an election or not doesn't really change anything. You have to change the culture in that sense. And that's the one thing that I agree with him on. It's like, if we don't change the culture around interventionism and national security, we're going to lose the Cold War. I mean, imagine if we had this culture right now during the last Cold War. We would have lost. Like, there's no way, because the Soviets knew what they wanted. And we're like, but we were the bad guys.
Yeah, I mean, and he admitted that if there was a big influx of non-interventionist politicians, then that would obviously have a negative effect on our foreign policy. Those people are directly elected by the people, and they go to the polls, with those, with their opinions and viewpoints in mind.
Yeah, so it all starts at the media level, though, because I feel like a lot of people, I mean, you can talk about education, that's true. But education only goes so far. You're in school for however many years, and most people don't really pay that much attention in school.
And they don't even really talk about this stuff in required school.
Yeah, but the media, just in general, the media influences you for your entire life. Education only to a certain point, and to the extent that it does. But media and culture and whatnot, that's with us for life. So you would want to be involved in media to make sure that people aren't just getting exposed to ridiculous messages that are anti-interventionist and anti-Western interests. So that's why I decided to go into YouTube. So, that's my approach to that. So, because that's where the people are these days. Like, CNN doesn't get anywhere near as many viewers as even just some of the gaming channels on YouTube. And that's CNN. So,
I think even beyond that, like, you have to consider only one person can be the national security advisor.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that everybody, to an extent, like, this is what makes it great to be in a Western nation is you have the freedom to express how you feel, no matter what your walk in life is. And yeah, not all opinions are equal, but you shouldn't feel you shouldn't be like, well, I'm not the national security advisor, so I'm not going to talk about foreign policy. No, you can talk about it. Everybody has, their sphere of influence, Everybody has a platform, even if it's, Azuka with 0 followers. But he's
that's true. No, in fairness, 780 something followers on Twitter, albeit following almost 1,600 people. Mega cringe. But on that sphere of influence note, I hit current year on the meme bit on Twitter of imagine being a communist in X year. I started in 1917 with the inception of the Soviet Union. And the other day I was like, imagine being communist in 2020. So we got through 104 or no, what was that? Yeah, 104 tweets there. But I've started a new bit now. I'm not sure if people picked up on this yet, but I started with Afghanistan is America's sphere of influence. Okay. Wait, talk about Afghanistan. And I'm like, Albania is America's sphere of influence. I
did see that. The thing is, it's about to be 2021, so you can add another one to the year thread.
Oh yeah, no, January 1st, there's a tweet going out for sure. For sure. You know what? I can schedule tweets on Twitter because obviously I'm not going to be on Twitter at midnight, but my Twitter will post right at 12:01, I guess. Imagine being a communist in 2021 with the cringe emoji. I like how Liz was like, oh, he missed the emoji on one of them. I don't think I did. She went through all of them and she was like, yeah, because this is what a normal person does. It's like, even some of the people that are more closer to her were like, Kevin Castley has one good bit on Twitter, and it's the imagine being a communist bit. People across the board, except for the actual communists, seem to like it. So, neoliberals liked it, the Hawks liked it. It's pretty popular. So,
it just amazes me. It kind of goes back to that, Azuka saying the Force thing. You do these posts that are so innocuous. And people are outraged. They're like, oh my God. They just can't stop talking about it. It's like, is this even a big deal? It's just a tweet.
That was original. People can talk about forced. But no, that was the thing. I was like, oh, people do imagine being communist today or whatever. But I'm like, no, but let's think about it. Imagine actually being a communist in 1917. Cringe, because we know a lot of them got purged. Imagine being a communist in 1918. Yeah, a lot of them got shot by the Cheka. Imagine being communist in 1952, and you're like, yikes. Yeah, think about all the gulags and shit. Seriously, imagine being a communist in 1994. Yeah, a lot of people starved to death in North Korea. It works. It works. And people will be like, imagine being communist ever. It's like, yes, but, it's a better bit if you have 104 tweets instead of 1. So, to drive home the point. I've even considered down the road, once this is something that I can do as more either as an actual part-time job or even as a full-time job, doing that as a bit on YouTube. Imagine being a communist in 1917. And it's just a 10-minute video each time on all the atrocities that happen and all the failures that happen of communism. Imagine being a communist in 1956 and here's what they tried to do here and it blew up or whatever, because it could work. It could work. Wait, Kansik says, dude, you did miss the emoji on one. Wait, what year did I miss the emoji on? Wait. He says, imagine being a communist in 1963. Oh, no. Well, that's because 1963 totally wasn't cringe. That was when it would be smart to be a communist, I guess. So.
There you go. I like that they were like, oh, man, look at the time Kevin has on his hands. And then they went through all the tweets and they're like, oh, look, he missed the emoji on one.
I was working. I literally was at work that day. And I'm like, I have a minute to tweet. I'm going to tweet. So I tweet when I'm working too. So
that is some next level obsessive stalking at that point. Oh, man, he missed the emoji on this one.
But you know what? You might think I would think to myself yeah, that kind of sucks. No, actually, it's kind of base because it means that obviously there are people out there that pay enough attention to what I say that they're correcting me on that kind of shit. That's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. So it's still a dub. So
clearly people care.
also, yeah, no, but like if I want to save myself here and save face and all that, no, I didn't put it there because 1963 the communists had some wins and stuff. That's the ticket, bro.
There's always a loophole.
There's always a loophole. That's right. And then it's like you Google what happened in 1963, and you're like, yikes! You probably should have put the emoji there. No, that's the thing. That's another thing. It's like people can say it's like it's forced and stuff. Here's another thing that's funny. He mentioned the impact fonts and stuff on my meme page. If you look at the early days of my meme page, some of them are more boomery. You look at some of the recent memes that I've made, they're pretty potent. Like that's kind of the same thing that's happened with YouTube. You watch some of the early videos that I made, my mic was literally backwards and the lighting sucked. And now you watch these and you're like, oh, it looks kind of swaggy. But like imagine what it's going to look like in 8 years. It's obviously going to have a lot better lighting and stuff and better PC and everything. So I think it's always laughable when people will criticize whatever position you're in now and ignore the trajectory that's at hand. Like, I mean, because all these criticisms and stuff of like, oh, you don't get that many views or whatever, or this is going nowhere. That would be a good criticism if I opened up my analytics and I saw like over 6 months, just an absolute downward trend. Like I used to get 200 views on a video and now I get like 18 views or whatever. You might think something's happened. We've just gone up. Like each month it's been growth. Like usually it's about 10% growth. This month it's 76% growth over last month, but that's because we hit the double content a day. So obviously there's going to be more engagement, but then we'll hit the 3 videos a day in like $394 and so on. Like, and then we'll keep growing from there. Like are these people, they're either retarded or they're disingenuous. That's where it comes from. So like, that they can't see forward trajectories in that sense, So, like, that's like saying, I'm not going to invest in that startup, man. And you're like, why? And it's like, because their stock's only worth $2. And it's like, yeah, but like, look at what they're doing. It could be worth like $18 in the future. Pretty confident. And you're like, yeah, but like, they're only worth $2 right now. You're like, wait, what? Did you just understand what I just said? It's like that. It's like they can't see like forward trends. It's like a graph goes up and it's like it just permanently is whatever point you see it as, It's like how are sunsets even a thing? Because like the sun's at one point in the sky, how does it ever reach the horizon? Like how's that even happen? Like how's that even happen? It has to move. But like it was there. It was going nowhere.
Given how just like vehemently anti-content creator this platform is now, and how you're covering topics that are not they're not very griftable. I'm just gonna invent that word right now. They're not griftable. You can't grift off this.
Griftable sounds forced, Reese. That sounds like a forced invention.
Well, I'm forced.
No, that's a new meme. That's a new meme. Like I'm just imagining we'll be on stream in 3 weeks. We'll be talking about something. I'll just be like, that sounds forced, Reese. And people are gonna be like, what? No, that wasn't forced. It's like, no, it's just a meme. Just a meme. So we thank Asuka for coming on and imparting to us this meme that will last the ages of just how epic.
He ironically created many memes with his comments about memes.
Yeah, forced memes. Absolutely forced memes.
Very forced. But I mean, like you were inevitably going to get so much opposition talking about any of this. And this you have really good growth, all of those things considered. And you have even more impressive Patreon support. So I don't understand really.
Yeah, that's harder to get, by the way. Easy to get views, harder to get patrons. So
because they're at some point, if these trends continue, which everything points to they will, you'll have 1,000 subscribers and then people are still going to be saying the same thing, and then you'll have 10,000 subscribers, people will still say the same thing. At some point, at what point does it stop? basically.
Well, it
like
switches.
at what point you officially make it like, man, what an impressive size channel this guy has.
No, they'll never say that. There's an inflection point that is reached, and I guess it's different for everybody. But that inflection point has already happened at my meme page, by the way, where they go from saying, like, oh, you barely have any followers, to say he must have bought followers. That's already happened, and I'm at 2,600 over there. So it might even happen before 2,600 over here, where people will be like, yeah, AstroTurf, those were paid for. So, like, you're either too small and pathetic, or those must be bots, bro. Like, it's never legitimate. It's like, oh, you're not in the military, you're a coward. Oh, you're in the military, you're a war criminal. Like, these idiots, they're like, some of them are purposeful. They know what they're doing, and they're disingenuous little cretins. A lot of them are just brainlets. Like, that's why I call them the big brain boys, right? Or the brainlet brigades. I'm like, the big brain boys have arrived today. So, you know, they've rolled up. They're here. And it's like they just come in and, like, just the most absolute trash car you can imagine, like falling apart, etc. Hasn't had an oil change in 6 years. Like, the big brain boys have arrived. They look like shit. They don't know what they're doing. You know, they're the big brain boys, right? Galaxy brain. You know.
Yeah, no, and it's I don't know. To me, it makes sense why you would assume that Azuka wasn't on our side, because he didn't come at you constructively, and he seemed very dismissive of these issues in general. He seemed much more interested in memeing and edgelording, and it's like, dude, what?
He's like, he said that the West is under threat, man.
Yeah, like he's just making a big joke out of everything, and it's like even if we do agree, I don't think that you're all that helpful, you know.
No,
but then again, you know, I also think that, you know, by the end we were getting along, so I'm not against talking to the guy again, but it's
for sure. I don't really
like,
think he's much of a serious person at the end of the day, and I don't mean that as in like he's just trolling or LARPing per se. I don't think he's really thought a lot of this through. He just doesn't like me, and he hasn't really thought through a lot of his criticisms or whatnot. And that's why he kind of
we heard the reasoning behind that.
Like, his reasoning was like, yeah, but you don't get it. Like, everybody thinks you're like they're laughing at you, like you're funny. Like me and my friends, we saw your meme page and we just like started laughing or whatever. And I'm like, but like, why do I care? Like, that's the other thing. Like, he never really explained to me why I should be concerned that him and his buddies think I'm a joke. Like what does that matter to me? Like, they give me views and content, and hell, they even sent memes my way, which worked for my page. They're like, but like, we sent you those ironically, man, and you took the bait. It's like, okay,
it's a trap.
It's a trap. It's like, it's a trap. Now you get views and likes and shares. Okay. They're like, yeah, but it has Islamo-fascist in it. No normal person says that. It's like, wait, but aren't you supposed to be the neocon?
Yeah, we asked him point blank, do you believe that Islamic fascism is a thing? And he's like, well, yeah. Like no one. But when you say it, it's weird.
You know, this goes back to that idea that you had of American exceptionalism in reverse, of how it's always America's fault. It's the same with the double standard that you and myself and sometimes people like Jay and stuff encounter on Twitter, which is that other people can get away with stuff, but when we do it, oh, that's cringe. And that's, yeah, but like, I don't know, man, that's like forced or whatever. In other words, there's just something about us and what we do and our takes on things that are just so, I guess, spooky would be a word, that these people have to weasel their way out of acknowledging when we've done something that's good. Because, like, if you are a neocon or whatever, even if you don't really like me or you don't really like my personality or whatever, you'd still probably say that it was a noble endeavor, what I've been doing. No, he's just like, he said before, he's like, this is a waste of, he said that my channel was a wasted investment, and that people think like, oh, like I'm a joke, and like the stuff that you say is a joke. then in what way? Like, what I don't get here, I still have yet to understand how he's even a neocon. People were saying like, oh, he has a neocon foreign policy. It's like, okay, but how? Like, are you not opposed to Islamofascism? Do you not want to defend the West in the Cold War? Like what?
He's against acting against North Korea.
Oh,
You
that
know?
too. Yeah, I don't get it. I really don't get it. I mean, I get the sense with people like this that when he's on Twitter, he's like, yeah, I'm gonna own him and everything. But then when he actually like comes on the show, it's like, oh shit, now I have to verbalize my contentions. But like, I was just making beef because like I don't really like him. I don't really have the substantive material to back it up. I mean, he used as one of his excuses was that people look at your memes and they they just think that it's like fake or whatever. They just think it's, but like that's objectively not true. Like, is he really implying that everybody that's like a fan of my page is just being ironic? I mean, it's possible. I theoretically that is possible. Very improbable. Like all the fans or all the viewers rather of this channel, they're watching ironically.
It sounded like he was making up reasons to take issue with you on the spot, honestly.
On the spot. No, I would absolutely agree with that. Except the underlying animosity was there. He just had to rationalize it on air, and it didn't really go too well for him. I think his rationalization for the BLM stuff made it worse in many ways. I think as well I know the way that he treated Net 7 just on a personal level, I don't like it. Just the shit that he said about Net 7, not just on stream tonight, but like in their back and forth, very disrespectful towards Net 7 and just like no interest in having any sort of good faith discussion with Net 7. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I think I guess he is 25, but he didn't sound 25. I guess this is an ad hominem. But everybody in the chat was like, yeah, no way he's above 14, you know? Like, that was weird. I guess he's 25. And there was the anime profile picture thing. That's a meme. He's like, oh, what's a meme about it or whatever. As he's criticizing my memes, by the way. That's what else was funny. Like, I don't know. He's just, I guess he's the arbiter of what counts as serious content. He's the arbiter of what counts as a good meme versus a cringe meme. And he's the arbiter of what is and is not a wasted investment of time, I guess, even though he's, by all accounts, unemployed, has no meme page, and he does have a YouTube channel, 2 videos, and the last one was uploaded 3 months ago. So, and 2 subscribers. So there is that. I mean,
that's the problem. Like, we're always going to be disappointed with these internet tough guys who, you know, they want to talk trash. They want to talk about how much of a failure you are. And then you get them on here and they're these squeaky voiced beta, just like, oh my God. Like,
I wasn't expecting it.
Even I would have taken your lunch money. Like this is bad. This is not a good. I can see, and he's like, yeah, I don't get on stream very much. Well, I can see why.
I can see why.
It's not a surprise.
I thought we were gonna get like some blovial loudmouth kind of guy in here who's just right out the way. Like, could it be shouting at stuff? Like, imagine somebody with I was picturing almost like a Steven Crowder type energy. And what did we get? We got Pepe on downers. Drew. That's what we got.
He's very quiet at points. Very like barely whispering.
Barely hear him. Like,
honestly, Millsrow had like more masculine energy, in my opinion.
For sure.
I'm gonna say that.
For sure. And at one point Neocon Asuka was just like, oh well, like yeah, but like you're just like a crazy bitch and stuff or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, but like at least I don't sound like a 14-year-old.
You're like a little crazy bitch. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
He kept
No,
like giggling to himself. I was like, what is funny? Like, so fucking weird.
no, I know. I like how you jumped in there too at one point because he was like, because I called him out. I'm like, okay, but like, just give an example. And like, he couldn't really do it, and you were like, yeah, but like, see, that's the thing. It's like you can't even verbalize your point of opposition or whatever. I mean, it was just, I mean, basically, he had the most substantive argument that he had was that my style and my memes, they aren't winning people over. But I don't know. I mean, I get comments all the time now on this channel of like, hey, look, you know, I used to be pretty I mean, hell, Kanzik used to hate watch this show, and now he's a hawk. He used to be like an isolationist, and now he's like, yeah, but you hawk pilled me to me. We've had people say, you know, look, I'm not a neocon or anything, but like, yeah, you opened my eyes to like threats and stuff. So like, obviously,
I don't go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, obviously, we are winning some people over. Does that mean that everybody that watches these videos is like going to become a hawk? No, absolutely, absolutely. There's no way. We get a lot of dislikes. That's to be expected. About 21% of all the reactions this month were dislikes. That's above average for YouTube. Like, you go and check out, I don't know, Muselk or Lachlan or LEA or any of those gamers and stuff. They're at like 98% likes, not 80%, you know? So, but that's the nature of politics on YouTube. So,
well, that just goes to show that you're reaching people who don't necessarily agree more often. Like, because those gamers aren't going to say anything that anyone disagrees with, really. They're just there to entertain for the most part. They go out of their way to avoid controversial topics.
Oh, for sure.
So, because they want
I mean, the most controversy that they'll get into are like, you know, criticizing different developers and stuff or whatever. I mean, it's like, you know, or execution of like how things turned out or whatnot. I watch gaming channels and stuff, you know, and a lot of it's entertaining, and it's like, okay. And sometimes, you know, they'll get ratioed and stuff if they have an opinion that's unpopular in the community, but they don't really talk about the kind of stuff that we do. And it's not just that it's politics, it's that it's politics from this perspective. Because like Vosh, he has a similar ratio of likes to dislikes as a lot of the gaming channels do. You know?
Yeah, because he's an echo chamber.
That's right. This isn't exactly an echo chamber. Like, most of the people in the chat tend to be hawks, but most of the viewers, I would say, are probably at this point either on the fence or slightly in this direction in terms of the overall viewers. Because we reached about, what was it, 2,000 independent views last month, you know, out of like the 8,000 or 9,000 views that we got. So out of those 2,000 people that tuned in, how many of them are consistently posting in the chat? Probably at most like 40, right? So there's that.
Yeah, no, it's very, you know, it's a silent majority in any audience. We see the same faces in the chat all the time. I only really want to say one more thing about Azuka, and it's going to be very quick, and it's in regards to the nuke pill. This is very interesting to me because he was going on about BLM and, you know, these culture war issues and PC culture and blah blah blah, but and then he was trying to cite that, like, oh yeah, you know, no one agrees with you, Kevin. Like, you know, even these people, and that was brought up during the debate too with Burns. Like, he tried to say that John Bolton disagreed with you, which he probably doesn't behind closed doors.
I've literally got his super PAC, the stuff that they put out with quotes from him saying that the only option to demilitarize Korea is a military option. Another one is that America must not allow North Korea to conduct nuclear blackmail against us at any cost. I mean, he's said things in the past that just outright contradict what he was saying about China. And you can say, well, he's either changed his mind or he's basically giving an air of diplomacy to not spook them so that when he comes in again, they won't immediately be in like war mode or whatever. Because at the end of the day, I think John Bolton understands what's going on. And unlike me, who's out here to change the culture, John Bolton's job is a little bit more different. My job here is to make the things that John Bolton would suggest in private seem more popular and more reasonable. Whereas for John Bolton, his job is to actually keep his intentions hidden from the enemy. So he doesn't really publicly broadcast his intentions. So for me, I can come out here and be like, yeah, no, we need to do a first strike on North Korea and stuff. John Bolton can't really say that in public because when he comes back into power, if he is in power, it will get their defenses on alert and undermine the war effort. What I'm doing here is trying to make it more popular and more politically feasible. But for him, his job is to advise the president on stuff that's classified and that we don't want the enemy to know about. That's a little bit different. So John Bolton isn't exactly going to tell you his exact views on things. Like, he can't. I mean, he's privy to stuff that we're not privy to. And he also is aware that he doesn't want to telegraph his intentions to the enemy. Whereas for us here, we're trying to change the culture to make it easier for people to listen to Bolton. So, you know.
There was a point, though, in American history where it was the norm for, public officials to very much be saying, yeah, we were going to nuke the enemy. That is the intention. That's the infrastructure that we've set up, is to have the capacity to nuke the enemy. And we've lost that to a certain degree. And you can blame a lot of things, and some of it's, I think, for the better. It's, it's what you're saying. It's hiding your strategy, not being totally upfront about what you have planned behind the scenes. But I also think there is an element of political correctness to it, where it's like, yeah, no, you can't say that anymore because that's just too controversial. And I just found it funny that Azuka was complaining about politically correct culture, and yet he himself participates in it. Like he's very much like, oh yeah, you don't say that. Like it is an obvious foreign policy reality that is going to happen at some point, and that you want to be the one who fires the first strike, and presumably you'd want to do it before you even thought that it was imminently inevitable that they were going to strike you. You would want to strike them before they had the capacity to really do lasting damage to you. I don't know. I think that's the problem. Like, people who disagree with us on this, they try to present themselves as being like reasonable and rational, but they are purely emotional. They just don't like how it sounds. Like, oh no, that's bad. People are going to die. People are already dying, and more people will die unless action is taken. So that's not a valid excuse. It's not a valid rebuttal to what we're saying, essentially.
Well, Reese, I've got a screenshot here of some of the comments on that debate on Dylan's end. We got one here, and I did dislike some of them, of course. Kevin does not understand that the whole premise of nuclear war strategy relies. Also, I like this whole premise of nuclear war strategy. Like, okay, this isn't just a grammar point or whatever. Your strategy is not even the proper point to use here. Of like, okay, I'm tired. Let me just explain this. Throughout the course of the history of nuclear warfare and doctrine, there have been different strategies devised in different contexts for nuclear weapons. There's a great program. You can watch it on Sandia Labs on YouTube, their YouTube channel. Interviews featuring Dr. Edward Teller and Robert McNamara, literally in the documentary. They just sit down with them and talk for 4 hours. The documentary goes over. It's called An Oral History of Nuclear Strategy in the United States of America. And it goes through from the war with Japan all the way up to the end of the Cold War. and I think it was from like the early 2000s or the late 1990s. And it goes through how MAD emerged and what the doctrine was under LeMay of strategic bombing, etc. In that specific documentary, over the course of 2 parts, 4 hours, they went over like 6 or 7 different strategies that emerged in U.S. Nuclear planning, nuclear strategies. If it's just one, of course, the Soviets had different strategies employed. Like MAD wasn't even really institutionalized until like the mid to late 60s. The premise of nuclear war strategy, that's like saying the premise of war strategy. What does that mean? There are multiple strategies. What does that mean? That's retarded. So this guy's already proven. This guy, I don't even have to read half of his thing, and I could just outright not read the rest because I already know he doesn't know what he's talking about. Straight up. Like when somebody says that, when they use that as a singular thing, that means they've never thought about this seriously ever. They haven't even done the research at all. Nothing. Like this is something that interests me, something I care about. This person,
what
might have been their
understand is that the purpose of war strategy is to prevent wars.
Yeah, or it's like the purpose of like economic strategy is like to make money or whatever. And it's like, okay, yeah, but like a Marxist might disagree. There are like different understandings of that. It's like this is fucking retarded. So Kevin does not. Oh, and that's the other thing. The irony here is that he's saying that I don't understand nuclear war strategy. But he using it as a singular literally proves that he has no conception of the actual reality of nuclear planning. It's not nuclear war strategy. What the fuck does that? In this guy's head, I know what he's thinking. By the way, I know what he's thinking. He's specifically referring to mutually assured destruction. That was a doctrine of nuclear war strategy that was basically institutionalized between the two superpowers from about the mid-1960s up through the early 1980s, roughly, when it changed to, potentially first strike. Again, it did switch a little over that because you had the emergence of the potential of the Strategic Defense Initiative, and they went over this in the documentary, how anti-ballistic missile systems really changed it so that if you could guarantee that you could shoot down the bulk of the enemy's missiles, then that led you away from MAD into first strike incentive. That changed as well. No, this person specifically thinking of what's thought of as like a classic mid-Cold War mutually assured destruction, which, by the way, that's not even the nuclear strategy of China or Russia or India or Pakistan or North Korea or Israel. That's not a thing. MAD is a specific understanding of nuclear planning that applies in one's kind of circumstance. It's like saying you don't understand like planetary physics, man, because how can life exist on planets? I like looked at Neptune and there's no life, bro. It's like, yeah, except there are other planets out there. Like if you looked at Earth, I mean, that's kind of a bad example, but a cringy example, but it's the first thing that comes to mind. So this guy, no idea what they're talking about, but they're happy to criticize me on my understanding. On the idea of it. See, this is what I talk about. All the haters are fucking idiots. They're either idiots or they're disingenuous hacks. This guy, idiot. So he's thinking of MAD, relies on the idea of it never actually happening. Yeah, that was MAD specifically. That's not first strike planning. That's not second strike planning. That's not that's not even anti-ballistic missile defense coupled with a first strike planning. That's not some of the other ones that went. That's not even strategic or counter value planning. That's not counter force planning per se. Like there are a lot of different. That's not tactical planning. Again, we talked about earlier. A lot of the emergence of nuclear weaponry was with the understanding that they would be small nukes on the battlefield. What part of that is it never happening? No, those were definitely intended to be used in limited exchanges. He says, I'm glad North Korea is not as stupid as Kevin is. Okay, but that's coming from a dude who's dumb as a rock. There's another one here. He says, this dude has so many justifications and research to back his positions, but it's super obvious that guys like this really want war and don't value the lives of the people they hurt. Racism definitely plays a part in their devaluation of human lives overseas too. So the reason I'm against North Korea is because I'm racist against Asians. I guess that's what it is. Or I guess
I mean, Joe Biden is, because he called Kim Jong Un a thug.
yeah, that's true. It's kind of racist. But here's the best comment. No K says, which is that number K, or are they literally North Korea? Says, after listening to this, I honest to God support North Korea having nukes. This is the debate I did with Dylan Burns. He says, it's obviously an effective deterrent since the neocons' entire opening statement about how the US can't nuke them since they have nukes. He mentions Kim. No, I know this guy doesn't have the best grammar. Is he literally based in North Korea?
The whole premise of the debate was you wanted to nuke them because they had nukes. If they didn't have nukes, we wouldn't be advocating a nuclear first strike.
Well, no, that's like with Iran. People have said, well, would you nuke Iran? It's like you can meme and stuff, but it's like, no, you don't have to do a nuclear war against Iran. You could hit their facilities and take and occupy their oil fields in the Southwest and then bankrupt them, and take out their nuclear capacity. But he says here, it's obviously an effective deterrent since the neocons' entire opening statement about how the U.S. can't nuke them since they have nukes. He mentions Kim not being like Gaddafi or Saddam. That's true. I did. I've always said that the Kim dynasty, they are very smart and they know what they're doing, in that he's not willing to disarm. It's true. I did say that. Given what the U.S. did to both those leaders after they disarmed, you can't be shocked that he's not willing to be the third. And then he ends with the meme, give peace a chance. So
in what way did Saddam disarm? He wasn't even letting inspectors into the country.
Well, no, he did disarm, man. The Israelis came in and bombed the Osirak reactor so he couldn't get nukes. And the Mossad blew up the freighter carrying the yellow cake in the Port of Marseille in France so that he could buy yellow cake from the French.
I've talked about the Libya thing in a video before, but that is so triggering to me. Because it's like,
I fucking hate these people, bro.
Gaddafi gave up his nukes. So that's supposed to be like what, an eternal get out of jail free card, so he can do anything else, and we're not supposed to. Yeah, so we didn't take him out because we saw an opening because he gave up his nukes. We took him out for completely different reasons many years later. What are you talking about?
Yeah, well, there's another point to that, which is that this person isn't even making the point that Gaddafi was supposed to get away or whatever. He's saying that because Kim watched that, you can't be surprised that he's not willing to go the way of Gaddafi. And I'm like, but here's the thing. I've talked about this before too. I did a video, 42-minute video or so, entitled On Devil's Advocacy. And, and it's spooky. And I got the picture of Satan and stuff on the front. But it's like, no, I talk about it. I'm like, look, devil's advocacy is good. It's good to play these sort of Machiavellian games and stuff to get inside the head of our enemy. But if you do that your whole life, eventually you become the devil. At some point, you have to step back and say, I understand how they feel. Now, how can I use that to my advantage to destroy them? This guy says, I understand how they feel. Oh, man, he feels bad, man. Feels sad, man. Like, what? Dude, who the fuck side are you on? And then he says,
the thing is, I don't even know. Let's say that Kim completely disarmed. I don't know if that would even necessarily guarantee a U.S. invasion the next day. No. I think that would be a hotly debated issue about what do we do next. It would probably depend really heavily on who was president. Honestly,
That's right. It would depend on two factors. It would mostly depend on who was the president of the United States, and it would also kind of depend a bit on who was in the Blue House in South Korea and what their policy with regards to North Korea was. Because if they're like Moon Jae-in and basically Tulsi Gabbard, and they want to do sunshine, and you couple that with somebody like, I don't know, Jimmy Carter in America, there's no war that's going to happen there. But if it's somebody who's one of the older, leaders in South Korea, one of the more right-wing nationalist leaders, and you couple that with somebody like, for example, George W. Bush, except he doesn't have to deal with Iraq now, they might actually go in. So, there is that. I did want to say another thing on this.
I do get what you're saying, because like again, there's a big difference between understanding and sympathizing. Like if you're a decent person, you should want to see this regime taken out. This is not only the world's most evil regime, but arguably history's most evil regime.
Oh yeah, I've
And
studied them for a long time. I would contend that without even like, there's not even a debate around that. And people can say, but what about Hitler and what about Stalin? They killed more people, and that's true. But I want to be clear here. I'm talking about the per capita effect on the population of the regime. You could live now. This is where you're sanitizing the regime or whatever. Like, you could live in Stalinist Russia and be terrified of what was happening, and be a typical Russian citizen, and at dinner each night, your family can bitch about how incompetent Stalin is, and nothing's going to happen. Or you can be at the factory, and what are you doing? You have your 5-year plan, and you're a mid-level manager there, and you know that you've got to make this quota, but you also know that in the next 5 years, Stalin's also going to give you a more ambitious 5-year plan. So you have to beat the last quota, but you can't go so far so that when the next 5-year plan comes around, you can't exceed capacity because you already gave it your all. But you can't purposefully be seen as applying too low of an effort that they can accuse you of being called a record so that you get purged and killed. But you also can't go too hard, otherwise you won't be able to get good growth in the next 5-year plan. So you kind of have some little bit of leeway to undermine the party, and that happened all throughout the Soviet Union with managers. Basically, they would fiddle the numbers a little bit so that it would be realistic in the next run, and everybody went along with it, and nobody really kind of got purged because they knew that the system kind of had to keep going, and it was kind of like an open secret in that sense. There were open secrets. There were things people could talk shit, and the secret police were a thing, but only about 3% of the country was in a gulag, and a lot of people survived Stalinism, and some of them actually had food and stuff and everything, and it sucked. But they were also a huge country, and you could go out hunting in the woods and stuff and whatnot. And yes, there were closed cities and secret cities, and you needed your papers everywhere. But the Soviet Union, under what I just described, looks like an open liberal society compared to what North Korea has looked like since basically the 1960s, when Kim Il-sung really got busy consolidating the system. Like, if Joseph Stalin were to see what they've done with it, because Kim Il-sung got his inspiration from Stalin. Stalin would be, to say impressed, he would be floored with what they've done. Like, he'd be like, wow, I wish I could have done that. Part of the reason why he couldn't was that he didn't have enough time. He didn't have a dynasty, and the Soviet Union was so huge and porous that information was able to get in, and people were able to, meander their way out of the Eastern Bloc. North Korea, in contrast, it's not even close. And when I say in history, yeah, you can say, but what about those evil tyrants like Ivan the Terrible or Henry VIII and stuff from back in the day? Yeah, your chances of being purged or dealt with under those regimes were vanishingly small compared to North Korea. And again, there wasn't really that entirely encompassing total system of security apparatus. They just didn't have the technology. The Tsars, they had a lot of political prisoners. They weren't able to conduct slaughter on a wholesale level the way that the North Korean communists were able to do. The system of North Korea, despite its communist rhetoric, is a system that's basically comprised of over 50 social classes and 3 main categories of loyal, who get to live in the capital, wavering, who's about 20% of the population, and then hostile, which is the majority of people. And they are confined to specific small provinces where they're not allowed to leave for their entire lives unless they are in the army or they have the permission to do so from the party. And this entire system is such that even the elites in the capital live in absolute terror. And it's an absolute mess. And hell, there's even a chance that Kim himself does live in some sense of fear each day. But I think that that's largely overplayed. I think a lot of people say the generals have more power than they actually do. North Korea, like, without a doubt, in terms of if you could pick which dictatorship you wanted to live in, and somebody offered you, you got Saddam, You got Stalin, you got Hitler, you got Kim Il Sung, or I should just say the Kim dynasty in general. No, I mean, you read the stuff from those who lived under North Korea. I mean, Ken Rowe's book is really good on this. You can look at like Escape from Camp 14, etc. Hitler didn't have, now Hitler had death camps. Hitler did a lot of atrocious things, mind you. But even in the 12-year reign of the Third Reich, they didn't exactly come close to the intergenerational terror that the North Koreans have done. Because in North Korea, beginning around the 1960s, Kim Il Sung underlined a policy of what roughly translates into English as 3 generations to purge the criminal blood. In other words, if you are found guilty or apprehended by the secret police, not only do you go to the gulag, but all of your extended family up to cousins also goes to the camps. And for 3 generations, any of their children that are born there will stay in prison their entire lives. And their children's children will live and die in the camps. And then it's on the 3rd generation that the criminal blood is deemed to be purged. And what crimes might this include? Well, what happens if your grandfather was discovered listened to South Korean radio during the Korean War 60 years prior? Well, that's a crime. That's an ideological crime. That's the most serious crime in the state. It's more serious than murder. So your whole family's going to the camps for 3 generations. Hitler didn't have that. Stalin didn't have that. Saddam didn't have that. Like, it's not even close. People don't know shit about North Korea. And so when people say, oh, well, they want nukes for their protection. Yeah, Kim feels scared. Kim, I don't give a shit about Kim. Like, I want to vaporize Kim. I'm not on his side. Like, I want a 500 million degree fireball to incinerate him, you know? Or if we could do this, you know, in an ideal world, I would wish that he could get the Gaddafi treatment, but that's not practical. There'll never be an uprising there. So you have to settle for the next best thing. Like, I understand that like in his head and in his heart, like he feels scared and worried. Yeah, I want to convert those items of matter into gas. You know, I want to vaporize them. That's what I'm out to do. I'm not on his side. I'm a neocon ghoul, bitch. You know, that's what I would say to that commenter. So
I think we should probably wrap it up, honestly.
Yeah, we should probably wrap it up. I fucking detest North Korea apologists. Like, they're worse than Soviet apologists. Like, it's not even close. Like,
yeah, no, it's disgusting for sure.
He says, but he closes it with "Give peace a chance." That's Dylan Burns' catchphrase. Give peace a chance. If that's peace, let me tell you this. If what I just laid out to you for the life of, you know, your average North Koreans, and by the way, that by and large characterizes the life of the elites. That's what happens to them. They're the ones that tend to survive, and we hear their memoirs or whatever if they wind up defecting. You know what the life of a typical country person is? Because you can say, well, not everybody's in a gulag. No, imagine you are in the northeast of the country. You live around Chongqing. The government allowed 3 million people to die during the arduous march, the Great Famine of the 1990s. And you know what Kim Jong-il remarked afterwards? He said, I'm happy that they are no longer with us because they were in the hostile class and now they can't pose a threat to the state. So when those people starved to death, it wasn't that the government put them up against a wall the way that Stalin would have done and had a list and Stalin would write all the lists. They have lists in North Korea. A lot of those who die in North Korea, there was no list of executions drawn up on them. They were left to die in the streets of the burnt out windows of pastel-colored apartment blocks that all the left-wingers these days, or at least the bread tubers and a lot of those types of people, aestheticize. And a lot of them like, oh, look at their architecture. It looks so like, you know, socialist and stuff. It's like, oh, yeah, you get to die of starvation with your compatriots in the streets of a city with no windows, no electricity, no running water, and the only cars on the streets are the occasional Mercedes-Benz of the regional party minister. And why does he have a Mercedes? Isn't that kind of anti-capitalist or whatever? Oh no, well, some people are more equal than others, bro, right? That's how it is in these systems, right?
I mean, he needs to get around somehow.
He needs to get around somehow, right? I mean, it's like Jimmy. It's like, oh yeah, you know, he's a socialist, he's a progressive and everything. Why does he need a $1.9 million house? Wait, whoa, how could he live in an $800,000 house? How would you even do that? What peasantry, man? What plebeianism, right? No, I fucking despise these people. Give peace a chance. So if that's peace, give me nuclear war. So that's what I'll say. So we will go to Spooky Nookies for the close. So for closing remarks.
Peace is overrated, for sure. And I don't know. I said my piece. We've addressed a lot. This is your longest stream.
That's not true. Election stream was 8.5 hours.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, no, I mean that there was a lot to cover there too,
There's
so
a
that
lot.
makes sense.
Mm.
No, I feel pretty satisfied. I'm very tired, so that's I've said my piece, man.
That's right. That's right. No, Kanzik says the screen caps about Nikki Haley. We should probably go to bed. We can do that another day. I've got them saved here. They're pretty funny. That Richard is taken to 4chan to simp Nikki Haley and creep on her daughter. That's pretty funny. Yeah. So everybody who's still with us, and the fact that there's still 12 people with us here is pretty remarkable at this hour. Be sure to like this video, subscribe if you haven't done so yet. So I do daily streams and daily premieres. Additionally, you can follow me over on Twitch and Facebook. You can also check out my meme page on Facebook, Liberal Hawk Memes for More Universalist Teens, where you can check out about 700, a little over 700 very forced memes. And you can also support my work over on Ko-Fi. Big ups to Net7, who was on the panel earlier, for purchasing me a 2-year gold subscription. That's about $80 or so American to Ko-Fi, and you can help me out over there. Additionally, you can as well send me a tip over on PayPal. But if you're able to make a more long-term monthly contribution, you can support the channel over on Patreon. We recently hit the first tier, the $100 a month for daily premieres in addition to daily streams. Once we hit 500, we'll be doing 2 premieres per day plus daily streams. So that'll be a little while off. But we had fun tonight. We went over a lot. I'm anticipating over the next week and a half, I'll upload different segments of this stream for different particular parts, because nobody's going to sit through like 7 hours. But there were definitive segments of tonight's stream that were noteworthy and should be standalone episodes, standalone videos. So that's about all that I've got for you. But be sure to subscribe to Spooky Nookies, because we want to come up on 500 subs over here, but he's almost at 10,000 subs. So if we could get him to 10,000, that'd be pretty lit. So and swaggy. So that's about all that we've got here. Yeah, anything's possible. Yeah, that's true. That was a very forced phrase on my part, saying swaggy and closing with anything's possible. I'm calling it, man. That was forced. That was forced, bro. Just the way you said it was forced. Like you like open your mouth and like you said some words and like you used your like vocal cords to make sounds. That was forced. Like you were like forcing air to make sounds, man.
For one, that's why I really hate rape jokes. They're very forced.
Oh, that is a forced classic right there. Yeah. Yeah. So that's a new meme. We have a new meme this evening, everybody. So next time anybody does anything, that was forced. Yeah. 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 F Burger King. Yeah, no, it was Cool Pooter, I believe, who did, or no, it wasn't Cool Pooter, that's Ian Stevens. It was Nuke Pooter who referred to Dylan Burns as Spurger King. He called him a Spurg, and of course he spelled it URG, as he usually does, to like make fun of people and stuff and be memey. And Dylan Burns was like, actually it's spelled SPERG, okay? And he's like, okay, Spurg. So with a U. Like, I'm not sure if that's exactly how it would have gone. I might be misremembering there, but that does sound pretty based and epic. If Nuke Pooter had
it's spelled with an E, not a U.
No, but like that's what's ironic is like, oh, way to confirm his accusation. Like, okay, Yeah, Nuke Pewter says light based. Okay. So we're almost at the 7-hour mark. That's kind of ridiculous, but we had a good evening. So, oh man, yeah, 7 hours. 7 hours. That's yeah, you spelt it wrong. Yeah, that's about all we've got. So I will see you in the next video. We got the premiere rolling out tomorrow, and we'll be streaming later tomorrow. So, but that's about it. We had Reese. Have a good evening, everybody. Stay based and take care.